And here it, pardon me, and here it is. We're doing it again. Yes, indeed we are. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Yes, we are doing it again. I am doing it again. Hope you're doing it with me. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time being done exactly right now. If you are available, avail yourself of the session. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 NNAMDI KANU is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 NNAMDI KANU is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 NNAMDI KANU is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. Holy, 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 NNAMDI KANU, another Savior. Pardon me. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Like Niger Delta, bandits headsmen should get their own ministry. No surprises for guessing the spokesman of our terrorism within the Nigerian space, Sheikh Gumi, of course. I mean, I didn't even have to tell you that to know who is saying it. Like Niger Delta, bandits headsmen should get their own ministry, a headline attributed to the bandit spokesperson, Sheikh Gumi. So now this now, just an academic exercise, but a curiosity as well. 2023, Farouk Aliyu list 5 presidential candidates that can defeat Atiku. So curious to see then what name this guy comes up with. Is it the same names that we're permutating like Oshibanjo, Tinubu? We think that, well, I think that, but does he think that is the question? Or which other names? Is Peter Obi on that list as well? So we find out just what this fella thinks. 2023, Farouk Aliyu list 5 presidential candidates that can defeat Atiku. So who they are, we find out shortly. So I'm going to play you a video clip in the course of the session. It is a narration of a clergyman that was kidnapped in the southeast, to the point that he had to pay 100 million naira to effect his release. He accused the army, and especially the Fulani complement of the army, of complicity in that. The Nigerian army pretends to respond. 100 million naira ransom. Nigerian army investigates Methodist prelates' claims of Fulani soldiers' connivance. So the guy was quite clear in what he saw, and he's not even giving an account of something that his parishioner accounted to him. This was his direct horror experience, and no equivocation. I'll play you a clip of him just giving account of what happened to him, and then from that, then you draw your own conclusions. 100 million naira ransom. Nigerian army investigates Methodist prelates' claims of Fulani soldiers' connivance. So we find out exactly what sort of response the army is bringing up. So they accuse the political space of not coming up with policies. But if you listen somewhat to the candidates, they are fleshing out policy positions. Peter Obi certainly, Omoyele Sowore certainly, and funnily enough, so is Tinubu. We heard him in his screening exercise video when he gave us a few policy thrusts of his administration, and he continues to flesh out what his administration will look like. My government will rehabilitate displaced Bakassi people. This is what he's saying as a policy position as well. So that we'll find out what is going on there. Nigerian army to question Methodist church prelate Uche over allegations of soldiers' involvement in his recent abduction. So rather than go after the bandit, of course, it is the prelate that they will go and intimidate. But is it game over for Peter Obi, though, is the question. Labour Party crisis. Court orders substitute service against Peter Obi's faction. So it looks as though there's internal wranglings within the Labour Party that might well make the exercise of appointing by consensus Peter Obi, the presidential flag bearer of that party, a nullity and a nonsense. It looks as though the faction of that splinter party that anointed Peter Obi might well not be the legitimate one. Labour Party crisis. Court orders substituted service against Peter Obi faction. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. We're staying with the NNAMDI KANU, so no, we're not staying with it, but we're going rather to the NNAMDI KANU narrative. How KANU left ABGA to join Radio Biafra. This is Chikwas Okorie. Chikwas Okorie is the person that is saying this. So I never even knew that once upon a time, NNAMDI KANU was a politician who then transmuted into an agitator, perhaps his political ambition unfulfilled. How KANU left ABGA to join Radio Biafra, the headline attributed to a Chikwas Okorie. So quite what Chikwas has to inform to the space, we'll find out shortly. So our kidnappers threatened to kill us we paid 100 million naira. So that is still with that primate, but I might well play you a video clip instead of reading that out. That's almost certainly what will end up happening. But this now, we land finally on this story. It looks as though Buhari has had his way, and the APC governors have taken their trolleys out, and they are in the aisles of the supermarket shopping for a candidate. APC governors meeting deadlock as search for consensus candidate begins. So the consensus candidate, of course, I don't think they are quite clear on what instruction Malam Buhari is giving them, because Malam Buhari is not telling them to go shop for a consensus candidate. No, he is telling them that he is going to appoint the person that will succeed him, and they just have to anoint it. In fact, they are compelled to anoint it because he has a file, of course, on all of them. So that's just the instruction, but I don't think it's quite clear to them. But it'll be clear to them soon enough. APC governors meeting deadlocked as search for consensus candidate begins. So quite what's in play there, we find out shortly. So a rich and diverse menu. Lean back then, kick back then, take it easy then, and relax into it. The usual request, you can see from the comment section that we're looking to hit 100 likes on this stream, which we hit in every session so far. So take us quickly to that space. It's only because it helps the platform on the YouTube algorithm. And as soon as we get quickly to the 100 likes, then I will stop calling out the request and we can just focus solely on the conversation. So if the platform doesn't offend you in any way and you find some value to it, either an annoyance or something that you delight with or provokes a thought in you, if you engage with it intellectually, either favorably or unfavorably, then it's engaging you in some form. That's surely sufficient enough for a like. So click on that like button. We need to get to 100 fairly quickly. And click on the subscribe button as well if you're not already subscribed. So correct that, as I look a bit funny now in this, although I'm funny looking anyway, I'm sure you'll tell me that. So click on the subscribe button as well if you haven't done that already. So click on those. And then if you want to come join me on the screen, you can click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. This brings you to a studio space. And as soon as so that's the hyperlink that I'm posting in the comment section now. So if you want to come and interact with any of the talking points, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And as soon as I've finished reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we'll have a conversation around the talking points. So it's an open microphone session. And the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So the two compulsory clicks, the like button, you click on like, and then the subscribe button, that's compulsory as well. And the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's at your discretion if you're in the mood to come onto the screen to engage in a conversation. As you set about the clicking though, let me provide you with a little bit of liquid nourishment. Your color.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dámẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ó lè yò 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 dáadáa.
àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, the Kegites, of course, the Kegites. May death have nothing to do with us, is what that prayer says. Iku Koniriwa Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Like Niger Delta, like Niger Delta, bandits, headsmen should get their own ministry. No surprises. Sheikh Gumi, the speaker. Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi has called for the establishment of the Ministry of Nomadic Affairs to address the grievances of bandits and herders terrorizing the country. Mr. Gumi made the call at the Pastoralist and Full Bay Security Conference on Wednesday in Abuja with the theme Exploring the Contemporary Security Challenges Facing Pastoralists and Full Bay in Nigeria. The event was jointly organized by Métis Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria and Northern Consensus Movement. The cleric, in a chat with reporters, said that the Fulani herders and other aggrieved groups should be accorded the same treatment given to the Niger Delta militants. Government should focus more attention on these people because they always say that they are aggrieved, Mr. Gumi said. What I expect from the government is nothing less than what it did when the Niger Delta youth were vandalizing the economy. Mr. Gumi, an ardent advocate for bandits and killer headsmen, argued that these people are also disturbing the Nigerian agriculture, which is the backbone of the national economy. I think the government needs to be more proactive. They need attention. The least they need is the Ministry of Nomadic Affairs that will look into their affairs, Mr. Gumi stressed. The national president of MACBAN, Hussaini Bosso, in his address of welcome, noted that it was no longer news that kidnappings and armed banditry had become the order of the day in the country, in many communities in the country. Mr. Bosso, however, said that contrary to the general belief that pastoralists were behind these crimes, let me take that again. Mr. Bosso, however, said that contrary to the general belief that pastoralists were behind this crime, they also were victims of this misdemeanor. So apparently it's a misdemeanor. Kidnappings and killings is a misdemeanor, not a felony, not a crime against humanity. What is baffling is that crimes perpetrated against pastoralists have no traction in the media. Our members have been the highest victims of criminality. MACBAN chairman in Kogi State, Niger State, National State, and 5 other local government chairmen, including Gwagwalada Area Council, were all recently abducted and killed. This buttresses the fact that we are not spared from the atrocities of the kidnappings and banditries in our communities, he said. He said that from 2015 to date, many pastoralists were murdered and over 2 million persons were displaced and impoverished, whilst over 4 million livestock were either rustled, killed, or outrightly confiscated by state governments. Whilst condemning alleged maltreatment of pastoralists by Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Mr. Bosso said that this barbaric display of inhumanity must stop. He expressed concern that no compensation or resettlement had been given to herders who lost cattle to rustlers or non-state actors. Yes, yet no compensation, no resettlement, unlike other Nigerians who suffered similar fate. For a people with no known skills or trade, this is a real danger in the making. Recently, it became like a competition to enact anti-open grazing laws without recourse to the fundamental human rights as guaranteed by the Constitution, he said. He expressed the hope that the gathering would prefer solutions to the security challenges and predicate and the predicament of the pastoral community in the country. We hope that measures will be taken to implement the recommendations of stakeholders and experts that will emerge from this conference. So on and on it goes, but Ministry of Fulani Savages is what Sheikh Gumi is advocating. Pardon me. So on to the next. 2023, Farouk Aliyu lists 5 presidential candidates that will defeat Atiku. Former minority leader in the House of Representatives, Farouk Aliyu, on Wednesday listed 5 potential presidential candidates of the All Progressive Congress that can defeat the People's Democratic Party's Atiku Abubakar in 2023. Recall that the former vice president clinched the presidential ticket. Sorry, I think I need some water. All right, let's take that again. Former minority leader in the House of Representatives, Farouk Aliyu, on Wednesday listed 5 potential presidential candidates of the People's Democratic Party, former minority leader in the House of Representatives, Farouk Aliyu, on Wednesday listed 5 potential presidential candidates of the All Progressive Congress that can defeat the People's Democratic Party's Atiku Abubakar in 2023. Recall that the former vice president clinched the presidential ticket of the PDP last Saturday after defeating his closest rival, the governor of Rivers State, Yemsin Wike. According to Aliyu, former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, APC National Leader Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and former Education Minister Emeka Nwajuibi, amongst others, can defeat Atiku in the forthcoming election. Aliyu stated this during an interview on Channels Television on Wednesday. He, however, stated that Atiku is a force to be reckoned with in Nigeria, considering his popularity in the country. Aliyu said, "We have more than 5 people in the APC that can beat Atiku Abubakar: Amechi Bola Tinubu, Emeka Nwajuibi, and Vice President Yemi Osinbajo can. Majority of the aspirants can beat Atiku Abubakar. We are also the ruling party. We are not going to sit by and allow these things to go like that. We will do our homework to ensure that things are done properly, that Nigerians will vote APC for what we have done." Aliyu, when asked if the APC is planning to field a northern candidate because of the emergence of Atiku, refused to reply directly to the question. He claimed that some leaders of the APC are considering shopping for a credible person as to its candidate. He added that President Buhari is looking for a credible candidate for the presidential ticket. Aliyu said, "The president, who is the leader of the party, is looking for a Nigerian candidate. I am one of those that are looking for a Nigerian candidate." And by a Nigerian, it doesn't mean necessarily a Nigerian that has broad appeal is what it means, not just somebody born within the Nigerian shores. "I have no sentiment for North or South. I am looking for a candidate that can beat Atiku Abubakar at the polls, wherever he might be from. I am sure our party is going to do the right thing." So do the right thing, but you are not noted for that, so maybe this will be a first. So we come to the primates. So with this primate, I'm going to play you a video clip just to this video clip, by the way, sent in by Jale Koko, but I'm not going to download it. I'm just going to share the screen and play the video. So this is the primate now in question. So we listen to him as he shares his experience with us. So let me just look for let's take it from this port. So we take it from this port. Let's take it from this port, and then we listen to the experience of this chap. So I'll just wait for this ad to just
With a cooker tap, you always have 100
so I
degrees
just
boiling, filtered, chilled, and sparkling water. All
thank you.
What is the lamb? I want to brief Nigerians on the actual thing that happened because there has been some misinformation on the social media and on the regular media. What happened was that I went to Isochi for the induction of the national officers of the Methodist Brigade. We arrived on Saturday. On Sunday, we concluded the service. And in order to catch up with my flight, along with my chaplain, at 4:30, we took off by 2 to go to the airport, oblivious of the fact that kidnappers were waiting on the road. And as we were descending to Leru, Leru is in Abia State, these people came out from the bush. They divided themselves into 3 places. Some people were at the back, some people were at the center, those who shot, who fired at us. And there was another group in front to make sure that we didn't run away. They fired shots at our vehicle, and eventually they abducted us, 3 of us. The communication man of the church was able to escape. The driver was able to escape. They captured me. The Bishop of Owerri and my chaplain took us into the bush and were torturing us. In fact, it was in the process of that torture that I hit my right eye on a tree. And even when blood was flowing and it was soaking my handkerchief, they didn't feel like anything happened. All they said that we should follow them, that they are not actually against Nigerian citizens, they are against the government, that the government is a bad government. They are Fulani boys, all the 8 are Fulani. That they are Fulani boys, and that if any day they see the president, they will chew him. He's their brother, that they have disappointed them and disappointed Nigerians. They will chew him raw. Or any of his representatives, they will chew him raw. But I said, well, even though I'm part of government, but I'm a church man. I'm a man, Christian. I'm not a government officer. They said, okay, that is what has saved you. We would have killed you outrightly without asking for any ransom. But now that you're a church man, let's go. Let's go inside the bush. So we moved and moved and moved and trekked up to 15 kilometers. But I knew that it was from my area. I knew that we were rigmaroling and winding and winding and winding, going up, going down, going up. And eventually at 11 p.m., they said, okay, now we negotiate. Each of us will pay 50 million, and we're going to pay 150 million. I thought it was a joke. I said, we're going to pay 10 million. They said, what? What? Don't say that. They lifted up their knife to cut me. I said, please hold on. They said, we are not going to change. They're going to pay us 150 million. Eventually, they said, okay, because you are father. And these boys are between 18, their leader is about 35 years. I told them, all of you are younger than my own daughter and even my son. You are younger than them. I'm supposed to be your father. I say, we know, that's why we are not very harsh with you. Otherwise, we would have been very harsh. One of them was the one understanding English. The other ones were spoken Fulani, not even Hausa. So they now say, okay, Oga, let us tell you what we will do. And then they have taken my Episcopal ring because it's gold plated. They've taken my wedding ring. They've taken this thing. They said, and they took or ransacked our bag and took all the money. They said, okay, do you know what you do? Pay us 100 million. It's not negotiable. If you talk, we shoot you, kill you, and forget about the money and kidnap others. I said, okay, we will pay you 100 million. So they said, after some time, they said, where is the money? I said, this is Sunday night now. How can we get money this night? And you know that there's this seat at home at in Igbo land. You can't afford the money now. Be patient till morning. We make contacts. Then we make contacts within and around Imo and Abia. Make contact from our SOC. My wife's line was not going, so I know she must have been very depressed and confused. So eventually I was able to get her. I told her my life, nothing had happened. I told my wife I'll be released, but it's a matter of time. And she told me she had already gathered people to pray. So they were praying. Now, at the time, they said, we are delaying them. My bishop of Owerri, they laid him on something. And somebody raised knife that they're going to cut off the head. Now, the blood will spill on me. And then I'll know they're serious. The other one pointed to, I said, don't kill it, money. We will raise the money for it. So, but the irony of it, what pained me most, was where they were situated. The soldiers, all of Fulani extraction, Nigerian soldiers, they were there at Lomara Junction. And these boys were going behind them. Meanwhile, they kept their cows somewhere, numbering about 200, somewhere, down, with some people. And they're all together. People were taking care of the cows, but they were, parading us in the bush until finally they settled somewhere. They said, when are you bringing the money? I said, by 12 noon, I will call the people I contacted whether the money had been raised. And I called them. They are gathering the money, and they had it. They said I will use my phone to talk, that they can't use their phone. They don't want to be tracked. So if I use their phone, the security of forces will track them down. And I used my phone. I negotiated. I told my people, they say we are raising money. Somebody mentioned we have raised 30 million. I said, SOC, please, any money in the office, life is more important than money. Transfer it to a certain account. Let's pay them that 100 million. And eventually, by 3 p.m., they say, call your people. And I called them. The man that picked the phone said, we have raised 130 million. I said, please, give them 100 million. And the package, they said, their leader said, package the money. Their leader was born in Igbo land. So he bought from Sudan, but the parents had died. He was born in Igbo land. So he said he was born around Omai, Amuju, where the father was a cow dealer, cow. The boy understood Igbo. When I was talking to Bishop Mark in Igbo, he said, "Are we working as you? It's not my Igbo. No, so stop talking Igbo here. Think we are joking with you. I'll beat you." So don't beat me, I'm an old man. So eventually, in fact, they pointed gun at us. We were in the middle as criminals. And they were pointing all their guns on us. And they said, if you involve security men, if you involve police or soldiers or DSS, we will kill you because our life will be at risk. We'll kill you first. We said, down there, once you get that gun, there are 7 decomposing bodies there. In fact, we cut off their head. They are there. So if you like, but we're perceiving the order of killing the human beings. So they said, Propreto, so the man, the anchor man, I told him, what you may do, please talk to the man. The man said, go and buy 5 Ghana must go, big ones, put 20 million into 5. Bring it to somewhere, we come and take it. Then he said, that we should be here with two. Two of them were, one was like this one. They pointed gun at us. They said, if the Oga said shoot, if we disappoint them, or if we account any bundle of the money and it's not up to 10 million, they will kill us. So they will count it 20 million into 5. And then they will tell them to release our phone. They say, Oga, well, we don't want to release your phone. One more, you want to hold your phone. They will use it to track us. So take your phone. Well, we were there. At the time, they said around 5:30, the youngest boy, who I think is younger brother to their commander, said, Oga, congratulations, you are free. You can go now. We have got our money, you can go. Let me show you the road. They took us to old road where they wrote welcome to Imo and the goodbye from Abia. You know, we share boundary, the old road to Isochi. Then they say, you know this road? I said, I don't know. I pretended because it's my village. Ube is my village. I said, I don't know the place. They say, follow this road. You get to somewhere. You see people there. So I followed the road. We followed the road through us until we saw people. But what pains me most is that these people told us that they are going to bring, after buying enough weapons, they'll bring all those that have been put in disarray or driven away from Zamfara, Katsina, Zambisa forest, that they are all coming to locate themselves in Igbo land, that there's no security in Igbo land, that they will come there and then they will deal with us. And that the dumb man was just flippant. Maybe he took some, he said, do you know Ibadan? Lagos Expressway. We are in all the bush there. We're everywhere there. We're also in the south. So we are waiting for the slightest signal. We will finish you people and take over this land. So they claim that Nigeria belongs to Fulani. They said that is why we are afraid of. You know, I've been talking about this open grazing and this Roga. They have a plan. They have a plan. And I accuse the soldiers who are not non-Christians. Some of them are Fulani. They are part of it. Well, they are shooting this man. You know, when our people wanted to comb the bush, the soldiers said, if you move a step, we'll finish you. Don't go there. So they know where the boys are. They know the location. And what they do is in the daytime, they use their cow to confuse people. Then after some time, the cows will go to rest and they take their gun and do the operation of kidnapping. Government should act decisively. They should act decisively. Otherwise, what is happening in the northern part of the country will be a child's play. So what will happen here? So government should sit up because the primary purpose of government is to secure life and property. Any government that has failed in that has failed woefully. And Nigeria is on a reverse gear. We are nosediving. We are nosediving. We don't have security. All the bush, we went around, no soldier, no police, nothing. The people, were having a field there. And where they released us was, if they kidnap people along the squad, they will parade them round, and there, when they pay ransom, they are released from that particular spot. Those they arrest, they kidnap along the expressway, they bring them. Eventually, they bring them there to collect ransom. Those they kidnap along anywhere in the south, around the southeast. So they know that they are there. And I gave that. When I said to the Oga, how do you collect this money? He said, don't worry. Once we are through with you, we will invite motorcyclists. They will come and there will be a truck. A truck will come to put the money in the truck. And that the people who paid them said that was exactly what happened. Immediately they came out from the bush. They told them they were monitoring whether there is police arm. They said, go up. Okay, come back, come this way. And then eventually they stopped. A truck came without number. So the boys will carry 1 gram of gold who put in the truck until they took the 100,000. After they have counted it, 100 million, they said, okay, you can go. So that's how we came back. So the people have been saying, even some people, I don't know what they wanted to achieve, that I said. When did they see me to say that it was IPOP that released me? How did they see me? Where did I say IPOP? I didn't say IPOP. So I don't know, they were trying to bring in political and religious coloration. So what I know was that, in fact, when they were talking about it, I didn't know what it meant. For over 12, 13, 14, 15 hours, no food, nothing to drink, nothing to eat. And I was lying on the ground inside the bush, so along with other people. If you want to urinate, you raise your hand. Sir, can I urinate? Okay, go there. Commandment, go there. If you want to go to toilet, you raise your hand. Yes, okay, go there. Don't come here. Go there. They'll send you 2 people to guard you. You come back. So that's the Nigeria we are in. And it's unfortunate. This is what exactly happened. And all the efforts that were made was by my church. You understand?
Yes.
Every effort made was by Methodist Church, Nigeria. Not police, not army, not government. No. So Methodist Church, Nigeria, all the government, all the effort. And I want to use the opportunity to thank I didn't know that my members love me this way. The Methodist Church have so great love, stupendous love for their leader. And I knew that the prayers, I will be having headache. So that's what happened. Yeah. And Nigeria will progress. Our problem now is bad leadership. A leadership that does not care, a leadership that is irresponsible, a leadership that is callous, a leadership that, when you are a leader, you have become Nigeria. You are not a leader for Fulani, a leader for Igbo.
Okay, so that's the lived experience of that gentleman. I could have read it to you, but it was a lot better for you to hear it in his own words. And I think, there's nothing I could have read that he did not, because you could hear the impact of all of that, what he experienced as he recounted it. So the Nigerian Army responds. Nigerian Army to question Methodist Church prelate Uche over allegation of soldiers' involvement in his recent abduction. The Nigerian Army on Wednesday denied that military personnel were aiding kidnappers in the southeast region. The prelate of Methodist Church of Nigeria, His Eminence Samuel Uche, had, whilst narrating his near-death experience at the hands of kidnappers, alleged that some soldiers from the north were working with kidnappers in the region. The army said it would, so this is in quotation marks now. So the army said it would take this weighty allegation seriously and approach the prelate and the Methodist Church to unravel the basis for the allegation. Correspondents had reported that the prelate, his chaplain, Very Reverend Abidemi Shitu, and the Bishop of Owerri, Right Reverend Dennis Mark, were abducted on Sunday along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway in, I won't attempt the name, local government area of Abia State. In a swift reaction, the Director of Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Onyema Nwachukwu, said troops deployment in the Nigerian Army is not done with consideration for ethnic affiliation. He said, The Nigerian army has been notified of the insinuation making the rounds on social media, alleging complicity of troops of the Nigerian army in the kidnap incident of the Methodist prelate in Abia State recently. Whilst the Nigerian army expresses concern and sympathy for the victim of this heinous crime and share his pains, the insinuation that troops are complicit in the kidnap incident is not entirely premised on any findings of investigations and therefore cannot be swallowed hook, line, and sinker. This allegation, therefore, raises some pertinent questions which are still unanswered. Given the state of insecurity in the region, the question would be, was the issue reported to the unit covering the area? Did the Methodist Church take the Nigerian army into confidence whilst negotiating the ransom with the kidnappers? No formal complaint has been received by the unit. More worrisome is the fact that it was alleged that the ransom was paid in less than 24 hours. Was the ransom paid to troops? These are questions that beg answers. More so, the Nigerian Army unit has not received any debrief from the prelate or the Methodist Church. It is, therefore, important to state that troops are deployed at Forward Operating Base, FOB, Okigwe, and in areas of Abia State University, Uturu, and no information was made available to them or the 14th Brigade or any other formation except the information making the rounds in social media. It must be clarified that troops deployment in the Nigerian army is not done with consideration to ethnic affiliation. Hence, the deployment of troops of Fulani ethnic extraction who are alleged by the prelate carried out the Dastardly Act is not our practice or modus operandi in the Nigerian army. Given our professional disposition and zero tolerance for any misconduct in the Nigerian army, we will take this weighty allegation seriously and approach the prelate and the Methodist Church to unravel the basis for the allegation. So that's the Nigerian army's response. But they still continue. 100 million naira ransom. Nigerian army investigates Methodist Church prelates claims of Fulani soldiers connivance. The Nigerian army on Wednesday sympathized with the Methodist Church prelate Samuel KANU over his abduction by armed attackers last weekend, but raised question about claims that soldiers of Fulani extraction were involved in the crime. Whilst the Nigerian army, also I think this may well be repetitive of what we've just read. Okay, let me just read this. Whilst the Nigerian army expresses concern and sympathy for the unfortunate kidnap of the Methodist prelate, the insinuation that troops are complicit in the kidnapping incident of the Methodist prelate in Abia State recently is not premised on any findings of investigation and therefore cannot be swallowed hook, line, and sinker. Oyema Nwachukwu, Mr. Kano, the Bishop of Owerri, Reverend Dennis Mark, and prelate chaplain and the prelate chaplain were kidnapped on Sunday in a local government area in Abia State. They were released on Monday. After their release, Mr. Kanu alleged that some soldiers of Fulani extraction were associated with the gang, which had demanded 150 million naira, but soon settled for 100 million naira after negotiation and threats. Where they are situated, there were soldiers all from Fulani extraction around the area at Noma Junction, and these boys were going behind them. The Methodist prelate claimed during a press conference at Methodist Church Yaba, Lagos on Tuesday. However, Mr. Nwachukwu, a brigadier general, told correspondents that military authorities will commence investigation into the matter. Questions to be answered during the investigation would include whether or not the army was informed prior to the disbursement of ransom to kidnappers. The ransom was paid less than 24 hours. So maybe they are questioning that the ransom was paid at all. That is the insinuation of that bit. Mr. Kanu's claim that soldiers were stationed near the point of abduction would also be probed. However, given our professional disposition in the Nigerian Army, we will take the allegation seriously and approach the Methodist Church to unravel the weighty allegation. So this is somewhat repetitive of what we read. So the Nigerian Army somewhat are questioning somewhat what actually happened as it had been accounted by the prelates, but also promising to carry out an investigation which we suspect will amount to nothing. So let's go on to the next story. My government will rehabilitate displaced Bakassi people, Tinubu vows. Presidential aspirant Bola Ahmed Tinubu has promised to rehabilitate the displaced people of Bakassi if elected president. He made the promise on Wednesday in Calabar when he came to consult delegates ahead of the party's forthcoming presidential primary of the All Progressive Congress. Tinubu said, "We will create jobs. We will rehabilitate those displaced in Bakassi," adding that he would make Calabar Port functional. Tinubu, who came with an entourage, including the governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, told the delegates to vote for success and progress and that they should ask about his achievements in Lagos State. "I can turn Nigeria around. We will bring back Nigeria's prosperity. We will create commodity markets. Economic prosperity will be there for you and your children," he said, adding that he will replicate his achievements in Lagos State nationwide if elected president in 2023. Former governor of Borno State, Hashim Shettima, said equity, justice, and fairness demanded that power must go to the South and that Tinubu deserves the job because he made a huge sacrifice to sustain democracy. Ganduje also supported zoning the presidency to the South, saying KANU would swing the votes in favor of Tinubu. So there it is right there. It looks like a strong team. So if Buhari creates a free hand, then everybody can battle it out based on how they're into politics. So now to the headline story. Labour Party crisis. Court orders substituted service against Peter Obi's faction. The presidential ambition of Peter Obi under the platform of the Labour Party hangs by a thread, as a federal judge has ordered substituted service against some party officials loyal to the former Anambra State governor. Prior to the order, Callistus Okafor had on Monday filed an ex parte application praying the Abuja division of the Federal High Court to declare him the lawful national chairman of the party and de-recognize his current leadership. An ex parte application will ask a judge to grant an urgent order without necessarily hearing from the defendants or other parties in the matter. And by the way, this is the what's that guy that seized the AAC from Showore? This is his move that is played out again here. Mr. Okafor argued that the party's purported leaders have frustrated every means to serve them the originating summons and interlocutory injunction. He also challenged the leadership of Akingbade Oyelakin, arguing that he represents persons wrongfully and unlawfully parading themselves as member of the National Working Committee of Labour Party. Also joined as respondents were Julius Abure, Umar Farouk, saying both had purportedly claimed they were elected chairman and secretary respectively at a party conference in Benin in March 2021. Justice Iyang Ekwo, after hearing the matter, ordered substituted service of the originating summons, interlocutory injunction, and all other processes in this suit on the, let me read that again. And it's always this judge, by the way, Iyang Ekwo. So all of please pay attention to that name, because all of the controversial court judgments that we've here in Nigeria is usually from this fella. Justice Iyang Ekwo, after hearing the matter, ordered substituted service of the originating summons, interlocutory injunction, and all other processes in this suit on the 1st to 3rd, 6th to 12th, and 14 defendants by pasting the said processes at their political party's office, which is the 5th defendant's office, located at number 2 Oke Agba Street off Ladoke Akitola Boulevard, Gaki 11, Abuja. The judge ordered that the summons must be filed within 7 days before adjourning the matter till June the 30th for further mention. The internal crisis rocking the Labour Party poses a threat to Mr. Obi, who recently left the People's Democratic Party PDP to pursue his presidential ambition. Mr. Obi was not joined in the suit, but the tussle could imperil the faction that nominated him as a presidential candidate last week. So it might well be Mr. Obi emerged unopposed as his 3 co-aspirants, Pat Utomi, Faduri Joseph, and Olubusola Emmanuel Teller, stepped down, pledging their support to him. So it might well be a farrago of nonsense. This might well be the end of the journey for that hoopla that is the Peter Obi narrative. All the hoopla and the brouhaha, just an injunction from the courts. So an illegal faction is what we are hearing actually adopted this guy that they are parading as a national figure. So is that question really of propriety around that Peter Obi name continues to subsist? How KANU left ABGA to join Radio Biafra by Chikwas Okorie. A former chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, Chief Chikwas Okorie, on Wednesday, said the frustration by those who hijacked the party from him forced the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi KANU, to join Radio Biafra. Okorie, who rejoined ABGA under the leadership of Chief Edozie Njoku in Enugu from the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, disclosed that under him as the national chairman of ABGA, Mazi Nnamdi KANU, Uche Mefo Egbemba, amongst others, were the party leaders in diaspora. He said when he left the party to found the United Progressive Party UPP in 2021, KANU and others quit politics to join Radio Biafra. Okorie stated that he did not abandon ABGA, but was forced out after several attempts to reconcile both parties were rejected by one party. Things happened in ABGA barely 2 years after it was founded, just barely a year after it triggered off a revolution in Nigeria. We didn't abandon the ship. We struggled to save the soul of ABGA. We struggled for 8 years, and the Supreme Court up to 3 times, and the Supreme Court up to 3 times, and no court ever ruled that ABGA had a new national chairman. We tried reconciliation. There were over 20 attempts to make peace, to reconcile with one another, but it was frustrated by only one party. So when we left to form another party, the UPP, it was with a heavy heart, but we had to. We felt there was no point continuing the fight. We needed to try our hands elsewhere. In 2012, we founded UPP. In the same 2012, all our leaders from diaspora, including Mazi Nnamdi KANU, Uche Mefo Egbemba, amongst others, all of them said they were tired of the political process in Nigeria and they moved on to join Radio Biafra. So once upon a time, a politician, and once upon a time, a one nationist as well, Nnamdi KANU, but now, of course, he is now full-fledged rebel leader. So full-fledged rebel leader. So this is now the last readouts, and then we go to the room to take on the conversation. APC governors meeting deadlocked. APC governors meeting deadlocked as search for consensus candidate begins. Governors elected on the platform of the All Progressive Congress have begun the search for a consensus presidential candidate. A source privy to the first meeting of the governors told correspondents that the meeting ended in a deadlock. No agreement yet. Meeting has been postponed till later this week, the source told correspondents on Wednesday. Asked what transpired during the meeting, the politician said, the governors are still divided on the matter. Many things are being considered, including capability, region, and religion. The president, Major General Mohammed Buhari, had asked the progressive governors to search for the right successor at a meeting in Aso Rock on Tuesday. Buhari also informed the governor that he will be seeking reciprocity ahead of the presidential primary, which comes up in a few days' time. He told the governors, the party has successfully established internal policies that promote continuity and smooth succession plans, even at the state and local government level. For example, first-time let's see. It really goes on to repeat everything that we read yesterday, but I'll just read it for just to fulfill all righteousness. It says, for example, first-time governors who have served credibly well have been encouraged to stand for re-election. Similarly, second-time governors have been accorded the privilege of promoting successors that are capable of driving their visions as well as the ideals of the party. In keeping with the established internal policies of the party, and as we approach the convention in a few days, therefore, I wish to solicit reciprocity and support of the governors and other stakeholders in picking my successor, who will fly the flag of our party for the election into the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2023. As we approach the convention, I appeal to all of you to allow our interests to converge, our focus to remain on the changing dynamics of our environment, the expectations of our citizens, and the global community. Our objective must be the victory of our party, and our choice of a candidate must be someone who would give the Nigerian masses a sense of victory and confidence even before the elections. Whilst vying for the APC those rather vying for the APC presidential ticket include Yemi Osinbajo, and then it goes on to give you a list of names, and that is where it ends. So that's that. So now let's come into the room. So we're still looking to hit the 100 likes. So like if you look in the comment section, we're trying to hit 100 likes on this stream. So please click on like so that I don't keep stopping to ask you to do it. So we can just focus solely on the conversation. As I bring the panelists on board, Baba Akure, I see you. Charlie Boy, I see you. Fiobala, I see you. The Mighty Ajele Koko, I see you. Soli, I see you. DOG, I see you. Tony, I see you. X0, I see you. And who do I see next? Engineer, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let me go first then to Ajanle Koko, who really brought that story to our attention. So Ajanle Koko, so you wanted especially to discuss this story. Oh, sorry. What was that? Please just make sure that your devices are nicely balanced, because all that heavy just caustic. Let's go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, you introduced this story, but we were even already trailing it before you sent the Instagram. But then, of course, now the account of the man, quite harrowing. But then, of course, just talk us through that. Talk us through that video we just watched, Ajanle Koko.
One man.
Yeah.
Can you just give me a second, please? Let me just explain something to you before Professor Ajanle Koko started.
Okay, go on.
It's just a suggestion anyway.
Yeah.
When somebody is discussing, I will suggest that everybody, if you have anything to ask that person, jot it down rather than go back and forth. So if you want to ask Ajanle Koko a question when he's discussing, make sure you jot your point down. So when he finishes his statement, then you can interject or ask him questions rather than go back and forth, and we forgot the topic. That is my suggestion anyway.
All right, thank you, Babakure. Yeah, so we do take that on board. But I will allow the interjections, but the interjections should not label the sport. You can just quickly, because when people interject, then they seize the conversation, and then somebody else comes to argue with them, and then it spirals out of control. So a more disciplined approach is what Babakure is advocating. So can you mute yourself, please, Solly, as we hear from Ajande Koko? Are you there, Ajande Koko?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Let me urge our listener around the world, please like as you are joining the session. Subscribe if you have not subscribed as well. So when I watched that video, I felt so bad that a man of God can be treated like that in his hometown by some crazy people from another part of the country, by criminals, by terrorists, particularly when he mentioned that Nigerian police were around the corner where he was kidnapped. That term is that the country is that the country has lost it completely when it comes to security. This is not the first person that this will happen to. That has happened to a lot of people. But the amount he paid, 100 million, that tells me that why should we as people, innocent people, be paying so much for terrorists in order to secure their life when we have government that is saddled with number one responsibility to secure life and property? You see, this tells me that we are in a very, very bad situation, very bad security situation in that country. He further mentioned in his comment that those people told him that, look, the whole Southeast is not safe, that it's a free land for them. And the whole Southwest is not safe. Ibadan and those express roads, it's a free land for them. And it's not lie. It's not lie. It's the truth. It's the truth. So, but this man, he narrated his ordeal. He called on the government in that video to step up their game against terrorism and criminality. And he prayed for the country. So, all of this tells us that this man is
do you buy what he's saying wholesale, that he's able to raise 100 million naira in cash within 24 hours?
It's not within 24 hours. I think it's within 48 hours because he was kidnapped on Saturday.
Yes.
He was in the bush through Sunday, Monday. It was on Tuesday that the money was delivered. I buy the whole story of that man 110%.
You don't feel that he embellished somewhat?
No, not at all. See, look at the response of the military. The military is they're trying to cover themselves up. Oh, we are not military for this. We are not for that. Trying to show as if the military is not part of the game. Whereas this is the same military.
Do you think he was trying to politicize the situation?
He's not politicizing it. He was saying the actual true story of how everything went and what he went through and his colleagues. The military itself told us in recent time that the number one problem, number one of all the challenges they are facing in the military now is infiltration of terrorists in their file and rank. That is what the military told us recently, that is the problem they are facing, the number one problem, that Boko Haram has infiltrated the military. So,
was it an irresponsible statement for him to be happy knowing that the soldiers that were there were of Fulani extraction? Is he stoking the embers of ethnic discord with that statement?
No, it's not an irresponsible statement. It's a statement of truth. Look, if we cannot tell ourselves the truth, we will fail as a country. Some people can say, oh, mentioning Fulani is coloring a whole ethnicity as if they are criminal. No. Who are the people involved? Which tribe are they from? We have to look, when we don't say the truth, we cannot solve the problem. This is the problem we're facing. It's Fulani herdsmen across the country that are causing problems, that are killing people in their villages. They are the bandits. The banditry in that country, most of them are Fulanis. Killing people all over the north. Coming down south here, the man said it. He said the Fulani told them that, look, when that place become too unsafe for them, they're moving downward to the south. And he said they are in our bushes. And we have treated a similar case like this on this program about one musician, what is his name, that was kidnapped in Kogi. He said the same thing too. Similar to what this the primate told us. He said they are in 3 stages. When he was arrested, an army was close to that point, was close to that point where they were kidnapped. They were 10 in number. About 4 of them were taken to the bush. The rest of them went to the military post close to that point, and the military just said, you people just get away. You remember one man, we treated it here. Hello, one man.
No, I'm listening. Yes.
Do you remember that story?
No, yes, I do remember. I think he was actually a gospel singer, that guy.
A gospel singer, yes. Where that guy was saying that, look, where the word KANU said they walk for several hours, maybe for 11 hours or 12 hours in the bush. So this is their pattern of operation. The same pattern as described by that gospel singer is the same thing that this primate father narrated in that video. So it is, look, when government that is saddled with responsibility to secure the people fail, what we are going to see in response to this problem that is, to this problem is the people will stand up for themselves. Why is it that when people stand up or group together to fight this thing in their various villages, then the government will come after them? This is what brought about ESN, that we want to protect our people. What happened? The government of Nigeria, using the military, the criminals in uniform to go after ESN, killing them, and because they were killing them, we had this unknown government came up. So this is the same thing that IGBO did. He stood up to protect the Gongon people when government could not do anything to secure the life of to protect our people from Fulanis ravaging and killing of people in the Barakma area. What did he get in response? They came to his house, savaged the house, killed people there, 2 people there, arrested some people, took them to Abuja as terrorists, and that was what led to IGBO to an exile where he is today. So this is telling us clearly that this administration is an administration that protects terrorists. It gives cover to them, and they never bother about the security of life and property of Nigerian people. So it is left for us as people to now open our eyes to see whether we want to continue with this kind of criminals in government by continuing to vote and vote for APC government. This is enough for us to vote these people out. It doesn't matter whoever they bring in as the candidate of their party. This is APC that brought this hardship on us. It's a group of people. APC as a party is a group of people. I mean, it's a party with a group of people that govern the state. So we have to wake up, people. But I felt so bad when I watched it, and considering the amount that man paid, that is amount that if it is shared.
Did you see his blooded? Did you see his blooded eyes?
Oh yes, I saw the right eye swollen. Yeah, on the right hand side, it was swollen. Yes. So
it said they pointed to a pit where they were dumping dead bodies.
Oh
and
yes.
And they said the stench was unmistakable.
Yes. So if they were not able to raise that money, that man would have been killed. And the rest of them,
it said one of them was Igbo speaking. Most of them ran about the.
He said it's a Fulani. He said it's a Sudanese that he said his father. That one said his father is a Sudanese, but he was born in Igbo land. And
no, I said Igbo speaking. Igbo speaking. He said one of them was Igbo speaking, an Igbo speaker. A Sudanese Fulani
Sudanese Fulani of Igbo. He said
Igbo,
yeah, because he was born in Igbo land, so he can speak Igbo very, very fluently. So
he said they were around about 18 to 25. With the later have been around about 35. So these are kids. Yeah, they are kids.
So it's just unfortunate that we found ourselves in this situation. And
they are not idiots, Ajan Lekoko.
No.
He said they didn't allow their phones because of the signals not to be tracked.
Yes.
And he said they had the structure for getting the money. So they will tell you to be driving back and forth till they are convinced that there's no security personnel telling you. And then they have a sequence of bikes and trucks that they use to funnel the money. Then once they get into the bushes, the fear of chasing them into the bush is half their escape, because you don't want to go into the bushes and not come back. And by the time you rally, they are gone.
It is a very bad situation.
It was his age that saved him, I suspect.
Yeah, he said according to what he said, it's because you're a man of God, so we just respect you. That is why we are taking it easy with you. If not that you are a man of God, you will have seen the other side of the world. So it's just bad. But one thing I just want to point to us is that when people group up to fight this criminality, government of Nigeria will go after that people. ESN was set up to protect the homeland of Igbo, the bushes, against this kind of criminality. The government of Nigeria went after them when Igboho stood up to protect the Gogon people, the government of Nigeria went after them. Yes.
What do you make of the Nigerian Army's response? So they said the authorities were not notified that this was going on. The brigade that was there, they were not notified. Neither were the police. So they had no inkling that this was going on. And throughout that process, that no authority was informed. They said they are going to go speak to the primate to ask how he is able to raise 100 million naira, hand it over to bandits without notifying the authorities.
Well, it's just an act of stupidity. Their defense or that statement is an act of stupidity. What they ought to have done is to visit the man, ask which area, go after them, and flush those people out. Not by querying how was he able to raise 100 million, how was he able, why didn't they inform them? Why would you be informed when you fail in the first place? You are nowhere. How would you be informed when it is same military personnel that mounted patrol around the corner when these people were, when this bishop was arrested and nothing happened? How do you want them? And those people informed did not even use their phone. They were using the phone of the. How would they? Who would have informed them? How would they?
Well, not everybody in the party was kidnapped.
No, he said I think there are 3 of them. The driver was able to escape.
Yes,
and one other person,
and a senior person. So why were the authorities not notified? And they're also querying why the primates, or is it prelates, the clergyman, they are querying why the clergyman was harping about the ethnicity of the kidnappers. No, not the kidnappers, of the soldier deployments in that area. So he was saying that the soldiers that were in the vicinity, they were of Fulani extraction. So one, how did they know that? And 2, why is he highlighting that?
They were the one. They saw them communicating with them now. How wouldn't he know that they are Fulani extraction when they were communicating with them? I mean, look, the military of Nigeria, all of that they are doing, they are just, trying to come out with a kind of picture for their own defense that, they are not part of it. But we know that they are part of it. They are part of the operation. This is exactly what the evangelist, the guy that was kidnapped some months ago, this is the exact situation that happened to him. The military were around the corner where he was kidnapped. The rest of them that were released went to the military for help. They didn't help them. What do you want them to do?
The Nigerian government, Ajale Koko, they outlawed ransom paying. I think that was about 2-3 months ago. They instituted that it was an act to forbid ransom paying. Do you think they will bring that into play? Or is this just too high profile a matter for that to be a consideration?
It is a useless law, senseless law. Why must when the government cannot protect you and the people that kidnap you were asking for ransom and telling you that if you don't pay within a short period of time, you will be killed? Why won't you pay? If one of them, parent, are kidnapped, won't they pay ransom?
Remember when they attacked NDA, they paid ransom to release their own soldier.
Yes. Yeah. Didn't they pay ransom?
Yeah.
When the train, what do you call the train in Abuja, Kaduna Abuja was attacked, the man, the bank, the MD of Bank of Agri,
the same amount he paid, actually, the same amount.
He paid the same amount, 100 million. Look at these people, they just kidnap and make 100 million within a short period of time. Is this the country that we call our own? We pay 100 million to criminals and they just get away with it, and nothing going to happen. Government is not going to do anything. Nothing at all that government will ever come to do for you in Nigeria. Those things that you deserve, government, assistant, they will never come at all. Roads, they will never build road. Water, they will never give you. Electricity, they will never provide it. What is it that why do we have government at all? Security, they will never provide it. Everything you have to provide for yourself in that country. Now it's going in a different dimension of being kidnapped, and you're going to be paying hell of money to secure your release. So everything narrated by that man is not for tribal derogatory of some people, but absolute truth. Let's say it the way it is, and let us go after the problem and solve the problem once and for all. The people there in the bush, we know them, we know from which attraction they are, and let us tackle it. They are criminals. All Fulanis are not bad people, but these criminals among them that are destroying their name, destroying the name of their tribe, they should be worried as well to stand up against them and not just be accusing people for mentioning their name that, oh, it's Fulani herdsmen. Why are they worried about what how does that hurt them? Does that hurt them in any way? It doesn't. What you hurt them most that they have this criminal destroying their names.
Hold on. Whoever that is, hold on.
This criminal among them that destroy their name, they should be worried about those people more, and not the person mentioning that, oh, these people are Fulani. Even in this country where we are, in America, if something happens somewhere and they give the description of it's a black man, they will say it's a black man. If it's a colored man, they will say it's a Spanish man. It looks Spanish, a color. If it's white, they will mention it's white. That is the best way to give description of a perpetrator of crime. So Nigerian army, they need to wake up and they need to stand up to their responsibility and not looking for one way or the other to defend and to rebuke somebody for saying the truth. No, they shouldn't do that. If they really want to solve problem, if they really want to protect the territorial integrity of this country, they need to stand up to their job and secure this this territory we call Nigeria, and not be say anything in contrary to what that man have said. I mean, the man and the church, they'll be ready for them. Whatever they want to do, they'll be ready for them. What kind of law they said they make against payment of ransom for to secure release from kidnapper? What kind of law is that? Let them take up the law, then they will go to court and fight it out. The church will be ready. ICANN will be. I mean, what did they call the Christian association will be ready to fight it out against the government.
This was actually in April, Ajale Koko. I've just found it now. Oh, sorry, hold on. It's one of those that it wanted to put cookies on my laptop. But this is from Bloomberg. Nigerian Senate passes law banning ransom payments to kidnappers. So yes, the Nigeria passed a law that bans ransom payments to kidnappers in the West African nation, which frequently experiences abduction. The new law amends an existing act and makes it illegal to pay money for the release of anyone that has been wrongfully confined, imprisoned, or kidnapped. Michael Opeyemi Bamidele, chairman of the Senate Committee on Judiciary, said. So yeah. So Ajale Koko, I want to take this topic round, and then I'll come back to you to move you to another talking point. But it's so important. I want to sample everybody else's opinion. But before I do that, that plea, we are looking to hit 100 likes. So we're only about 50 in it at the moment. We're close to 200 people watching us. So please hit on the like button. If you have no reasons not to hit on the like button, then please do that. And then to acknowledge the super chats, this is Dolapo Majekodumi. Dolapo Majekodumi, one man. I love to join you guys in conversation. Dolapo, we would like to have you on board as well, but unfortunately, the screen can only take 10 people. But look out, as soon as one person drops off or leaves, then you can just come in. So as soon as one person drops, I will especially look out for you because I don't think we've heard your voice before. And then Alexander Gomez. It says, how a thoroughbred Igbo elder can identify the Fulani language beats me hollow, must say. So there's a lot of ambiguity. There's a lot of things that, somewhat in question about the gentleman's statement. But then, of course, he's been through a traumatic experience. So how can you really quibble what he's saying? How a thoroughbred Igbo elder can identify the Fulani language beats me hollow, I must say. So that is Alexander Gomez just reflecting on what the gentleman said. So Ajale Koko, let me take this round just so everybody just can share thoughts on this. It happens a lot, but in this instance now, it's a senior person who came back from the experience and is alarming to the space that, look, the clouds are gathering around our country, and it's going to be a real bloodlet, either to surrender to these people or to escape from them. But Baba Kure, you heard the prelate. Well, what did you make of his account and the counter from the Nigerian army? Baba Kure. Okay, let's go to Charles. Charles, are you there?
Yes.
All right. So you heard the account. So if Baba Kure is not around, then let's make room for Baba Kure. Are you there? All right. Let's make room for someone else. So yeah. So you heard the prelate. What are you making of his account, Charles?
To me, it's very sad when I heard it. I was sad for a pastor to be kidnapped. And I don't realize I remember when the lockdown. They got animals they go from huge trucks of them huge trucks coming in. You see, they planned this out when the COVID lockdown happened. They're coming for no huge truck, and I also mad at the government in this area because they know there's people there. For him to say the foreigner speaking, the foreign people, the terrorists are speaking Igbo. The reason they do that just to trick people. They do that for a reason. I was shocked when the Igbo guys speak Igbo to us. That's shut up. We know who he's speaking. So the way they know that language, that's their plan. The plan is they want to speak your language to trick you. That's the plan to do, to trick the people there.
All right. All right. Thank you, Charles. So Charles, let's go to Theobala. So Theobala, your device seems so sharp, but hopefully it's not too loud. But the primate's account and the counter by the Nigerian army.
Yes, I think Ajale Koko have already said it all, because it's really so painful. In a country we call our home, we are not experiencing this on a daily basis. I can still remember years ago when they wrote a letter to one of the to David Oyedipo. I was in church that very day, telling them the Yoruba land, the Igbos and all that they have surrounded them. I thought it was a joke. Today now look at what this man just said, confirming everything. Though we already knew all these things because it has been all over the years.
Well, we don't know it. We only know an account from a bandit. So we are not taking a bandit's words as gospel.
No, seriously, it has been on. What's it called? Lagos Ibadan Express Road, you cannot pass there. Auchi Bini Road, you cannot pass there. The East, you cannot go there. So they're already everywhere. So that like what the man said, the government need to take this thing very serious. And again, going by what people are saying, maybe the police or the army checkpoint, as in we've noticed it almost every time. You will see people will be robbing or kidnapping people here. Maybe some few kilometers, you see government agency or whatever, the police force or army. So it's something that we can no longer condone anymore. And people saying that how can a grown-up man from Igbo, whatever, identify Hausa or Fulani voice? It is clear. Even you as a person, when Fulani is speaking, you will know. If an
no,
Hausa
I wouldn't know, you know.
Okay, maybe
if a northerner is speaking, I would know it's a northerner, but I would not be able to dissociate that this one is this ethnicity.
Definitely, once a Fulani man is speaking, people that understand languages, even if you don't even know how to speak it, you know this is an Hausa person. You know?
Yes, but you wouldn't know it's Fulani now. You just know it's a northerner.
In short, let's not debate too much talk about that. And another thing is that if you watch the presidency now regarding this killing of this Fulani and everything, if we don't find a way with the Satanan to unite together, to elect whether anybody from the south or from the north, whichever way, I'm not trying to be tribalistic here or whatever, somebody that can fight against these bandits. Because this thing is going to happen continuously, then we'll be sleeping. Like what? Look at what, I was just crying, no? Feeling it. Look at the man's eye. And they even tell the man that they are just waiting for something to happen. They will strike and destroy people for there. And it has happened. It has happened. People are no longer sleeping with their two eyes closed in their villages anymore. I don't really have much thing to say. It is clear to everyone. So that's all I can say for this particular topic for now.
All right, thank you, Theobala. So let's go to X0. X0. So you heard the account. I'm sure you've even seen it prior. But what are you making of this harrowing experience of a senior in Nigeria, a lead of the Methodist Church, being treated in such a manner by somebody from Sudan? The army says, so what? Where's your proof? Why didn't you inform us? So the back and forth, the primate's account and the army's response are X0.
Yeah, woman. You know, this kind of experiences, for me, is I already know. That's why I'm not going back to that country for the next couple of years, you know. But I just feel sorry for people who are inside there. But when this man was talking, when I was listening to this video, the only thing that was on my mind was maybe now you and maybe the likes of the other people who always argue here that the Southeast are too forward, they are too this, they are too that, why are they using the ASN, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you can begin to rethink. Because you just heard that your Ibadan is surrounded.
I thought that the ASN had flushed the eastern space of.
You thought, but you know
that's what they always tell us now. Yes, that there's no Fulani headsmen in the east anymore.
They are not being given the free hand because the army is after them. Every now and then they go into villages to pick up young people and kill them summarily. You know this. Look, listen, we are all in this together. We are going to eat this breakfast. If you want to live in self-denial, we are going to, by the time it starts reaching...
No, nobody is in denial, but we don't want to get consumed in some hyperbole of excesses.
No. With all due respect, you've been on this channel, on this platform here, where some people say the ESN, this, that. They're even using those ESN and those narratives to say that is why the East is not going to get president. Are we talking about president now, or we're talking about self-preservation? Because our families back home are under threat. Our villages are surrounded, and we're here talking about this is the reason why the Southeast will not have a presidency. Who cares about the presidency? Who cares about the presidency? What the Southeasterners have been talking, is it not the same thing this man said? This is the same thing Commodore Akinwumi said. How many people will stop before Nigerians listen? We will come to this platform, we'll be acting all nice, all economical with the truth. all diplomatic.
As harrowing as the experience of the prelate was, it's a national problem. Not this happened in Kaduna, Abuja. This happens in Borno every day. This happens in Zamfara, Niger. This happens in Ekiti everywhere. So it's a national problem, is it not?
No. You have to pay attention to every. You have to isolate every case and exculpate the information that is being given there. This man said specifically that they told him they're going to buy weapons and they're going to bring in those other ones from other places to come and take over the South. You heard this.
Is that not just loose talk from a bandit?
No, this is not the first time we heard this kind of talk. We've heard this from. There was a couple that came from the US. They were asking him when they took them from, I think, from the road between Ibadan and Ekiti, somewhere along that place. They took them. Those were some of the first people that were kidnapped. Their child, who was less than 10 years old, was with them. Had to face this harrowing experience. They told the man, you have to give us your wife or your daughter, or you come yourself. We have to rape one of you.
No, mind the language, please.
Sorry,
but
yeah. That was the language they wanted to, have a go with one of them. I don't know if they finally had a go with the wife, or was the kid, the daughter, in the forest there, when they called him a Yoruba bastard and all those da things. This was some of you have seen these videos. So when you come here, anytime you come to this platform, mind the way you speak about the ESN.
No, forget the ESN. The ESN are actually an impediment to security in that space. Because can you account a success story of the ESN? What success story have they had?
I know for one that for the fact that they made
people come here all the time. They tell us that this is why we don't have all these things in the Southeast anymore. And every news cycle we do is always these instances in the Southeast. So forget the ESN. Speak to the reality of this man's experience. The ESNs are just a nuisance value.
Okay, well, I don't know anymore because as it is now, breakfast. Let us keep denying.
Nobody is denying now. Who's denying anything? There is a problem, and it's a Fulani problem, and it's cascaded heavily into the Southeast and the Southwest, into the South. They are all over the forest. Igboho went to confront them in the deep forest. They are all over the place. They know the forest better than most people, and they are situated there. They are comfortable there, so they have a real advantage. So nobody is denying all that. It's just this now. That is why the ESN, that's just where it annoys people, because it takes away from the seriousness of the situation.
No,
so forget ESN. That's just a nonsense. Let's talk about
If
reality.
you don't want to say the ESN, once the government cannot provide security for the sake of self-preservation, what are you naturally going to do? Okay, let us not use the nomenclature ESN. Let us find another word. Let us find another word.
Well, everything is calibrating to regional security, is it not? State police, etc. So every instance of this occurrence, it brings forward more that regionalization of security and localization of security to its own space. Even the account of the primate that said that the Fulani complement of soldiers that were meant to secure that area are somewhat complicit with the kidnappers. That enhances also even further that narrative of localizing security. And so once that argument comes to the fore again, it's almost undefeatable now. So it fast forward the localization of security. So it's nothing to do with all this ESN nonsense.
Let's not even use that nomenclature ESN because I think it's too hardcore for you.
No, it's just ridiculous. It ridicules the narrative.
Okay, let's even go to Amateku. Was it even allowed?
Amateku is allowed. What do you mean? Was it allowed?
No, but you've seen the different cases of them being punished, killed, shot by the army.
By the army?
Yes, there was a particular case where they arrested some people and they even took them to the inspector of the IG of the police, or one of the DPOs there, called them, invited them, and he fired. He shot.
It's true. It's true, one man.
He shot
I don't
at
know about
random
that.
and broke
It's
some
true.
of their legs
Yeah,
and killed them. What
that's
are
true.
you saying? You must go back and read.
What do you mean lead in denial? What do you mean? I'm not on board with your narrative of this ESN and excesses. So that's not in their denial. So you have your own way to see it, and I have my own way to see it.
Yes. But you see, I've brought it down to a more acceptable term. The Amotekun is acceptable in the West, and I think it followed the due
It's
process.
not about acceptability, it's about legality and functionality.
Yes, but it was legally put together. It was accepted.
Yes.
But the Herculean task they had to go through to perform their duties. It was even from the very beginning when they started the process of setting it up. They faced the government. I leave this case to rest here. If we don't want to help ourselves,
no. I think maybe you have to pivot your thought from the outrage at it to the coldness of the processes to resolve it. So we have to be dispassionate. If we lead with emotion and tribe, then really we're just falling into the clutches of these things. So if we go to the space of security, you are talking about Amotekun. So Amotekun is a legal entity. We know that. So that's already instituted. And what birthed Amotekun? Amotekun came off the back of this narrative that the prelate brought us again, the clergyman. Yeah. So that's what brought us to Amotekun. So then now, what is the function of Amotekun? They're a toothless organization because they're not calibrated to carry arms to get the functionality. So now all the stories that we're now hearing, it makes it just with no equivocation that all the security outfits, Ibibewagu, Amotekun, etc., they serve no function unless they are weaponized. And all of these narratives, harrowing, and thank God that the clergyman did not lose his life. But this fast forward, that narrative that these people have to be properly functional and fully equipped. So that's where it is, but it's not to do with ESN or all this sort of yam something or the other.
Okay.
Do you get my point? Not that you agree, but you get my point.
I get your point, but you must understand that even the legal outfits that were set up were not given the proper tools.
Yes, so that's where we are now.
Yes.
And yes. This narrative from the prelate, it highlights then the toothlessness of these supposed regional outfits.
Yes.
So yeah. So thank you, XC Rose. Let me acknowledge Sonny Uta's super chat before I go on to Tony. So Sonny Uta says, I beg, shut up your mouth with this grammar speaking. Leave grammar, vanity, check out time to run. So time to run, pack your bags and run, He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. Leave grammar, vanity, check out time to run. So I don't know what that means, but thank you for the super chat. So thank you for the super chat. And as we go on to Tony, so Tony, you heard the narrative of the clergyman and the counter from the Nigerian army. So now let's hear your thoughts.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I want to talk to, I want to say Ejo to Alexandra, our guy. Ejo Laho Wo, the Bikonu, for yesterday. Okay, so you see that this incident is occurring again today. You know that is why I was a little bit hard yesterday. So first of all, I want to categorically say that that Fulani people are very nice people. The Fulani that I know in Germany, I'll be hammering on this point every time. So that one brings me now to that point of say that not be able to recognize or distinguish Hausa or Fulani or TV or whatever, the Northerners. So we just call them Northerners. Whether they come from Mali or Niger, somebody is opening up that border point for them to come in, because they have some kind of agenda or whatever, allegedly, So yesterday, I was also attacking a guy from Igbo land.
Tony, that is even wrong. If you call the northerners, you know how many tribes we have in the north? Call
okay, yeah,
the
because we cannot, but we cannot disguise them. We cannot disguise them. We cannot because of the way of see the way they speak, the way
the particular tribe that is committing this crime.
Yes.
Let us call them to order. Let us
call
them.
But I don't see Fulani people here. The Fulani people that I know.
Fulani you have in Germany. We have said it.
Yeah.
A lot of Fulani are good people. These criminals among them, the good ones should stand up against them. Because
so they are so good. So they are so good that they are so good that hold on, sir. They are so good at the basics, like occupy the security post. Let's say 99%. Is that so? So okay. Then if you say that one is okay. Like Akiwumi also said that that you said also that that the army have been infiltrated. So you catch up a terrorist, then you call them Boko Haram or whether ISIS or whatever. Then you say you reform them. Under 2 months, you reform them and put them and then enlist them into the Nigerian army. What the hell is that? So you can't do that and then expect a good result. You'll be expecting a worse result. That means it is preempted or predetermined what will happen. So that's why they are reforming those people. Normally, when somebody is caught, you have to you have to face the justice. Either you bring justice to them or you bring them to justice. So yesterday I was attacking that Igbo guy that I was saying that he was speaking as if he has no families in Igbo land, and then people will say that okay, don't be too hard. You know what I'm saying? So what we say is that the president should come out because this NNAMDI KANU has been saying that these people will come. They are coming. They will come and kill you. He always speaks slowly. We say they will come here. They are preparing. They are coming. Get ready. That is why we had this ESN. Yesterday we also debated about that. So then, but the president should not come out if he is actually alive, or this man they call is it Gambari? Gambari should come out, the de facto president, and Aisha Buhari, who is the vice president. They should come out and talk to us. They should come out and they talk to the press, because Joe Biden went out last week on several occasions as a result of this school shooting. You know what I'm saying? So we want to see the president come out then and speak to the people. If we say that okay, this guy is alive, let him come out. If he's not, or if he's ill, let him resign, so that they can they can let me have because my brain is running like a computer. Okay, one man. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we go on to DOG. So DOG, you know the narrative, the prelate, let me call him the clergyman because I can't get that word out. The clergyman and then the army's counter, DOG.
Yeah, first of all, I will say I believe everything that man said. And honestly, I won't doubt the military with these guys now, because I have an experience, and why I believe what he said, from him saying those guys said they are in a bad dawn everywhere. When I used to work in Lagos, I've had experience where I was stuck, although their target are commercial buses, but I was stuck in between in my car on Lagos Ibadan Expressway. We are close to Gere at that point, and these Fulani guys were robbing. This was 2008. So that's why I keep saying there is a Fulani agenda, and they rob both to and fro. Police came almost immediately. These guys are going back into the bush. They didn't chase them. They didn't shoot at them. They were just shooting to the sky. And with what this man has said, I think we are in trouble, because these guys have put people in military who are Fulani, Boko Haram and all that. And they probably have an agenda to attack one day. And that is why they are doing all they are doing. To say the man doesn't know what he's saying, I think is a slap, because you can even feel the pain, and it's really heartbreaking that a lot of people go through a lot of this. Some people don't even get the money to pay, they kill them. A lot of people have lost their life in this situation. So it's a really sad one. And even People keep saying, "Oh, the ES." It's not as if the ESN are useless. To me, it's like the ESN are fighting two battles. They are fighting the Fulani, whereas the federal government are still using soldiers to still attack them. So how would they even achieve? Because even with which one did the Southwest people from? Amotekun.
Amatekun.
Amotekun is doing a good job, but even them are still struggling. There are different cases that Amotekun too didn't, they were not able to um to undo, and the Fulani guys kidnap who they will kidnap and still got their ransom. So it's quite a sad situation. That is why me, I'm really against another northern and forget somebody saying about unity. It won't come to that when they get to power. That's just a slogan to get people's votes. And we can't blame anybody for this. Everybody's just trying, and like Ajani Kuku said earlier, everybody that has tried to counter these people have probably been attacked or arrested by the government. And we have example. We don't have to go back to it. We've been talking about this thing. It's not the first time. It's not even the second time. So I believe the man, and I don't doubt anything he has said at all. And for the military guys, soldiers, which is even another point that tells us a lot of things going on, because in all the top hierarchy in the military now, which there is Fulani people. And like Tony said just now, how can you recruit, reorientate people of that caliber with no education at all, even from onset, and you put them in the military? So they know what they are doing. There is something going on. And one day, like the clergyman said that they would take over. One day you will see all these military people with the ones in mufti, they would take their guns and bust into the city and start killing people. And it won't, we can't control it because they have people up there already. That's why me, I'm not supporting anybody, be it Atiku, anybody that will actually give, because it's more, if any northerner goes in, whether it has a Fulani agenda or not, they all think similar. So it gives them a hedge to achieve whatever their plan is. But there is a plan. And it's not the first time we keep hearing, oh, they've surrounded the whole Southwest. They have actually surrounded, because this guy came from the bush in between Ogun State and Ibadan. These Fulani guys, and this is 2008. So it's something that it's been mapped out, and they've been planning it already, even before now. So we need to wake up, and I don't know what we want to do, honestly. I don't know. That's why I keep saying this coming election will say a lot in what direction that country is going to, because we are at the edge already. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So Solly, yeah, you know the question. So let's say your thoughts, Solly. All right, we don't have any.
Well,
Okay, yeah.
Woman. Hey.
Carry on.
Yeah, me, I don't have much to say about this issue, you know. All this Fulani agenda and this thing, this agenda, Fulanization, the thing is dying down in my mind, Joe, because you say, oh, the shock, the expression. Before I even left Nigeria, all these things have been going on. You know, I've known about it since. I'm quite numb to it. You know, I've even heard of worse situations. You know, but everybody just wants to blame the Fulani because I don't know. It's sweet on everybody's tongue. It's not. Everybody's acting like everybody's tribe is not doing the same thing, you know. And why does the thing persist? Because everybody and their tribe. The moment I don't know. I don't usually see Yoruba people do it. But the moment you mention something bad that another tribe is doing, the first thing they want to do is be in denial. Why? Are they protecting? Do they feel like it is hurting their ego if somebody from their tribe? They don't even check if it's factual or not. The first thing that I always notice from every tribe is denial. Same thing they do in the east, same thing they are doing in the north, but we're all gathering and crying because the north is doing it and they are doing it glaringly, you know. So that's the problem with the tribes in the country. Everybody wants to be in denial of what their tribe is doing first. You say, oh, the Fulani in Germany are nice, you know, but If anything happens, they won't say anything. They will let it happen. Why? Because they don't want their tribe to look bad. Everybody wants to protect the image of their tribe and be in denial, even though their tribe is doing various shit. Everybody comes here and say, "Oh, Tinubu is a thief. Tinubu is a thief." You don't see us recoil. You don't see us be in denial. We accept it. We face our problems, and then we move on and look for solutions for it. But everybody wants to be in denial. I'm tired of it already. So I don't even have much to say about it. Yes, this is the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Solly. So to you, engineer. So the topic, your thoughts, engineer. All right, we don't appear to have engineer. So let's go on then to Meadowman, who hopefully we do have. Meadowman, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man.
All right. Hopefully you go on. Hopefully you've been following the conversation. We're talking about the clergyman from the east that went to death's door and came back to give an account. The army are obviously quibbling what he has to say. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I watched the video earlier in the day, and it is saddening. And I don't know if you remember, you carried the news about a community coming out to protest in Abia State I think a week ago or 10 days ago. It is this same axis. And what they were protesting is that people were being kidnapped, every other day in that axis. And their protest was that why is it that these things are happening in that axis where you have 3 military checkpoints and no other place in the state? That is why to me it is obvious. I'm not saying it's a Fulani coming to dominate or whatever. I think it's just business. These people are conniving with the headsmen, and they're just there to make money. To me it's very obvious, because this same exit, where this thing happened today, was, I don't know if you remember that day you read something about a community in Abia State coming out.
I remember it was still along that University Road.
Exactly,
Yes, yeah.
Exactly. So this is the same axis, and you have a strong Nigerian military presence in that axis, and I suspect that is why all these people will prefer to take that road, and the communities around there were protesting because these things happen while you still have strong military. Why is it that it happens, in that area where you have strong military presence, strong 3 military checkpoints? And I saw a protest.
Are you convinced that the military are complicit with it too? Especially the primate made to show that they were of Fulani extraction. We just play in because they are their people. They know what they are doing. And of course, that 100 million, a good 40 of it coming to the Fulani boys in the uniform.
Yeah. What I think, I don't have informations enough to tell you that okay, the military hierarchy from Abuja is complicit with it. But what I think is that those military people deployed there are just exchanging information with those kidnappers. That is somewhat glaring to me. They work together, they exchange information, and why is it that they are in the forest near the military checkpoints where they kidnap people and nothing happens? And it's not like one person. We're hearing about this clergyman now because he is a prominent person, he's a popular person. That is why. But other people, traders, normal people are kidnapped, and those that cannot pay the ransom are killed. So it is clear to me that there is a collaboration between the military people working, military and police people working in that axis with these kidnappers operating in that area. So that is what I understood from what he's saying. So he is not wrong when he said that, but when he wasn't able to localize the thing. the color, because they would, of course, if you had I don't think if you had Igbo military people there, I mean, it would be, it could happen, but
it will be that much more difficult, because I don't
exactly.
think an Igbo complement of our military guys will stand by and watch some Fulani man come into their land and misbehave.
Exactly.
They will take them down.
Even killing their people. That's the thing. So that is why I said is somewhat obvious to me that they are working. I'm not saying that, some military hierarchy from Abuja, said, okay, you go there and protect these people there. But those military people there are working with these kidnappers. That is the thing. And about the language they speak, of course, Hausa language, Igbo language, and Yoruba language is languages in Nigeria that cannot easily be confused by any Nigerian, especially an elderly person that has lived in that country and moved around that country. So you might not speak the language, but you recognize the language. So, but when a language that is not one of these three is being spoken, even though you don't understand what they're speaking, you will recognize that this is not Hausa, this is not Igbo, this is not Yoruba.
Yeah, but what people are quibbling is that the clergyman was quite specific that they were speaking in Fulani. So how is he able to distinguish the northern languages to isolate that it was Fulani? Is what people are quibbling.
Well, I think they presented themselves to him. They presented themselves. We are Fulanis, and it's obvious the language they're speaking.
Actually, sorry, Mendoman. It wasn't even so much the language. It was actually the complement of soldiers that were around that he insisted were Fulanis. So that's what people are quibbling.
But these soldiers that are around, people have been. I saw a protest today where people were and somebody was kind of interviewing people, and they were saying, why is it that there are no soldiers that are from our region here? They are all northerners. So that those military people there, it is not something hidden. People have known them for some time now that they are northerners. So I don't think he got that from the incident itself of what happened. He already knew that. People around you already knew that. You saw him say he's from that area. So it is a common knowledge there. And that is where the suspicion comes from. Doesn't it look obvious?
And to the military's assertion that they don't take ethnicity into cognizance when they deploy, and it's just a coincidence then that all the soldiers in Igbo land, they are Fulanis.
What a coincidence. What a funny coincidence. What a funny coincidence. Probably if you go to Akure or to Yenagoa, you'll find out that the military people there are still from the same, so it is a funny coincidence if that is what it is.
Is it essentially a conquering force? Is this what we're saying? A conquering force?
Probably they would think that that is a technique even the British used when they were conquering Africa. They would take they would recruit soldiers or policemen from one tribe to go and work in another region. So I think that is the idea behind it. They would think that a local officer might somehow not do his job very well because we are tribal people and nobody will want to go and kill his own people. They would think that somebody from another region would be more how do I put it, will be better equipped in terms of efficiency, in terms of being indiscriminate. about carrying out his or her duty in that regard. I think that is what is behind it. But then,
and is anybody fooled, Meadowman, by this technique that they use? That whenever they want to address matters like this, they will send spokesman Oyema,
nobody's
spokesman
fooled. Nobody's fooled.
spokesman Adebayo. Is
Yeah,
anybody fooled by this technique?
nobody's fooled now. Nobody's fooled. That is what they do. If this had happened in the southwest, you will see one Adebayo talking. That is how it happened. If it was in the south, you will find out that one maybe Goodluck Jonathan is speaking. So nobody's fooled by that. I don't know why they use such childish psychology on Nigerians, thinking that people would fall for that. Thinking that is somehow important to sway people's way of seeing things.
And do you think because DOG was given a personal account, so this is not even something he read in the news. DOG was given a personal account of his encounter with these elements as far back as 2008. And now this account again by the clergyman, which is getting more audacious and more harrowing. So is this the new reality that we are we essentially conquered already and we don't know it? You can't drive from Lagos just to Ibadan, which is something you would do at 10 p.m. just some 15, 20 years ago. At 10 p.m., your wife is annoying you. You want to go to your country house. You just get into the car. You zoom off to Ibadan. You can't do that at 12 in the afternoon now for fear of a full animal. How dare you drive from Lagos to Benin? Are you on a death wish? So is this the new reality? Is this our new reality? Is this from 2008 till now? It's subsist. So is this the new reality that we have to? Is this how we have to live now?
It is a new reality, and we don't have to live like that. We have to adjust to tackle it. What has happened is that, there's an adage in Igbo language that says, the rat in the house was the one that told the rat in the bush that you have fish in the kitchen. So these people have come from all parts of the Sahel, and these people are impoverished from where they come, wherever they come from, and they initially were employed as gunmen and militia to protect cows from being rustled, and now they are left with guns, and the security system of the country is just bastardized, just inefficient. So they go out to make money. Even this Kaduna Abuja rail something that happened, I still think that the security people are somehow involved. It's not. I can't imagine that people are not involved. People are not making money with these things. So I believe that all these ransom being paid are being shared among people. So
God
if you
bless you, middleman. Sorry to cut you short there. I was going to say something. The ransom these guys take, from what we can account for, that gets into the news, because I believe some don't even get into the news, is too much for it to just be all these Fulani boys sharing
Yes,
it.
an 18-year-old boy, he will not know how to. What will he know how to do with 100 million?
Exactly.
Even he cannot handle 10,000 naira. Never mind 100 million.
How would they even manage that?
Sorry, that's why, if you look at it from what the clergyman is saying, there are probably some top Fulani military people recruiting the arrested bandit and Boko Haram people into the military to carry on all this kind of operation to get money and enter Nigeria, because they always claim the whole Nigeria anyway. So there is much to it, and if we come and that's why I say the next president, we have to think about who the next president is. Sorry that I'm taking you guys that way. We need to really be careful who we choose as the next president. We don't have to look at economic aspect of that country alone.
We certainly know that Atiku Abubakar cannot tackle this just from what he did with the Twitter something. When he just tweeted to condemn what was condemnable, and they instructed him to take it down, and he took it down. So he's certainly not going to go after any headman. He just wants that dollar deal, that gas deal, that petrol deal. That's all he's interested in.
And let's not forget that most of these northerners were telling us that he has already lost their votes because he removed that tweet.
So why would he then go if just on the basis of backlash from a tweet, which was condemnable and was right to, so how will he weigh against what is? It's not the answer, not Abubakar.
Exactly. So
yeah, I'm just saying that so that we know that this guy is not going to be the next president.
Well, he could. No, don't worry about that. They will vote for their own, but we'll see how it
Oh
plays
no,
out.
me, I'm not worried. I know.
No, yeah, you don't know. That's your calibrate. What do you mean? Are you a seer? You're not a seer.
He's a soothsayer now.
Yeah, no. I mean, what's all this?
Yeah, sorry.
What I see, that guy is not going to be president, and this is the end of PDP.
Sorry, don't talk like that. So
you can't be categorical about things of the future. You can't. Yeah.
Nigeria is just a place where things happen, you know.
Yeah. So to quickly add my point, middleman. So for me, I think the right person we really need is somebody that can put his feet, that is not from this part of the country, and can tackle these people properly. Because this is it. Let's say, okay, there is good rules, there is power, there is everything, and this is still going on. Nothing will work. No body will come and invest in the country that they will kidnap you, and they will almost take all your investments from you.
You see, the simplest, and this is a situation we're not easily going to get out of from. I mean, that is for sure. If anybody thinks that one president will come and solve it in 2 years or 4 years, that person is dreaming. The easiest way to solve this problem is regionalizing the security system.
That's the only way. That's not. That's the only way.
That is.
If a cantonment of if a troop of Igbo local security men, fully equipped, were around there, those guys will try it, but that's the last thing they will do on this planet.
Yes, because if somebody is kidnapped, I give a call to my governor. Now, because the government gets closer to the people, you as a governor, you know that crimes, unsolved crimes in your community will chip votes away from you. You're not going to allow that to happen. You become the chief security officer of your state, proper, not this constitutional thing they just made and
middleman, the criticism of the Nigerian army that the church or the family of the clergyman, they did not report it. The clergyman is telling us that the people who kidnapped him are Fulani people, that the army that they were walking around and greeting and saying hello to, they were Fulani army. So who are they going to go and report to?
Like I told you.
So they don't have confidence in that system.
Exactly, they don't have confidence.
In fact, if they go and report, those ones will just phone their guys, they shoot them. Yeah.
And they because that is a common knowledge in that like I said, in that exit, they said they already know, and everybody is already suspecting that these people are working with the kidnappers and these bandits in the bush. So why would you go and tell your family to go and report to who are you going to report to? Probably
go and report to the Fulani commander that the Fulani man has kidnapped you. He would say go and lock him up in guard room.
That is probably the man that planned the whole thing, and he's waiting for the millions. So it doesn't. They're just, of course, they will say some. They will say those things, and that the money was raised, that quickly. It's a church now, and it's a big church.
What do you think the army was hinting at with that? Just highlighting that they raised 100 million in 24 hours. Are they trying to query?
Yeah, they're trying to query the validity of the story. They're trying to make it look like, this is us, because people would say how, like if it was staged, something like that. I think that is what they are trying to, without saying it, without, being insensitive to the whole situation. But what they were trying to hint is, let's not believe this story wholeheartedly. Let's not take it to, like the man is saying. But it happened, and the man knows what he's saying. And everything he said is, like I said, is common. People know. This is a community where he comes from, and people talk, people communicate. And I think he took that route because he thought he was, an elderly clergyman, and they wouldn't, because I suspect somebody would drive past, and then they will get information. Okay, so and so car is coming. It is a target. It is a juicy target. Let's get him. We can get some money out of him. And raising 100 million is not. CBD was asking if the bandits, if the kidnappers were APC. 1 million for the APC.
Well, this is it. Somebody wants his nomination form back. Somebody wants his nomination form back.
Yeah. The only way we can solve this is to regionalize at least policing, security policing, and that is something that can easily be done. And I don't know why they're not doing it. Although we know why they're not doing it, but that's my view.
One man, please. I have a question for Middleman.
Let me go on to Thomas.
Let him ask now.
No, I want to sound every opinion, then he can ask you the question. So, Thomas, I hope you've been following. So to the topic, your thoughts.
Oh, thank you, woman. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. What happened to that clergy is barbaric, but the only thing I'm questioning in his account is that 100 million naira. I don't believe in that 100 million. That is just my opinion. Then when we are talking of criminality, woman, all regions have their criminal. I would like us to address the criminal. We should mention criminal Fulani. I would like us not to generalize all the region. Criminal Fulani amongst the good ones. We have criminal in Yoruba land.
Have you ever had an encounter with it? Have you ever had an encounter or an account of a good Fulani? Is that not an oxymoron? Two words that should not go together.
One man. That is my opinion. Let's say it as it is. Let's say it, the criminal Fulanis. We have good.
So there are Fulanis that are not criminal. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I live among them. Yes. I'm from Oyo State, precisely in Okeo. There are Fulanis in our community. They sell wara to us.
All right. Stay there for a moment. Stay there. There are Fulanis in your community. They sell wara to you. Very good. But the account of the clergyman, he told us that one of the late Fulanis, he's from the Sudan, but he was born in Igbo land. His father used to sell cows in Igbo land. And then, of course,
How
he's
did you
now...
know that?
Because they kidnapped him now and they were having conversations. He spoke English or Igbo. They're talking about his kidnapper. So the fact that you have some Warasela, he's a bandit. All the Waraselas, they're all bandits.
One man, I
One man, my hand no deal.
Eh?
That is
but is that not what? Is that not
we
the
can't say that.
Is that not the widely held perception?
No, that is dangerous. That is dangerous. We can say that.
No.
Oh, okay. Hold on. When you are driving down the road and you see a Fulani guy rolling cattle, what is the thought that comes to your head? Do you not think bandits? You don't think bandits?
No,
that's
one
not
man.
What you think? That is what I think.
No, it's a wrong perception.
Okay, we're doing politics. We're doing PC. Okay,
no,
let's PC.
No, I'm talking about politics. I'm saying it at this. Fulani are in my community, in Iseyin, in Okeogun, Afijio, Ibarapa. They are good people, Fulanis. They live among us for so long. They so wada to us.
Is it not Ibarapa that Sunday Igboho went to fight them?
Yes. I don't care. There are criminals among them. There are criminals among Igbos. There are criminals among Yorubas. Clifford George, Evans there. Evans kidnapped. They caught Evans. There are criminals everywhere. One man.
Thomas, can I ask you a question?
They all have their criminality. Have their criminals. They are criminals in Yoruba land. People kidnap in Yoruba land. They are Yorubas kidnapping Yoruba land. There are Igbos kidnapping Igbo land. There are Igbos. There are Hausas kidnapping in Hausa land. Let me finish. Let me finish my word.
Thomas, we don't have Igbo kidnappers. So.
Let me finish. Every region have their criminal. Every region. Kaduna, Abuja, Rail. Were Hausa not kidnapped? Were they not Hausa among those people kidnapped? So don't let us generalize all Fulanis or all Hausa.
Ask you a question in the same line of what you are saying. That's why I was.
Yes, you can ask the question. I'm very angry with all these Fulani. We are saying Fulani. How many Yoruba land Fulani has collected from us? How many Igbo lands has Fulani collected from us? They are just
láti dúró nígbà tó bá collect ẹ̀ mọ́ ẹ lọ́wọ́ kó tó lè sọ̀rọ̀. Àbí kí lè léyìí sọ yìí pàápàá. Ṣé ó dìgbà tó bá collect land yìí kó tó sọ̀rọ̀?
Fulani has collected from us.
So you don't see. So what is happening? What is happening? Even in the.
Please let me finish. I beg you. Since I was born.
I thought you opened the window for X0 to put you a question.
Let me say this. Then X0, yes, say what you don't say.
Yes. At least we know that when Igbo people come to Yoruba land, they rent house. Abi? When Yoruba people come to Igbo land, they rent house. How many Fulanis rent house in that you know?
They don't live in houses now, so
okay. They live in houses. One man, this is my own account.
One man, calm down. Calm down.
Thomas. One man.
For example,
God who made me. I'm saying this is my faith. I give my faith.
Hold on. Okay, back to
Thomas. With that question, how many Fulani people are in this program or on any program like this? How many Fulani doctors, lawyers, teachers?
No, they're all over. They're all over the media. When you're always hating on them, why would they come? Huh?
Let me finish my statement, please. Guys, please. Since I was born, I've been hearing this Fulanization. Why are they not Fulanized Nigeria till now? Let's stop this hatred against Fulani.
Have they not Fulanized Nigeria now?
Where land? Which Igbo land the Fulani has collected? They are coming to grab our land. They are coming to Yoruba land.
So those that were driven out of their homeland in Yewa land to that are refugee in Republic of Benin. How does that sound to you?
Thomas, did you?
You know,
hold on, Thomas.
You know,
Hold on, Thomas.
Hold
on. Thomas, did you hear the account of the clergyman? He told us that it was kidnapped by Fulani speakers, Fulani men, even not even Fulani speakers, and the army that were like a conquering force in Igbo land, they were of Fulani extraction too, supervising the kidnappers as these kidnappers went about greeting the army people. And you are saying what more do you want? For them to come and chase you out of your house and burn it down?
Woman, sorry to add to that. Sorry, Thomas. I understand your annoyance because you've lived with these people before. But what I want you to realize, number one, that clergyman said, these guys you are even talking, some of us will see them because they have cows. He said they have cows. You will see them going with their cows. You think, this is just a herdsman. But at the back of a bush, they are kidnappers. It's just like even in the Western world, I've seen people like the guy they caught in Backing and Dagenham, the suicide bomber. He lives with people in a block of flats. He goes out and comes. He has kids. He has everything. You wouldn't know he's a bomber because he's living with people and he lives around people. Doesn't really say he doesn't have a plan or have what he's doing underground. So all these things for them is even like camouflage.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That we should not generalize all Fulanis or Hausas.
All right.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, let's hear from Baba Kure. Yeah.
Thomas,
sorry, Baba Kure, we wanted to hear from you earlier and you disappeared on us, but let's hear from you.
I went to change my clothes. By the time you were talking to me and you already cut it off. When I run to my computer, you already cut it off.
All right.
Anyway, I think Thomas, if I may understand one man correctly, I think Thomas misunderstood the question that you put to him, because the question, if I may understand correctly, you said if he sees herdsmen running their animal, what is going to be at the back of his mind?
What will be at the back of yours? What will be at the back of yours?
One man, I cannot lie to you. I will tag them as terrorists because I was home in November. The same story that Thomas is giving us. We all have all this story. I could remember when I was in primary school, just at the back of our school, we used to see herdsmen, carry their malu, even in our town, with just ordinary stick. But now, when I got home now in November, and I saw them on the streets when I was driving in the bushy part area anyway, not in the main city. What was at the back of my mind is that I should be very careful so that these people don't kidnap me or they don't shoot me. So this story that we are saying that something, unless if we are deceiving ourselves, what will be at the back of your mind based on what you are experiencing right now is that, boy, I need to be very careful so that these people don't even shoot me or they don't even send one of their animals to go and hit my vehicle. That was exactly what is at the back of my mind. Though I was very, very careful, give them their space, and eventually they passed the road so I could pass. But immediately I got to that scene, what was at the back of my mind is that, boy, I hope I didn't get the kidnapped here. Me alone.
Yeah, that is what is at the back of everybody's mind, unless somebody that wants to be too politically correct. When you say Fulani man, the only thing you think is a kidnapper.
No, Baba Kure, I am not creating stories. I am not creating stories. This is what I experienced personally. Currently, as I'm speaking to you, in his saying, my mom bought hectares of land. We live with Fulanis in Oyo State. In his saying, I am from Okeo in Oyo State. They bring, let me finish, Baba Kure. They bring things to our market. They sold things, sold wara, sold the fried one, the boiled one, they sold milk. So I can't, I'm not disputing there are criminals in Fulanis, but what I'm saying is don't let us generalize all Fulanis, that all or everyone you see rearing
No,
their
no,
cow.
you are not getting it right. They are not. We are not generalizing them.
No, I'm not.
man
I'm
was
not saying that it's my account. That I don't want
No.
us to
No,
listen
we
to
are
one
not doing that. We are not
one
doing
man.
that. The account given by that man. Yes.
Aburo Thomas, majority wins the vote. Majority wins the vote. Okay, when more people are bad.
No, majority don't win the vote. His opinion stands equally as anybody. Even if 100 of us say yes and he says no, is
Hey, let him finish.
equally.
What Thomas is saying is normal thing now. Nobody is saying every Fulani
Yes.
is a criminal.
Yes.
One
There are
man said something about that. Anytime, like him, if he saw people rearing their cows as Fulani, what is in his mind is maybe these people are kidnappers. He can have that account because he never live with them. I live with them. My mom currently live with them. My own mom is going to 70 years old. Live with them.
Okay, that's your own account. That's your own account.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
They take Baba Ajani Koku, let me finish.
Thomas finished, then I'll go to Black League, Black League, and then Baba Kure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ajani Koku, my mom, when they are passing through my mom's land, hectares of land, when the book is too much, they come to my mom. Mom, please, can we come to your land? Let our cow.
Those one are Nigerian Fulani. Those one are Nigerian Fulani. Yes.
This is account I'm hearing.
Those Nigerian Fulani, the one that we know that carry stick around with their cows at the bank. Those one are not criminal. Those one that are carrying AK-47. Those are the criminal ones, and those are the ones that we are talking about, that we don't want them on our land. They are killing our people.
Yes, we differentiate out of them.
That's what we are saying.
I really want Thomas to land so I can move on.
One man, please, before Thomas now, let me say something. You know that guy you called Turuji? Is he a Nigerian or from another country? Is he not Nigerian? The governor of KANU State and his counterpart of Katsina, did they not tell us that those people who are kidnapping, they are their people? Did they not say
even the Sultan of Sokoto told us, yes, they told us that 90-something% of the bandits are Fulanis. The Sultan of Sokoto.
Yes. So even some of those Fulani that you are talking about that live at Ogeogun or these things, some of them, they recognizes the criminal ones. Sometimes they will move away, according to one account from Kitty. When those Fulani have been living in the midst of our people for a very long time, at a particular time, they told the people, the Yoruba people there, that we are living, they said because these new Fulani that are coming in, they are criminal, and they can even kill them that are Fulani themselves, because they are criminal from another country.
Sorry. Thomas, round off your thoughts so that I can press on.
God bless you for that thing, that criminals among them. Let me finish what I want to say before one man cut me. They will even come to my mom, ask her, Mom, your yard is too full. Can we bring our cow? My mom will invite them to the yard to eat the grasses. So they are good Fulanis. It's just these bad eggs that has mixed with them that paint them with the same brush. That is my summation, one man. Thank you.
Tell me. That's what before.
No. You heard what I said, man. I'm going to have to let this guy go, man. He just jars me. I'm sorry, Tony, but I have to let you go. You jar me. Thomas, there are some people that feel that the Second World War, it never happened. All the things that happened to Jewish people, some people insist it never happened. Do you know what they call them? They call them Holocaust deniers. So reflect on that, Holocaust deniers, as we as we come to Black League. So Black League, I'm not sure how long you have been watching, but we're speaking of the experience of the clergyman that was kidnapped and had to pay 100 million naira to effect his release and his people. So now he's come and pointedly stated that it is yet again the Fulanis. So now Nigeria is beyond the equivocation has a Fulani problem, and he's saying that the armies that were manning that road to secure it, they were Fulani too, somewhat complicit with these bandits, and that you know, that this is a real problem. But the army are coming back to say that the clergyman's account is somewhat questionable. So all of that, Black League.
Yes, I mean, I have no doubt about what the clergyman said. That's his experience. Yeah, he did meet some. He said they were speaking Fulani, and they're the ones who kidnapped him for sure. But that is not to say that all Fulanis are criminal or all Fulanis are kidnappers. I mean, there's a clear distinction. You mentioned about the Sultan of Sokoto, who said about 97 of these bandits are Fulanis. But he never said 97 of Fulanis are bandits. I mean, that's a clear distinction. Every group, and we're talking about ethnic groups now, every group has the right to have criminals. Criminality is a human phenomenon. Therefore, when you meet a group of humans, you don't see criminality there, there might be something wrong. You don't find criminal lions, criminal horses, criminal goats. No, it's a human phenomenon. So whenever you find humans, you're bound to find criminality. And that's just what's happening with the Fulanis.
There's no criminal in Finland.
There's no
criminal. We don't have criminal in Finland. What are you talking about? They are prison free all the time, man. They don't have criminals there. What are you talking about?
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean
don't
they are
have
not
criminals. That's what are you talking, man?
I will take that as a troll, Ajale Koko. I don't think you're serious about that. But yeah, everybody has a right to have their criminals.
Sorry, Black League. That's the best place to commit a crime, though. If you are a criminal, there are prisons better than 5-star hotels. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
exactly. So I think that's the point Thomas is trying to make. He has made the point eloquently well. Yes, there are groups within the Fulani ethnic group that are criminal, no doubt about it. But it would be wrong for us to say all Fulanis are criminal. I know, one man, you don't believe what you're saying. Sometimes you like to troll to get our emotions all riled up.
Okay, so that question.
Well, that aside.
Go on. Sorry, I was going to that space. That
Go
question
ahead.
to you.
Go ahead.
That question to you, Black League. So you are driving from Lagos to Ibadan in your nice luxury car because, of course, you are a man of great wealth. And you see a pastoralist rolling his cattle down the road. The thought that first comes to your mind, is it, a businessman had at work, or I must act at speed? That's a bandit. So what's the first thought that comes to your mind?
One man, the way Nigeria is now, whether you're wearing suit looking as clean as you can look, or whether you're wearing agbada or babariga or your wikaos, I'm not stopping for anyone between Lagos and Ibadan, because I know there's a security problem. So of course I'll be suspicious of everyone for my own safety. It has nothing to do with Fulani group, because I have
answered the question direct now. Black League, it's a direct question.
No, I've answered the question. I've answered the question directly. I don't. It doesn't matter who it is. I would be suspicious because of the security problem we have in Nigeria. So yes, we have a problem with criminality, and these Fulanis we demonize. These are the ones who can actually help us solve this problem of criminality. Why? Because they speak the same language as these criminal Fulanis who come to terrorize us. But if we demonize them just like we demonize the criminals, then they'll be reluctant to try to help us solve this problem. And I think that's the mistake we're making. I mean, I've met hardened criminals that are Yoruba. I dare not say Yorubas are criminals. It's just the way it goes, because I know better, because I've met Yorubas that are of high standard and high intellect and far from criminality. So of course I wouldn't make that mistake.
You guys are turning this thing upside down. Nobody said all Fulanis are criminals. They said those.
That's exactly the narrative. That's exactly the narrative I heard, that all of them are criminals.
No. That's not. No. That is not what we are saying. Black League. No, that's not what we're saying. We are
Okay, so
not.
what are we saying, Ajale Koko? What are we saying?
Okay, what we are saying is that those criminals are Fulanis.
Exactly.
And it's clearly mentioned by that man that they are
so
all
are
Fulanis.
Fulanis criminals?
How do you? No. How do you?
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Sorry, Ajale Koko. Let's put it this way: in the Nigerian legal doctrine, it's innocent till proven guilty. But in that space, for your own well-being, it's just presume them guilty until they prove to be innocent. So that's the template to interact with the Fulanis. So they are presumed guilty, every Fulani person, until they show they are not guilty.
One man.
Well, one man, that's a very dangerous. That's a very dangerous route to take.
But is that not the mindset? Is that not the mindset that subsists? I'm only just pulling at you a little bit, but is that not the mindset that subsists? But
that is the mindset, and I'm trying my best to correct that mindset. And that mindset is counterproductive to our safety, because the very people who should be helping us in solving this criminality, this problem of criminality, if we demonize them, then we have no help. Because there are Fulanis in the police force, there are Fulanis in the army, there are Fulanis in every security agency. So if you demonize all of them and say they're all criminals, including the Fulanis that are victim of fellow Fulanis, they get massacred by their own fellow Fulanis. So how do you now look at such people and call them criminals as well? I just feel it's counterproductive. Every human ethnic group has a right to have criminals. And that's it. They reserve that right to have criminals. Why? Because criminality is a human phenomenon. As I said, animals are not criminals. Goats, chickens, none of them are criminals. They're all innocent, right? But when it comes to humans, we understand what criminality is. That's because it is a part of our being. And we need to tackle it. And the only way we can tackle it is see it as it is part of who we are. And we should make that distinction between those that are actually guilty of this crime and those that are innocent. That distinction has to be made.
Okay. How do you make the hold on, Gladwin. How do you make the distinction if you want to describe those that perpetrate the particular crime against people at a particular place? How do you make the distinction? How do you describe? How do you expect? How would that clergyman? How would he have described the incident and the people that kidnap him?
No, he's right in describing them as Fulani because they were speaking Fulani. Now they might not have been Fulani.
That's what we are. That's what we are speaking to.
I actually do agree with the clergyman that they might have been Fulanis. That's
what we're speaking to. But we are not describing all Fulani as criminal. No.
We are not?
No, I'm not part of that. I am not. I don't know. I'm not part of all criminal. No, I'm not part of that game. But those criminals, but hold on, the criminals in the bush are Fulanis. And we got to describe it that these criminals headmen, Fulani headsmen, we have to describe it the way it is.
Not all of them in the bush are criminals.
Yeah, but those that are causing this problem, they are Fulani. And we can only describe them who they are in order for us to solve the problem.
Yeah. And I heard you say earlier that the Fulanis you are talking about are not Nigerian Fulani.
Blackpick, can I please make this statement? Among those Fulani I'm talking about, they come to my mom. They even tell my mom, can you fence your land? We will sell you, when our cow gave birth, we will sell you some, we give you some cow to even start rearing them.
Where is that? In
Iseyin, yes.
You know somewhere called Lalate?
Lalate. It's not far to my house.
That was where the Fulani people attacked my workers. So what are you now saying? Are they not Fulanis again? Right within that same area.
Zero. X0. I know Lalate very. I drove to Lalate almost every week when I was in Nigeria.
They attack my workers. That's where they attack my workers. So that's what I'm saying. You cannot just because you know them, you know some doesn't mean that you know everyone.
I don't say I know everyone. Did I say that? I didn't say that.
And I will advise you to advise your mom to be very careful.
I will advise you to advise your mom to be careful as well.
We live with them. We live with them. These people, they are good. They are good people. If, as you are saying, there will be criminals among these people. I'm saying as well. So I don't want us to generalize everything that all Fulanis are criminals.
We are not generalizing. You keep on mentioning generalizing. We are not generalizing. We are just mentioned. Yes.
With one man's body language, I can see that.
No, I'm not with one man. With the way one man is trying to face it. Yes, but we are not generalizing. We are not generalizing. We are just speaking to what that man said, which is absolute true, and that is how it ought to be described. The incident that happened to him, these people that kidnap him, they are Fulani men, and there's no other way you can describe it than the way he described it. No other better way you can describe it more than that. So let us just focus on that. Yes,
I don't disagree.
You or somebody say, all we are not mentioning all Fulani. No, we are not talking. We are not saying that all Fulani are criminals. No, they are not.
Do you even know what the one thing that is very paramount here? He was speaking about one man's body language. Let me tell you something. If I happen to find myself in the middle of 20 Fulani cattle riders, you know what will be in my mind? How can I run away from that place immediately? You understand me? If I happen to be walking on the street and then all of a sudden 20 Fulani cattle riders came with some cattle and I was surrounded by them, even if they don't come to attack me, the number one thing in my mind is, how can I leave that place immediately?
The clergyman said those bandits, those kidnappers had 200 cattle that were resting as they went kidnapping.
So you see, the bad ones among them have really, messed up everybody. So they create fear in the head, in the heart of everybody now. So when you see any cattle rider moving around, one thing that will come into your head is that I hope these are not these people. Let me find my way. Let me look for escape routes so that I won't be kidnapped. I mean, it's normal too for every human being to have that fear.
Isn't it?
Yes, it's self-preservation. I mean, it's normal for people to think like that, for people to have that kind of fear when you find yourself in this kind of situation that we find ourselves in that country. So it's not that we are generalizing them or we are doing this, but it's just the way that when situations like that happen, the reaction of the government tells us that the government is protecting them to continue to perpetrate this criminality, and that is why we are not happy with the way the government is handling this situation. Look at when OPC went to arrest that criminal at Ibarapa and handed them over to police. Police have to lock up the OPC guys for how many months? For almost 3 months or so. People that are arrested criminals that you have been looking for, you have to put them behind bar. For what? Why?
One man, I want to go and sleep, but I wanted to put a question before I leave the platform. I'll put the question that
okay, put the question and then hold on. Put the question and then Black League can take that question on in its commentary so that he takes this center stage back. Yeah.
I'll ask this question that Muhammad Ali asked. If you tell me that all Fulanis are not this dangerous, a few of them are dangerous. If I tell you that there are 200 snakes in a bag, but only 3 of them are dangerous, will you be able to put your hand in that bag? Only 3 of them. Okay, only 1 is poisonous. out of 500 snakes.
Settle down. We're not spreading ethnic hate here. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly. It's not ethnic hate.
That's ethnic hate,
ethnic
though.
hate.
No.
I'm just giving you an analogy. If we have 500 snakes in a bag, only one is poisonous. Will you be able to use that bag?
No, that's
if I'm correct, that's
go on. Black League. Have we lost you?
I think we lost
Sorry, my audio went out.
Oh yeah, that's better. So where you are now, that's the best position because your voice is a lot clearer there. So carry on. Oh, we've lost Black League. Oh, all right.
Okay, yeah, sorry, a call just came in and interrupted it. But I can hear you now. So if I'm correct, that was a Zero speaking. And but Zero, I understand what you mean about snakes being in a bag and one is poisonous. Would I stick my hand in? No, I'll be suspicious because I know there's one snake in there that's poisonous. But if we go by that analogy, as I earlier said, every group, every ethnic group, every nationality, they have that poisonous snake. So that means I'll be okay with not interacting with any nationality or any ethnic group, including mine. Because in my ethnic group, we also have criminals. We have a fair share of them. Just like in yours, you have a fair share of criminals. In your family, there may be a criminal in there. In my family, there may be a criminal in there. Would that stop me from interacting with my family? Or would that stop you from interacting with your family? Absolutely not. So just the point to generalize and say, oh, all of them are criminals, I think is counterproductive. And the more we do that, the deeper we're going to get into this problem of criminality, because we're not really focused on dealing with the issue head on. We tend to just go with the fluff of, oh, they have criminals, so I just will not deal with them. If you do that, to be honest, you might end up excluding your own family.
Black League, do you think the clergyman overplayed the ethnic angle of his experience? Do you think he overplayed it?
I mean, I saw the video, but I didn't watch it. But I saw like a video with him and his wife on his side speaking, but I didn't really watch the video because I didn't have the time to. But if what he said was they're Fulanis who kidnapped him, I believe he's right because he's the one who is the victim, not me. So if he's coming out to say they're Fulanis, I do believe him, but I do not believe all Fulanis are criminal.
No, because he labored the ethnic element of his narration quite emphatically to the point of even accusing the complement of soldiers that were along that vicinity of being of Fulani stock, and it's questionable how he knows that, and accused them consequently of being complicit. So also questionable how he concluded that. So a lot of that, the army, they are putting a question mark around that narrative that is somewhat political in tonality. Would you agree with the army's riposte?
I mean, I don't know how he knows for sure that the soldiers themselves are Fulanis. I mean, you can be of a different ethnic group and speak Fulani language. For example, Uvier that comes here, he speaks of what's that language in the north? Kanuri. So because Uvier is speaking Kanuri, does that say he's a Kanuri man? No, he's from Edo State. So that's just the point I'm trying to make. So it could be that they're not Fulanis, but I know that we do have a problem with banditry, and most of them are Fulanis. That's a fact, but I cannot say most Fulanis are bandits. That would be wrong and counterproductive.
All right. Now, so thank you, Black League. Stay with us just for as long as you can. Actually, are you in front of a screen now?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. I want to play.
I'm using my phone.
Oh, okay. I want to play you a clip, and I want you to respond to it. But I'll give you the headline, and then let me share the screen. Actually, then I'll play the clip, and then I invite you to respond to it as Aizon joins us. So. Let me play you this clip. I've only just seen the headline. I've not seen anything other than the headline. So here is the headline, but there's an inserted Twitter clip to it. kidnapping. Inspector General Baba fumes as police CSP indicts Fulani army. So I think this is to that space still. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, has dissociated the security agency from a trending video. In a viral footage, a chief superintendent attached to the Rapid Response Squad, RRS, of Abia State Police Command accused Fulanis of kidnapping. The officer also declared that the Nigerian army was working with criminal gangs. The Fulanis are kidnapping our people. They go to cattle markets to spend the money after collecting the ransom. The army is not helping us, he filmed. The CSP made the comments on Sunday whilst addressing protesters at a location in, I won't attempt the name, local government area. In a statement on Wednesday night, Force Police Public Relations Officer Adejobi said his address was done in an unprofessional manner. The spokesman said the officer was at the area to carry out a rescue operation led by an assistant commissioner of police. Adejobi maintained that he had no local standee to address the press or persons, as such is the sole responsibility of the commissioner of police and the police public relations officer. His impetuous and unguarded statements expressly contradict salient provisions of the social media policy, Police Act and regulation. Anyway, let me go to the guy's clip. So they're telling him off, but here is the guy now. Hope.
My name is CSP Jumbu. I'm the Commander Rapid Response Squad, Abia State. I was sent here by the Commissioner of Police 2 days ago to come and assist the people of Isochi to do away with all these kidnappers, the Fulanis who are kidnapping our people that are coming home. They are kidnapping them. We are not happy about it. Yesterday night, I sent my men to look at Kariki, this cattle market. They go there to spend money. After kidnapping our people, they will collect ransom, they will go and spend it there. The army are not helping us. You people be fair with us.
So there it is, Black League. That's a senior police officer.
Did he say his name is Jumbo?
Jumbo, my son, I sent you to school. Yes, you know.
What kind of name is that, man?
Well, you know what they are like over there now. But who was that? Was that middleman? So yeah, Black League. You saw the clip. What are you making then? Because this narrative is not something that's going away. The Southerners essentially almost unanimously they see this thing as just all of these people are criminals, and they don't feel protected by the system, and even the system is telling them that they are complicit in it. So that's a senior security operative telling us that the security operatives of Nigeria are complicit with the bandits that are raging and ravaging in the south. Black League.
Yes, one man. I do understand that. And that's not a new narrative. He's a senior security operative. It doesn't get more senior than the chief of army staff. T.Y. Danjuma, a former chief of army staff, has come out to say the same thing. The word he used was colluding. He said the army is colluding with these Fulani terrorists or bandits, whatever word you want to use for them. And he said, he even went ahead to say people should stand up in arms and protect themselves because the army is compromised. So that is not a new narrative. By me saying all Fulanis are not criminal, I'm not exonerating the criminal Fulanis. I'm definitely not, because I understand criminality and I understand their involvement in this acts. But I do know that there are innocent people amongst them who are victims of this same criminality. And then when you generalize like that, it's just, as I always say, it's counterproductive. It's just gonna keep getting worse, and we're not gonna come out of this problem.
Oh, all right, thank you. Well put.
Yeah, one man.
Hold on. I'm doing the round robin, so
Sorry.
I'll get to you in a moment. Let me go to Baba Akure first. But before I go to Baba Akure, let us acknowledge Irene, who celebrates her birthday. So happy birthday to you, Irene. So Baba Akure, then the narrative, the clergyman and the army on opposing sides. What are you then making of the skirmish?
Well, thank you very much, one man. I will start with this issue of Fulani men. We are not putting all the Fulani in the same basket. But honestly, when you see Fulani men on the road, rearing their animal with the AK-47, with this current situation that we have find ourselves in Nigeria, what will come to come to the back of your mind is, I hope I'm not going to get kidnapped. I hope I'm not going to be shot at, and I hope they are not going to command their animal to eat my vehicle. Those are the things. We should not want to be politically correct here. That is the truth. But we also have a Fulani that they are doing well. We mentioned about how some students in southern part of Nigeria, 9 of them graduated as a lawyer in one school in Alberta. Also, we have Fulani that they are very, very brilliant and they are doing well. Even what is going on in Nigeria right now, that they are not happy about it. But how much are the leaders speaking against what is going on in Nigeria? You did mention about Sheikh Gumi, who said they want to create they will have to create a ministry of
bandits.
Yes. Is it not funny?
And that's what they said, though. That's the headline.
So now let's go back to the question you asked. To me, it is not something that is new that army or police or all these officers have been colluding with herdsmen. We saw what happened in Igogon. We saw what happened to what's the name of this man in Igogon. I don't know if Professor Ajalewo can remind me. This guy that
Sunday Igbo's cousin. No, Sunday Igbo's cousin.
No. Wakili and his gang. Remember that OPC went there. They arrested his colleagues. What happened to them? Police took them to Abuja. Even up to now, they have not finished that case. I don't think they finished that case. So, and how much or how many you can talk about that when they took them to police station, they just released them. And this is one of the reasons. I mean, this is one of the reasons why Sunday Igboho have to take it on. So what this man is saying, it is not something that is new. We are, unless if you want to play to the gallery of these people, we know all this before, because you can see the traces. So, but we just pray that God deliver us from all this menace. Like I said, not all Fulani, like Thomas said, not all Fulani are criminals, but at the same time, you have to be very, very careful when you see herdsmen, even with ordinary stick. Even with ordinary stick, when you see herdsmen having ordinary stick right now, you still have it at the back of your mind that this man can still have gone somewhere, or they can have their friend in the bush. That is what will be coming to your mind. So we do like, they are so nice, they are so do this.
Sorry, Baba Akure, just to buttress what you just said. In 2019, one of my in-laws and I, we were driving from Lagos to Ondo, and as we were getting towards Ondo, we saw just this young guy, rolling these cattle just in a forest sort of area. So the guy just perked up in the seat. He was doing the driving. and he puts the car into in the ready. He says that if that guy makes any false move, we all go down. And it was just some boy going about his business that you would not even notice a few years ago. But I think we'll be lying to ourselves if we say your heart don't skip a beat when you see these people.
Exactly. With this situation of Nigeria, no man, we are just pretending. I can tell you that. But we are not generalizing that. Okay, all Fulani or Hausa are criminal. We are not saying that. But when you see men, I think you have to be very, very careful. Extraordinary careful. It doesn't really matter where you see them. Even in the heart of your city, you need to take extraordinary careful so that you don't get shot at.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Baba Akure saying it the way he says it. So Aizon, hopefully you've been following and you know the topic, so your thoughts on it are his own.
No, yeah, one man, thank you. How's everyone? Hope everyone is well. No, Baba Akure made a lot of valid points. I don't think, in this case, I don't think the central point here is, are all Fulanis criminals? That's kind of trivializing the entire narrative of what's going on in Nigeria. The fact of the matter is, it seems like the indigenous ethnicities in Nigeria are being held hostage. And I'll explain. When you look at this situation from a governing standpoint, from a legislative standpoint, we can't pass any laws. Our House of Assembly is being dominated by a system that has given majority of the seats to a certain region. That region, majority of the legislators and executive positions are controlled by Fulani people. This is a fact. Esteemed former heads of state in Nigeria have come out openly and said there's a Fulani agenda, an agenda to Fulanize Nigeria, namely OBJ and T.Y. Danjuma. You look at the situation of people being arrested and being let go. You look at the nepotism behind placing people in strategic positions across the government. You look at the way they brushed aside the declaration made by Southern governors for power to shift to the South, especially what has recently happened at PDP, and what may happen at APC if they shank Tinubu as well. When you add all these things together, and these are all facts. This is not speculation. This is not any, when you add all these different things together, there's only one summation you can come to. The fact that there is a larger game at play here. This is not about all Fulanis being criminals. And then when you take a look at the situation of herdsmen in the droves in the south of Nigeria, living in the forest, when you take a look at claims, I don't know if it's factual, but claims of people coming down with Okadas in the droves to certain southern states, it almost seems like a lot of these people are sleeper cells waiting to be activated if the time comes. And that's the scary part.
That's more or less what the clergyman indicated, that that they told him that they were in all of the forestry areas surrounding the southern spaces, especially mentioning Yoruba land, and they're just waiting for the signal. This is what he accounted,
Yeah, and so when you look at it, so what Thomas is saying, all Fulanis are not criminals. It would be ludicrous for anyone to say that every single group of, I don't know how many, there are 10 million people or whatever, are criminals. No, that's not what anyone is saying. But what you can clearly see from factual events of what's going on, there's a clear play here. There's a larger thing at play. Already we've lost our legislature. One man, we cannot through the regular means seek changing the constitution. We can't do it because that has to go through the legislature. And the people that are going to vote, majority of them are not going to vote for any kind of major change that will handicap their system. We are hostages in Nigeria. Make no mistake about it. Already you look at the delegates from the recent PDP election, 193 in Northwest. That's a game changer. We're playing a game where the rules are stacked against us. And that's that. And that's the one thing, as I listen to all these different things happening, the one question I ask myself is, okay, you people in the South, you don't like it. What are you going to do about it? And the answer to that one man is nothing. Really, when you look at this thing at the bare bones where we are, what can we truly do about it? Majority of our political leaders have sold out. Look at what's happening in the Southeast. Those guys have sold out. They've sold out to the same Fulani that they're pointing the finger at. They've sold their people out for a pittance, for something as simple as cash. That's why this is going on. If they claim they want an Igbo president, well, you have Peter Obi. If the lawsuit in Labour doesn't hold him back, come together and make a statement. But I can bet you $1 million, woman, that's not going to happen. And please, I don't want any of my Igbo brothers to, I'm not attacking you. I'm just using it as an example of how helpless we are. So that's my take on it, one man.
So you've described the helplessness, but now describe the hope. So where's hope coming from? Yeah.
My brother, the only hope we have is we pray that Buhari well, he's about to make a decision, one man, right? So this is hope, because hope is really a prayer. Hope is not work. Yeah, you're kind of saying something should intervene out of nowhere. So what we're hoping is that Buhari makes the mistake of nominating or saying that Asiwaju should become the consensus candidate.
Why would that be a mistake?
Because he's the only one that has the balls to make change and not care and can say damn the consequences.
But he's almost certain to give it to a non-entity.
Yes, it's possible that he could do that, but that's why I said that's the hope, right? Buhari is unpredictable. We don't know, he's very unpredictable. Buhari can come out and name one Igbo guy now in APC that no one even thought would be anything and say this is our guy, this is our consensus candidate. And there's nothing anyone will do about it. He has already told the governors, I let you guys select your successor, now is my turn. So he's going to pick someone. Our hope is that he makes the mistake of picking someone that will shock him. Because one man, other than that will come in and say, okay, we're going to restructure this country. We cannot continue like this.
I think that hope is something that you hold on to almost in perpetuity. The likelihood is that he will pick a complicit and malleable southerner, somebody that he can manipulate, or somebody that poses no threat to him. So we're looking at names like Oshibanjo or Rotimi Amechi. I'm not sure if Goodluck Jonathan is still in play, but it's certainly not going to. It's certainly not going to look for pick somebody that he knows he cannot sit upon. So he's going to pick somebody that he can sit upon.
Yeah, woman, I hate to say this, but you're right. I really hate to say it, but I think
look at all of the things that he has instituted. He would now let somebody come and reverse it. It's not now. He's on a conquest.
But woman, I mean, just if you look at it, I sat down. I think it was
and it'll be very difficult for you then to argue back if he gives you a southerner. He says you want a southerner, have one.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah.
So you can't. So that's Sorry, carry on.
But that's where we are, right? We're at this precipice where we have to look at the situation and say, through our normal constitutional means, we have no recourse, none. And that is the frustrating part. That's why you're seeing groups pop up calling for secession. Because when you really look at it, we have no recourse. And Buhari, depending on who he picks, we might have two Fulani guys running for the presidency again, like we did the last election. It was two Fulani guys. So my point to, the larger picture for people like Thomas is that it's not so much that all Fulanis are criminals. No. But ask yourself these questions when you look at all these different things happening. Last election, two Fulani guys. This election, two Fulani guys. Majority of our legislators are made up of Fulanis. They're in our military. They're migrating down south. They're taking over people's lands. They're doing this. We
are sleepwalking into a disaster, are we not?
One man, I think it might be too late to say. I think we're in the middle of the disaster already. This is what happened to the house.
When somebody as senior as that chap cannot even drive from one locality to another, so
in his own community,
what hope you and I,
Yeah, in his own community. in his own community. And the thing is, that's why a statement needs to be made, one man. But the problem is our political leaders in the South have sold out. They are cowards. They are cowards. They've sold their soul. Look at what, and again, no offense to my Igbo brothers, but look at what's happening in the Southeast. Want an Igbo president, want an Igbo president, want an Igbo president. The closest thing to an Igbo guy you had that came close, you guys didn't even support him in Wike. But when you look at this thing, this is the fundamental problem. This is the fundamental problem. Unless they develop a spine overnight and decide to take a stand, we're finished. We're finished. Before you know what's happening, we'll be going to mosque on Friday. No offense to Muslims.
You know, the Sultan of Oyo and the Emir of Onitsha. This is it. It's the Sultan of Oyo and the Emir of Onitsha.
But man, it's a scary reality. It's a scary reality we're facing. People don't understand how.
We say it in jest, but it's nearer to us than we think.
Yes.
Aizon, you were not here yesterday. That is why I asked that question yesterday. That what's wrong with us? You make a comment now that even a closest man that can even bring the interest of the Southeasterner, Wike, people don't vote for him. So can we blame the Northerner to our problem?
No, the
Wike, the closest person that can, let me finish my comment, please. The closest person that can clinch this Southeast and South and even some Yorubas in the Southwest, we even vote for him. This Wike, they don't vote him. Even in the South, we don't vote for him. So can we blame the Northern?
Thomas, you are even going too far. You are going too far. Wike is even far. Is from South. What's the name of that man from Igbo land? Pius.
No, but he's a non-entity though. He's a non-entity. They can't vote for somebody like him now.
No. At the convention. What the point is that it's an Igbo man. Why didn't Igbo people vote for him?
Yeah, but they have to vote for a realistic Igbo man.
Exactly.
Now.
What is realistic Igbo man? This is an only Igbo man in the race.
No, but it's not.
This is an Igbo man in the race.
No.
One man. Are you saying Pius is more experienced in politics than Wike?
But it doesn't have Wike's reach though. It's not. No, I don't think Pius Ayem is.
What do you say? What do you mean by reach?
Because I never even knew who Pius Ayem was until not that long ago.
Wike have not even started politics when Pius Ayem has been a Senate president.
You are correct.
Yes, how many Senate presidents? That Senate president means nothing now. Come on.
What do you mean by president means nothing? It's number 2 position in the Nigerian governmental hierarchy.
We're talking about names. Hold on. Yeah, I know. Just hold on. I'm talking about names that resonate right across the length and breadth of the country, that people recognize, people have an association with, they have an opinion about, good or bad. So somebody like Wike, it cuts across the whole country, good or bad, people have an opinion about him. How many people know even who Pius Ayem is? Never even mind.
No, you don't understand my position.
It doesn't have broad reach.
Hold on, one man. I try to understand my position. My position is this, is that at the convention, why couldn't Igbo people vote for, what do you call him?
Pius Ayem.
Pius Ayem.
Yeah, being one of their own. It's a wasted vote now.
No. They will have used him for negotiation with whoever they want to align with, if they are going to align at the end of the day. They will have voted for him, position themselves that yes, we are a force to reckon with in this race. But they didn't even vote for him, and thereby ridicule his political position and ridicule their chance in the race at all. So it's just to support what Aizon is saying, that where our people, we can chant, oh, we need Igbo presidency. What did you do to position yourself well for Igbo presidency? You didn't do it. So you cannot blame anybody for your failure
Blame yourself. You are the failure of yourself. Look at what do you call them? This guy on the other side on APC, KANU. KANU is the one campaigning for what's the name of the Senate president now? He's campaigning for him instead of following an Igbo man for like himself.
Lawan.
It's campaigning for the Senate Lawan.
Lawan, yeah.
So this is just it's just a mess up, man. We mess ourselves up, but we want to blame others for our failure. We caused the failure.
If I may come in quickly, Ajale Koko. Like somebody mentioned that they did not support Wike here just now. The method of campaign that Wike embarked on, insulting another fellow Igbo man, is not supposed. No matter what, you expect people to come and back you up. Even if at least you want to, at least you will do your own campaign. You don't need to be insulting another person.
So, that's not an excuse. Is that the reason? Hold on. Is that the reason why you go and vote? You voted for Atiku, and then you will turn around and blame Hausa people for your problem?
Okay, look at the pen with what people are saying. You insulted the Obaseki. No matter whether Obaseki did wrong or right, at least you insulted Obaseki. This man from Abakani, what's his name? Umahi. You fight Umahi. Who pulls Odima? At least, who are those people? Okay, look at the northern aspirants. Have you ever heard Saraki insulted Atiku? Have you ever heard that Tambuwa insulted Saraki? They were all doing their own politics on their own. I don't know. All of them come together.
But you know, Wike now. Wike is a drunkard. Maybe it's not in the right senses. You can't say that.
And again, during the convention, the way Wike marched to the podium, it looks as if you want to fight people because he already believed that he had already won the election. Wike was just marching, with shouting up and down. At the end of the day, they played the politics on his head. See, it's not like that. He should calm down.
All right, but still, yeah. Anyway, back to you, Aizon. So there it is, Aizon. So this is now why they will always have the whip hand over us.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's showing political maturity, understanding the greater good, and deciding to make a sacrifice. So, you know, at the end of the day, you can accomplish your goal. You know, there's something I learned from the last US election. And it was that if you want some of these political parties to respect you, you have to show them you're willing to vote for someone else. And in this case, in Nigeria, that would be third party. If a significant amount of Nigerians vote third party, even if they don't win, but it's significant enough to cause a threat, the PDPs and APCs will take note. That third party will immediately become a player. Right now, they don't respect their groups that are people that vote for them. They don't respect them. And Igbos right now, I hate saying this, saying Igbos. And I know if CBD was here, we'll get into a boxing match. But right now, they have a unique opportunity to say, you know what, we're going to vote third party and we're going to vote Peter Obi in Labour. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. But they will make a statement that as a group, this is what we want, and this is who we're going to support. He may lose. Most people will say he will lose, but make that statement. But you will see, mark my words, when the general election comes, majority of those people in those states, depending on which governor is running their state, you'll see who they will vote for. And it's unfortunate because right now, what we are facing, what we're facing is this is dire. This is some existential stuff. I promise you.
But Aizo, Peter Obi is almost disqualified now. One man.
I know. I know. I heard the story one man made at the end. I said if he comes through the legal issue that they're having at that party,
so his leg is even shaking now.
His leg is shaking. This is the worst thing that can happen to him. You know, he didn't investigate the party before he went in. Unfortunately, if it doesn't come through,
it will be resolved.
I've told you that man is desperate. You people vilified me on here when I told you that man is desperate.
No party thing now.
Don't worry about it being resolved. But I just want to round off your thoughts, and then I want to come to Black League, because I want to take your soundings on what transpired at the round off your thoughts, and I'll come to Black League to ask him his thoughts on question.
No, 100%. So one man, that is my take. I think, we are at a position right now where people in not just in the South, in the Southwest, in the North Central, in the Southeast, in the South, in the minority groups in the North, such as the group that the Ham people that Black League belongs to, they need to ask themselves, we need to all ask ourselves, do we want to continue to be dominated? Do we want to continue to be in this position where we're not going to be able to determine the future of our country because a specific group has leveraged their close-knit bond into politics? That's the question we need to ask ourselves, and we need to figure out what are we going to do about it.
You see, what particularly highlights the play was what played out at the PDP convention, where man and boy, they've been friends, Tambuwal and Wike. And when it came to the moment, blood called, and he publicly, not even in the quiet of a quarters or publicly in front of a microphone, he stabbed him in the back, and we all saw it. And Wike, just from that moment, he lost, and that is it right there. It's quite a phenomenon in the Nigerian space. Black League. So to that thing, then what Tambuwal did to Wike and the travails of Peter Obi, who a lot of people, it might not even be on the ballot anymore. He has gone to join an illegal faction to want to be president. So there's always a question mark about the righteousness of that guy. So all of that are Black League.
Yeah, as to Tambuwal and Wike, yeah, that's a classic example of betrayal. That's a classic case of betrayal right there. I mean, I knew it was coming. The writing was clearly on the wall, but I think even Wike knew about it. He had spoken extensively about it before the primaries, about Tambuwal's betrayal. So he did see it coming. I just found it to be sad because Wike stood by Tambuwal when he didn't have to. He went against Atiku in the last election and put his foot down on Tambuwal being his candidate. Tambuwal lost. He came out and said, yeah, Tambuwal lost, and he stuck by the candidate that emerged, which was Atiku in the last elections. So this time around, I expected Tambuwal to stand by Wike the same way Wike stood by Tambuwal, but that didn't happen. But if we could grade betrayal, I think the highest betrayal came from Wike's counterparts in the South. And Wike has, again, spoken extensively on it. Wike is very vocal about his own fellow people in the South betraying him and aligning with the North for the North to produce a candidate again in this election. So I think that's the problem. The South, as far as PDP is concerned, the South stabbed themselves in the back, and Atiku has it again. And that is just unfortunate because Wike, yes, he didn't win, but he made a statement. Even with the betrayal, he came second. And I've always said it, that Wike had the capacity to win the elections. All he needed was the people in the South to support him. And he had successfully made political incursions in the North. He had enough support in the North for him to win that election. Different states in the North supported Wike and stood by Wike and dumped Atiku, and because they knew that Wike is the type to stand by them, whatever the outcome is. So I think it's just politics at play. And Tambuwal was playing politics of region because that's the politics we know in Nigeria. So he did step down for Atiku. And of course, if Atiku wins, Tambuwal would get a, as we say, juicy position for what he did. But I just see it as unfortunate that the people Wike relied on just could not stand by him. Wike should have had the entire Southeast in his pocket. He should have had the entire South. And I mean, they have one state for sure in the Southwest, which is Oyo State. Oyo supported Wike. States like Ekiti supported Wike. but I expected a lot more because as far as Nigerian politics goes for 2023, and as far as Southern politics goes, because I understand Southern politics in Nigeria also, the only one who could protect Southern interests in this election is Wike. There's no other politician that could really stand up to the North and protect the interests of the South and damn the consequences. Only Wike has the capacity to do that. Not even Tinubu can do that. Only Wike can look you in the face, and his position is known prior to.
What about Peter? What about Peter Obi? Surely is another. Is it not another savior? Is another savior? Surely.
Oh my God! Oh my one man! You want to troll me again? Please, I'm talking serious politics. Stop bringing up Peter Obi. The last time I spoke about him, your people here came for me saying, "Why should I talk about this with Peter Obi?" I told you he's one of the most desperate politicians we have. I gave you his antecedents. This man told Ojukwu to his face. I watched this live. It's not like I heard the story. I did watch it. He told Ojukwu to his face, "I would never betray this party and I would never betray you." Ojukwu gave him the Anambra gubernatorial ticket on a platter of gold. Obi did not deserve it. The likes of Victor Ume, the likes of Dan Ulasi, I know about the Southwest politics. Ojukwu was trying to have a party because, of course, the war aside and everything, Ojukwu wanted to step in politically to have dominance in the Southeast and develop that region. So he wanted a party that was focused in the Southeast and had the Southeast interest at heart to make up for the losses during the war and all that. And he saw Peter Obi as a candidate who could spearhead that because Anambra is the soul of the Southeast. There's no state in the Southeast as important as Anambra State. So he gave that ticket on a platter of gold to Peter Obi. Soon as Ojukwu's demise, after Ojukwu's demise, what did Peter Obi do? He ran to the National Party, which is PDP. That's selfish interest. He couldn't even maintain the foothold in Anambra State. He was supposed to be the backbone of that party after Ojukwu's demise. He left them hanging, and I'm surprised he's even still getting support from that region. And if somebody can betray somebody, a man in the stance of Odumego Ojukwu, and with the vision Ojukwu had for his region and how he intended to develop it, and of course Obi agreed with him in his face, but just that type of betrayal, if he can betray his own people like that so cheaply, I don't think he can have any region's interest at heart. I think what Peter Obi is after his own political trajectory and what he could do for maybe his family and his cronies. I've always seen Peter Obi as that ever since he betrayed Ojukwu the way he did.
Because he left Abga after the death of Ojukwu, you regarded that as betrayal?
Well, I wouldn't have if he didn't look Ojukwu in the eyes and told him he would never betray Abga and he would never betray Ojukwu's mandate. But he said that, and I watched, and a lot of notable politicians in Abga and in the Southeast felt let down by Peter Obi doing that. So I'm like, if you can betray such a mandate, it's not like you're jumping from PDP to APC. That's a different ballgame. Every politician has the right to pitch his stand where he wants to. But what Abga stood for at that time, and how they intended to develop the Southeast and make Southeast part of Nigerian politics and a region to be reckoned with.
Hold on. This Ojukwu you are mentioning as if he made some historical inroad into the politics of East. How many states?
Oh yeah, he did.
Hold on. How many states did Abga control while Ojukwu was alive?
That's exactly my point. They got the soul of the Southeast, which is Anambra State.
Forget
After
about
Anambra,
the soul.
they were supposed to spread.
Forget about
yes, I understand that. I understand what you're saying.
Forget about the soul of Southeast.
I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if Ojukwu during his whole lifetime, he could not control the whole of Southeast.
It has to start from somewhere. It has to start from somewhere. And the man Ojukwu trusted Peter Obi to be that governor that would stand and challenge whatever party is controlling the center, just like Tinubu did. Just like Tinubu did in the Southwest and Lagos. Tinubu had the soul of the Southwest. Right? And he used that, to spread his tentacles.
Do you know why Obi cannot penetrate every nook and cranny of he cannot
of
spend
the Southeast?
money.
Yeah, because he's a betrayer. That's exactly why he can.
Hold
and that's
on,
why I don't
on.
rate him highly as a politician.
Hold on.
Look how I rate politicians. What you can do for your region. That's the essence of politics. What you can do for your region.
One at a time. Let Black League land. Okay.
No, I want to put a question to you.
Okay, go ahead.
You cannot compare Obi with Tinubu. Tinubu is a looter. Obi is not a looter. All right. So Obi cannot spend. Hold on. Obi cannot spend money the way Tinubu splash money around to expand his political empire. Obi did not do that, and that is why he cannot penetrate the entire space that we know as Southeast.
Okay,
But
Obi is
Tinubu,
not a looter. What drove him to the party filled with looters, which is the PDP? That's the party of looters. If you and I know PDP is the party of looters, you think a politician in the standing of Obi doesn't know that?
Hold on. That's a different thing entirely. But I'm just trying to
how so?
compare.
How is it different?
Oh, okay. No. The position. Hold on.
It's just part of chasing his dream.
Let me make this
Everybody
point.
has
Let
a
me
journey
make this
to
point.
make.
Let me make this point. Let me make this point now. You will say your own. Let me make this point.
Yeah, talk.
Yeah. We are just comparing. You said to Black League, you said, like Tinubu did, control the whole South. And I'm telling you the reason why he couldn't do it. He cannot spend that money the way Tinubu was spending money. So that I just want to respond to that. So you cannot compare both of them because one is not as the other when it comes to spending money and bribing your way through things and bribing and buying people. He
No, just because he did it and failed, that doesn't mean he's not a looter himself.
Sorry, Black League, before you come back, let Teobala insert a thought. I think he wanted to insert a thought and DOG, and then you continue. So Teobala, you wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you so much. The truth of the matter here is that when we see somebody who is doing good, who is sincere to some extent, we should try to applaud that person. In no ramification, at least Obi is not a saint to let just be sincere. He must
He's a guy man. He's a guy man.
It's Saint Obi.
One man. Hold on. Whenever they mention Obi, always try. Let me my opinion, please. Whether Obi or whatever. My whole point now is that I just want Nigeria to be a better place. You know, that's just my own concern. I don't see my own brother is even contesting, as in I cannot say brother, as in a very close person for this APC. I'm not even mentioning his name because I'm not concerned about where anybody is from. That's why sometimes I see support Osibajo, I support Obi because those are two people I believe they can see offer something, even if Osibajo is with corrupt APC.
But are you not hearing what people are saying about Peter Obi, or you just don't want to hear it?
No, what they are saying is normal political way of trying to ridicule somebody. This is a man. Yes, come now. To God,
they are saying he has no political loyalty from Peter.
Let me make a point, one man.
Go. Yeah.
In the history of Nigeria, governor, wherever, I have never heard or seen any governor in Nigeria.
The million he left, the money left, the talking points. Are you going to do the man?
Hold on. This is the problem we have. If we don't like somebody, let me air my view. Then it's my opinion.
But it's just the same thing now. It's just the same thing you guys say. In the history of Nigeria, you've never seen a governor leave 40 billion.
Somebody was castigating Obi. You did not interject.
Carry on. But you are only going to repeat. You know why I'm interjecting you. The Obi narrative, they have sound bites hold on. Can you hold on? The Obi narrative, they have sound bites that they go to. Never in the history of Nigeria have we seen a governor that left 40 billion naira. Never in the history of Nigeria have we seen a governor that was driving the car by himself. Never in the so you are going to do that, aren't you? So carry on, but you will do that. So that's why I interject you, because
Okay, you
are only
completed
going
my
to
thought,
chant.
Abi?
No, it's the mantra now. We know the mantras of around
No,
the
one
winner.
man, as
Yeah.
in, the truth of the matter is that me coming here to come and make a point, I have something I'm doing. By the grace of God, I'm a software engineer. So we are here to make a point to the benefit of Nigeria. At least there are some persons that want to hear from maybe my own positive side. It must not, you must not agree to my own opinion.
Carry on now.
Ajali Koko was saying something just now. At least to some extent, he was able to prove a point. My own point here is that Obi is not a saint. He must have his own weak point or whatever. This is a person who have ruled Anambra State without having to do any sort of, spending government money unnecessarily. I'm from Edo State. I know the debt some governor left in, for the next person to pay. In Lagos State, I know how much. In other states, just check it round.
But do you know Obi is a failure for leaving that money?
How?
It's a failure.
I'm asking you how.
Let me say this. Can you point to one country that they don't have debt? Even the US. Even the country I'm talking about.
You want to speak like one man now, Thomas.
No.
I'm coming now. You asked a question, say somebody's a failure.
How many factories?
Can I respond to that?
Let me say this. The money he left, what is the money he left as benefit the Anambrans? Is Anambra Dubai today?
Is Lagos Dubai?
Lagos is not Dubai. So you want to compare Anambra and Lagos?
I'm asking you, is Lagos Dubai?
It's not Dubai. You want to compare
Have you been to Egbeda? Have you been to other places in Lagos? Whereby you can waste money.
Nobody's continue.
All right, but go back to your point. But I think the argument that Thomas
the
was
point is that
presenting you.
whether you see let's make a case here. If you don't like somebody, it doesn't matter. You have the right to like support who you want to support. But when another person is trying to make a point for another person, you don't have to interject such person because he is not supporting your candidate. In all ramification, this guy approving a point, say go and verify. But the point here I'm talking.
But we have been to verify and we found him wanting.
Is whatever. Tinubu is not finding
one man, if I can
Theo Bala, I'm actually interested in listening to your point, and I think you've made your point to say that Peter Obi is not a saint, but
whether we like
my
it or
question
not.
to you is: do you think he betrayed Abga's mandate and the mandate Ojukwu gave to him?
Ojukwu does not own any mandate.
Do you believe he betrayed Ojukwu? Yes or no?
He did not. He did not.
Black League, do you have the video? Let us see the video when he look at Ojukwu.
No. This is public record. There wasn't. I didn't even watch this on YouTube.
Black, let me answer you. He did not betray. He did not betray Ojukwu because he worked for the people of Anambra. That is the best thing you can ever think.
That's a good point. That's a good point, though. That's a good point.
Yeah.
How exactly did he work for the people of Anambra?
Blackly.
And what has he done? And what has he done with the southeast?
Blackly. Question for you. Blackly, question for you, please.
Too many voices. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody, please. Let Teobala round off his point, and let's hear from Meadowman, who wants to come in, but I don't think we've heard from him for a while. So land your point, Teobala, and then we hear from Meadowman, who wants to come into that conversation.
I've been able to assess all candidates.
By what criteria?
Hold on now. I've used different metrics.
Right.
You understand? Apart from Showore, I don't really know much about Kingsley Mogaru.
So you've not assessed all of them.
Hold on now. I don't like when you are interjecting somebody.
No, now you can't just paint pictures. Now you have to. You know we deal in facts.
It's on public record.
Carry on.
As we speak right now, Tinubu and his family have handcuffed, have put Lagos in his pocket. There's no doubt. Is the article you want to talk about? Abizi Rotimi and Mechi you want to talk about? That is contesting. Who else? Is it Akpabio? How these people you are clamoring for to come and rule Nigeria or what? When you compare these people with Peter Obi is a saint where all these people are.
I have a question for you.
Ask.
Okay. If Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, is he going to shut down all the money laundering companies that is set up in Jersey Island? Is he going to shut them down? The money laundering companies that is hidden under anonymous names?
Recently, EFCC meet Obi concerning how he come about the house he bought in London. He showed them the receipts.
No, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
Hold on now. Hold on. He showed them the receipt. If EFCC, you cannot be here making a case where there is no case. If EFCC have a case against Peter Obi,
he admits he owns the.
Where is Okorocha?
Are you doing what about, Abi? Are you doing what about?
I'm asking you. If you have a case with EFCC,
no. Are you doing what about? Is it what about?
Oh, see, is on public record. Peter Obi has been prudent in managing public funds.
Is it going to shut down the money laundering companies that is set up in offshore money laundering havens?
Has already been a billionaire before.
Are you going to answer the question? Okay.
In Anambra State.
You won't answer the question.
Which company is that?
So are you going to? Is it going to?
Can I come in now?
See,
all right. Let's hear from Meadowman. He's not going to address it. Yeah.
Because you are interjecting.
No, I asked you a question now, and then you went on a journey.
Peter Obi is clean. We all these useless.
He has set up money laundering companies.
But the only problem I have
which money laundering?
It's public record. He's admitted it, you know. So
if not, he says he's going to continue what Buhari has started. That's the only fear I have with Osibajo. If not, these are people we should be talking about in Nigeria.
Well, what I wanted to add is, I think it was Black League that mentioned something about betrayal. You see, Okorocha got elected first time as APGA candidate, right? He won Imo State under APGA, and then he left the party afterwards. So that while he was still the governor, that is betrayal right there. Now, Peter Obi had a contract. He became the governor of the state. He ran the state, finished his mandate, and after that he went to join PDP. I don't consider that a betrayal, because things, Nigerian politics and politics anywhere is dynamic, so you have to follow the flow if you have political ambition. And what if joining PDP or any other party became imprescindible for him to bring whatever you think Ojukwu's dream was for the Southeast? Would it be betrayal still for him to switch parties? I don't think so. And another thing, I think it was Thomas, he raised some question about Obi being a failure for keeping money, for saving money. You see, Thomas, what he intended for that money he saved was, he said that the state should have funds saved for the future generations. The future generations cannot inherit empty. It's like you and your children. Everything you save today while you're getting old until you leave this earth is so that your children can have a place to start from.
Middleman, Thomas is right. Thomas is right. But if he left all those monies, then that makes him, he has failed. That's leaving however much money that people claim he left. If that is true, then that is a failure right there.
It is not. It is not.
Because you should have left in a developing state or a country. What an outgoing administration should be leaving to an incoming administration is debt, not credit. Debt. So if you left credit, then that's a failure right there.
Which
I
country is that,
disagree.
Baba?
I disagree with you, one
Which
man.
country
Can I
is
come in,
that?
woman? Can I come in a bit,
I
woman?
disagree.
Okay. Let's applaud Buhari now.
Exactly.
We should
Can
be
I
applauding
come in,
Buhari.
woman? A bit.
Sorry, do you know? Sorry, Tony. In a moment, but do you know why I said that?
I understand where you're going. But let me explain. Let me land. You see, when you there's a kind of money I give you now in your state, you will not be able to even invest it all because there have to be structures and primary infrastructures for you to even do that. And there's a kind of money you can have. You don't have to spend. You cannot spend everything in your tenure.
Why not?
You cannot. Sometimes you just cannot because there are processes for you to. What governors do is that they just invent bogus contracts so that they make sure they don't leave anything for their successor. They make sure they pocket everything. So sometimes you are not able to design and execute a project. And what Obi, I'm from Anambra State, what Obi did.
Zero, sorry. Mama, are
you
pushing sound?
You know, it's from Meadowman, but yes, carry on, Meadowman. Yeah.
What is from me?
It's the carry on. There's an undercurrent sound to your system,
Oh, really?
but carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So what he did for me was a reform in education. That was what he did for me. And he did roads and all those things, but reform in education and the hospital he built. That is something that
Did he meet all the developmental needs of Anambra State?
Nobody can meet all the developmental needs.
So why is he leaving money in the account if he's not met the?
That is what I have explained already. Sometimes you cannot build a bridge where you don't have road, where you don't even have road to do. You have to build the road, and sometimes it's not possible. You leave a project, and then you leave money for your successor to continue from where you start.
That sounds like a failure to me.
Can I come in?
No. What he even explained it where somebody raised this question. Said, why would you leave money when we are not yet Dubai, like Thomas said?
Middleman, please, can I ask just one simple question? Can you have $1,000 in your bank account and there's nothing for you to eat at home, and you said you are saving?
No, that was not. But I cannot spend. But I cannot because I'm hungry today. Spend $1,500 while.
No, you are not asking the question. You are not asking the question. Can you have $1,000 and there's nothing in your house to eat, and you are saying you are saving?
What you are saying essentially is that we must spend everything, right? We must spend everything.
In a developing state or country, you cannot leave credit. You have to leave debts.
No. You have to leave.
I disagree with you, one man.
You have to leave plan, not debt. You have to leave. Even if you leave debt, you have to.
What he did just simply show to you that guy was a prudent manager, a man that run the state well. Did not run the state into debt. He managed the resources well. He put the state to the economic center stage of the country. As an actor, one of the a state, an economy. He opened up the economy to investors with the way he managed the resources of the state.
Mama, please, I want to say
that is what he did.
Hold on, now. You just come in now. You just
he managed the resources well, and he put it up as an economy that is attractive to investors. It wasn't owing workers.
No,
He wasn't
no,
owing anybody as at the time he left.
Hold on, Ajale Koko.
Yes.
So we know all the good they did. So that's not in question. But the money he left in credit with a state that has an avalanche of developmental needs. So that he ended as a failure for just leaving that
No,
money
he
credit.
cannot complete all the developmental projects for
Well,
the
he can
state.
set it going.
The
He can
state
commit. He must commit the funds to development.
whether we like it or not, a state must have a savings. If you don't have a savings and you run into economic emergency, where would you get money to solve that economic problem? If you run into economic emergency,
they will go to the market.
Go to market to borrow. Yes. The way Nigeria is borrowing everywhere, that today you are using like 96% of your revenue to service debt. Is that the way you want? You expected to be to have run the state? No, we can't. Every state, every nation must have a backup saving somewhere. That when you run into any form of economic emergency, any emergency whatsoever, you can dip your money in, you can dip your hand in there and solve that problem.
Mama, you know that I'm very quick whenever I interject.
Okay, come in now, Tony. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, sir. So before I forget, so let me start from where Johnny Coco, where one man pointed out that leaving the money in the coffer is not, it's not good at all. You should have invested those money on plastic industry, tire industry, or whatever industry, so that people will work, and then that will be an employment point for people.
And that expands the economy of the state. So
yes, and people will work. People will be working and be paid taxes.
That is not the way to run the economy.
Let me finish. Like Thomas now, let me finish. So, like I want to tell you something. Like in Eleyele, in Ibadan, for example, all those Niger March, Surface Plains, Tula Plastic, they always start their road. They make their road every time. People are working there, and then they do the road, but they say they don't wait for the government to do it. So then back to Black League, talking of betrayal, is very correct, because what Black League was heading to is like this Southeast, this party, this ABGA should have been the power broker in Nigeria politics. So that they should have made. Wait. They should have made that. Hold on. I will give time to speak now. I will give you time to speak. DOG, my brother, please, DOG, please, sir.
So carry on, Tony. Yeah.
So they should have nurtured that party to a very powerful level, so that whenever you are talking about election in Nigeria, you have to approach the Southeasterners. Like Okorocha left the party very bad, and then Obi left the party. I don't know whether he swore an oath or whatever, but at least they should have maintained that, and then like a form of political, ideology. That they will remain there, whether good or bad, come rain, come sunshine. They will remain there and make sure that that party is a power broker in Nigeria.
All right.
That is that.
All right, thank you, Tony. So let's hear from DOG. Sorry, D. I just wanted Tony to complete that point. Yeah, so to you, D. Sorry, D. Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Black League said it betrayed Ojukwu by leaving ABGA. To start from there, for me, I don't see why we are trying to roast this guy on every move he has made. That guy has made moves to chase his dreams. If he had stayed in ABGA today, a lot of people here would have said is Igbotic party. He left PDP to go to Labour Party. Oh, why did he leave PDP? The same people are saying he won't get the ticket in PDP. So that's the reason he left PDP. Fine. For me, I like Obi. I like everything about him. Is Obi the person that can stay on his feet and tackle most of all this insecurity and all that? I'm not so sure. When it comes to economics, yeah, I think this guy can boom the economy and all that, But sometimes we try to roast these people, this guy in particular, for no good reason. Atiku has gone from PDP to APC, he went back there. Nobody has ever mentioned he betrayed PDP. Why is he coming back there? He was a vice president under PDP too. Why did he go to APC? So somebody is trying to chase his dream, and we know how this politics is played. If he was already now,
But
he has moved to Labour Party. Somebody crossed to somebody. Yes.
DOG, we castigate him as well.
No, sorry. Let DOG land that point. Sorry, Thomas. Yeah.
He moved from PDP to Labour Party. Some few Igbo people moved from PDP to Labour Party. Some people are already calling it, oh, Labour Party is Igbotic already again. So I can imagine if that guy has stayed in ABGA, and him going to PDP, I think is even a plus because that gave him a ground. Now he has the crowd. And I believe if even ABGA know what they are doing, they will join hands with him, because I just think this case they are battling with him in LP is just either the other parties are trying to use those guys, or those guys want money and they want to join the train. So don't let us come here, and a lot of these politicians have done a lot of crazy things. I don't remember that state. There is a state where a guy in the APC party contesting against the PDP party 4 years ago, they now switch party, both of same people. The one in APC is now in PDP, the one in PDP is now in APC, and they are still contesting against. We are just trying to bring this guy down for no good reason.
No, nobody is trying to bring him down.
No, because you know why I said bring him down.
Hold on.
One man.
Yeah,
One man.
Yeah.
No, I just want to say when DOG finishes, if you can, I want to pull up some statistics on Anambra State's fiscal.
All right, it'd be good so we can actually match some figures to the narrative. But DOG, nobody is especially looking to pull this guy down. It's just
you might not. Sorry, I'm just using that one because it's not like I'm not like somebody that is there like to be clamoring, Obio. Because I think what will make it
Sorry, DOG, let me just make this point. And not necessarily at you, but at that impression that people are attempting to pull Peter Obi down. Peter Obi is being presented as a clean alternative or a cleaner alternative to the subsisting politics in Nigeria. So if you bring him as this golden boy that's almost saintly in figure, then of course people will interrogate that, because you are trying to paint a picture against a backdrop. We know the history of this guy. Backleague already told us his trajectory of betrayal. Adanle Koko told us how he just gravitates from party to party.
But that's what I'm saying, one man.
No, hold on, chasing wild dreams. And then they say he doesn't have corruption allegation, but we know that he's a corrupt man, especially in his Anambra space. We've done, how many times have I read the Pandora? So it's not so much attacking Obi, but that narrative of trying to present him as a clean alternative is not different from the rest of them. It's just another corrupt,
but it's a better apple than most of them. It's a better apple than most of them.
By your judgment, but not
everybody has their judgment. That's what I'm saying. So, and at this point in time, I think a lot of people say a lot of things which is not even necessary, because if you put what is going on with this other politician trying to attain this same position this guy is going to, they are far even worse. What they've done are far worse than him. And because I'm in the party, it's not like he crossed to another party when he was the governor of Anambra State under ABGA. He didn't cross.
Because it suited him to use that party.
I will call that a betrayal. But Ojukwu is dead. He has ambition to chase. If I see, for me to go and do this course is the best thing for me, it doesn't mean because my dad said I should do this. If I think that's the best thing for me, I will go for that thing, because that's the channel that leads me to where I think I desire to be. So you won't call that betrayal. What is betrayal? To me, betrayal is Osibanjo now coming out knowing that Tinubu is going to go for president from day one, even before you become vice president. You already know what Tinubu is targeting. That is betrayal in a party.
All right.
All
right. The lesser of two evils is still evil, though. The lesser of two evils is still evil. But Aizon, you said you have some data to share with us.
Yeah. So this, I don't know if you're familiar with this report that's released. It's called Fate of the States. It's released by, if I had emails, I'll send a copy. It's released by this financial group that breaks down the financial health of each state, and they rank them according to certain factors, especially like debt, internally generated revenue, FAAC, those things. And they break the states down. They break down their financial health. They break everything down. Now, for Anambra, some of the things that jumped out that I'm looking at right now is they broke down the state. They said it's the 30, as of 2019, Anambra was the 32nd most indebted state in the nation, which means it has a low debt profile. And they rank Anambra as number 2 in the 2020 Fiscal Sustainability Index. And they had the best performance in the entire Southeast. Now, this is from 2019. Peter Obi was governor from 2007 to 2014, I believe. Based on this report, it shows that the debt profile for the state between 2014 and 2019, in Peter Obi's final year, the state had the lowest debt profile of 9.92 billion naira. And from that point on, it has increased. And in 2019, it was 66.98 billion. So, but it also shows that the money spent on infrastructure projects is low. So when you look at it overall, during his time, he reduced borrowing. I think it's clear that he turned the fortunes of the state around, the financial health of the state, to the point where if you 9.9 billion in 2014 to 66.98 billion in 2019, that's how much debt the state has incurred since then. And even with that, the state is still ranked 32nd most indebted state in the country and number 2 in terms of financial health. So if you look at this, and fate of the state, you can go back. So there might be years that is actually, I actually just pulled up the 2019 one because I have that on file, but there are years where it actually helps you understand closer to the period where the end of his term was coming up. It will give us a better understanding of how successful he was. But the man had a positive impact on the state. The data shows
sorry,
that.
just in terms of that infrastructural space that you spoke about, Izon, does it give you a league as to what other states did infrastructurally in comparison to what Peter Obi did for Anambra State?
Yeah, so what I can do is, so it breaks down each state, right? So if you give me your email, I'll send you a copy of this. It breaks down each state, so it tells you what each state spent. So I'm looking at Anambra now, right? But if Anambra spent, as of 2019, the actual capital expenditure was 8 billion, 8.2 billion, right? So if I scroll down to Lagos or Rivers, for instance, I don't know which one you want.
No, don't compare it to a big state, or compare it to a state of equal measure. So I don't know
which state do you think would be of equal measure?
I don't know. Maybe Bayelsa or something.
Bayelsa.
No, I think you can only compare it to Lagos and Rivers. Because there are 3 states in Nigeria that can run successfully financially without federal government assistance. Lagos, Rivers, and Anambra State. So let's compare to Lagos or Rivers.
Let me pull up Lagos. Lagos should be interesting. Because Lagos, I believe, they are ranked very high. Edo State, Enugu, it's the second here. This again is from 2019.
Okay, it's just to give us an idea, but just this guy now, so we know actually what he did.
Yeah, it's the second here.
Because what is imagined is that he saved a lot of money, but did not actually do much in terms of infrastructure. So what was the purpose of the whole exercise? This is really what I'm hearing.
Or you want to compare it to a state that, in terms of revenue, on the same category with Anambra in terms of revenue. So you can look at their revenue and expenditure comparably.
That should be correct.
You should compare it with my state, those states.
No, so if you look at Lagos, Lagos is ranked very high. So Lagos, so infrastructure, Anambra was 8.2 billion, right? Lagos is 17.4. In terms of, Lagos is the most indebted state in the country. If you recall, Anambra had total debt trend in 2014. I've forgotten what number it is now, but it wasn't anywhere close to this. Lagos debt trend for 2014 is 450 billion naira, and it has gone up. It went up consistently up
Lagos
till
is the most indebted state.
Yes, that's what it says in rank number 1. In terms of their, if I was to read the health of Lagos, they just, let me just read the first paragraph for you guys. It says, Lagos state continues to be one of the top states in Nigeria with the high allocations of from federal government. As at the end of December 2019, Lagos total net FAAC collection amounted to 117.9 billion. Despite being considered high, it was lower than that of other oil-producing states of Delta, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, and Bayelsa, which earned 219 billion, 171 billion, 158 billion, and 140 billion, respectively. Commendably, Lagos State has a much lower reliance on federal allocation, as the majority of the available revenue is derived from internally generated revenue, primarily from taxation. So that's just the first paragraph. Yeah, I can send this to you, Wama. If you get a chance, look up online, look up Fate of the States, Nigeria. So it's a non-partisan organization. They release this report on an annual basis, and they break down each state. All 36 states are broken down. Most of these states live on charity. Without federal government, they will collapse.
Please, I want to say something. It's not really. I just want to give insight on something. You know, on this platform, different people have come to this platform to air their view, and we have opportunity to meet people that work in some ministry. Like one guy that came, he used to work for HINEC, right? I think he participated in the last election. I don't know.
Sontech.
Yeah. Okay. Now, please, I want to ask in this group, how many people owns a private liability company in this group?
That's a bit personal. Why do you
I know,
ask?
I'm just asking. I just want to ask. If you ask, then you want. Don't tell me your company, but if anybody just say yes, then I will be on the same page.
In Nigeria.
In
Nigeria,
abroad, anywhere.
Abroad.
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. Now every year we pay taxes, right?
Yes.
We declare our income, what we made, how we spend it, what we bought, what we sold, this the profit, and this is losses, right?
Yes.
Now you cannot, and you have a starting money with your, like you have a capital, a fixed capital you should start your company with, which you wrote to the government. Like I start my company portfolio is 5 million or 1 million or 100,000, depending on the kind of company you have, right? Which you use on your business. So at the end of the year, they have to tax you on that portfolio what you spend. Now, at the end of the year, if your company portfolio starts with $1 million and you come back and you have $1 million in your account, you do not buy any goods, you do not spend anything, you know the government is going to tax you more higher.
Yes, that's why you have to go to the audit.
Okay, thank you. Just answer my question. For that alone, I believe you and I are more better than Peter Obi, because the money Peter Obi left in Anambra account is the money federal government allocated to him for development. It's not meant to be kept. The money hold on.
No, you have a point now.
Hold on now.
You don't have the point. It's not. I mean,
he kept the money in
it's not rational,
he
man.
did not develop the state.
What you are saying is not rational, man. You don't know the basis. You don't know the. You don't have. You don't have a look of the balance sheet.
Hold on now.
And you are talking like this. You are just talking at random, man.
Hold on.
Please, let me just take the word out of my mouth.
All right, go on. Carry on. Yeah.
The money that is supposed to live in that account is the return from what he invest on the infrastructure, like Tony just said, the company he created. Like he invested in a Hero, that beer company. If he say he leaves 90 billion naira in his coffers, that
do you know the sources? Do you know the sources of that revenue he left behind?
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to. Sorry, Ajanle Koko, you must let him land, please.
Please let me land my thing now. If he say he leave 90 billion in his coffers, in state treasury, that 90 billion is supposed to be a return from what he invest on, not what was given to him to invest. I don't know. You get my point.
But who told you it was what
He
he
should have
received?
invested then. He should have set up industries and
Yes.
let activities, business activities to be taking place.
The way he's saying that he left is he said he didn't waste money. He's on his own
He
well.
didn't build the infrastructure.
If he build infrastructure, he said he didn't waste money. Then you are saying you left money. Where did the money come from? That's why I ask if anybody have a corporation here. I have a corporation. I can give you my company's name. You check
The next governor took the money out. The next governor took the money out.
Forget about your own
So
private
see what
business.
happened.
Your
See what
private
happened here.
business is not run the way government run business. It's not the
I have
same.
board members.
You
I have
don't know.
shareholders. I have
It's not the
shareholders.
same. The way government business is run is different from the way private business is run. So you get that clear. And the sources of that money it left behind, you don't have idea of it. You don't know whether it comes. You don't know whether it comes in terms of investment, return, or some other thing. You are just talking at random. You don't have record. You don't have the complete record of this the account statement and or the balance sheet of the state that it left behind. You don't have it. You don't have the knowledge of it. You just jump and attack this guy. And attack his records as if it's a failure. We shouldn't be talking like this, man. You must have the full knowledge of what you.
All right, we've lost Ajanle Kokosombo. So let's hear from Teobala, and hopefully he gets the chance to express himself. But Teobala, yeah, let's hear from you.
This guy should understand that in most of Nigerian governors today, the waste they are incurring in most of the state is too much. For instance, when they asked Obi to furnish his own apartment in terms of governor's apartment, which worth about 400 and something million, he used only 40 something million.
Are you going to be going to all the talking points, all the?
Hold on now. Let me.
Are you going to be using all the? No, it's just you are going to. You see all of these things that you say. If I go to Radio Biafra, they don't stop talk. Say something original of your own thought rather than all this regurgitated.
Somebody say they give Peter Obi money.
My God, man.
Hold on now. If it's not in your favor, does not mean you should not be on that
carry on.
favor.
Just carry on.
They said they give Peter Obi's money. It's not really they give Peter Obi's money. It was a waste that Peter Obi was able to reduce. That all this money were coming out from. Imagine owning a house in Abuja, owning a house in Lagos. You know, these are the money this guy was able to reduce. And again, you should also know before you call somebody a failure.
That money left. Where is the money now? The incoming government, they have to loot it. So does that make sense?
After Obi, the other governor that came and used it build an airport with that same money. I'm not going there. Let me make a point. Make a point.
Jesus Christ.
It's unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
He should have bought some shares at Innocent Motors. Bala, my brother.
Let me make a point before you I better put your question down. Before you call somebody a failure, look at the area this guy have worked on. Peter B wanted to go to London for treatment. He said the cost of doing that, he had to use it, come and build a hospital in Anambra. Today, that hospital is treating different people. Moto, where is it? Moto is in Anambra.
Sorry, stay there. Stay where you are. What did you say? No. So what did you say he did? He said, what did you say about London? Say that bit again.
Okay, fine. Let me make it clear to you. There was one. It was about hair challenge. I don't know if it is him or no. Of course,
right.
Him.
Yes.
For treatment overseas, he called the person how much will it cost. He said so amount of billions of naira or whatever. Say, okay, can we get those equipments here? What they did, the equipment they're supposed to use to operate on him, he bought those equipment, set up a hospital in Anambra. They use it to treat him. Today, now that hospital is still treating different people. Which Buhari
does that not look? Does that not
sound ridiculous?
That's just
no,
ridiculous.
Before you call somebody a failure,
it's just ridiculous now. It's just ridiculous now. No, are you not the one that told us that he did not know that there was corruption in PDP?
Let me make a point,
oh my goodness!
Before you call somebody a failure, this is a man who.
Did you not interrogate that thing when he said it? Did you interrogate it? That the cost of a treatment abroad was sufficient enough for him to build a hospital.
No, that was not the story. Let me. He mixed up the story.
Please, before you continue, just note it down, please.
It is that.
What happened for to Inosimoto? If that Inosimoto were to be established in maybe other places today, if that company would have stand, Peter Obi supported that man today. That company is there. You know? Okay, look at education. Before you call somebody a failure, look at the area this guy have touched. In short, it's so ridiculous anyway.
No, but it is. So at least we agree on that. It is ridiculous. But yeah.
Sorry, somebody was going to tell us the story about the hospital thing. I would like
to. Yes, no, that was Meadowman. I was going to him. Yeah,
to you. Yeah, it is the Odumegwu Teaching Hospital, the open heart surgery department, which he set up. Yeah, he was talking to a professor, and the person was from the US or something. And then the person was saying that, why don't we have something like this? And that is so difficult. So Peter said, why is it difficult? So the man just named a lot of, impediments that would do it. So he went back. He said he decided to do it. He said, thankfully, he has not needed that hospital, but he's still treating people up to today. Open heart surgery at Odumegwu Teaching Hospital in Oka. Okay. So that is there. Look, let me tell you guys, one of the greatest achievements to me is in education. When Peter Obi came into Anambra State, and those are the primary things Nigeria need today. I keep hammering on this. Anambra State was number 31st in terms of JAMB, WAEC, and all these metrics we used to measure children after secondary school. When Peter Obi came in, he did reforms in the education sector, equipped the schools with computers and, stuff like that to teach children. Anambra State, after the 2 years of Peter Obi, and this I know because I'm from there and I saw it, and I have testimony firsthand. Anambra State went from number 31st to number 1.
To number 1, to the first position.
And if somebody can check online today,
that's true.
WAEC this year, Anambra State is still top 3. It has never fallen below top 3 since that time. That is the impact, impact of what simple things like this. These are the simple things and the basic things government should focus on. And children that came out that year, that was, I think it was 2010. Some of them today might be doctors, lawyers, and engineers somewhere. But because he made those reforms, they have the opportunity they have today. I'm not here trying to convince you all to vote for Peter Obi. That is not. But I'm here to testify to the transformation he brought to Anambra State.
I have a question, please, if I can interject. Sorry, maybe I should let you finish. I don't like interrupting people.
No, go on. He's on. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to say, one man, to the point. Who is talking about? This is method.
Meadowman.
Meadowman. Yeah, he made a point about what he said about education is verifiable, right? It's something that we can investigate and find out whether or not it's accurate. The thing is, one man, why don't we put other candidates on this same microscope and analyze their accomplishments
under the same
and kind of like Atiku, for instance. Okay, let's look at what he has done in Adamawa when he was governor. We can analyze what he did when he was.
It wasn't governor.
Wasn't he governor of Adamawa at one point?
He won the election, but
he went to become a VP.
Okay, when he was. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So I stand corrected. When he was as a VP, what key accomplishments can we attribute to him alone, not OBJ, to him alone, what was he able to do, and is that enough for him to become president? I mean, a lot of these guys, they're vying for office, but if you look at their records, it's terrible. You know, Tambowa, what has he done in Sokoto State? You know, and I don't think
accused of corruption. 500 billion.
You know, I'm not a Tinubu fan, but I'm a Lagosian. You understand? So I can tell you, you know, Tinubu, he had an impact on Lagos. He stole a lot of money, yes, but did Lagos change? It did. I don't like the man, but that's the hard truth. So I think we should just kind of detach our loyalties or whatever it is and just break them down.
You're right, Meadowman. Everybody should be under the same microscope. Under the same level of interrogation. But just for my own self, I stand the rest of them condemned. But I'm also condemning Peter Obi alongside all of them. But people are saying he's not condemnable. So that's usually where the quibble is. So all of them, they stand condemned. They're all criminals now. But I don't see Peter Obi any different from the rest of them. Maybe Showore, I see him differently because he's never held office. But apart from they're all criminals now. We all know that.
What peace, one man. What peace, please, Joe, please. Let me make this statement to buttress what you're saying. Asking if people hold businesses. I don't hold business, but I am close to someone here. My father-in-law is an engineer here. He's a wrecker. We dismantle car in Australia and we send it to Nigeria as a spare part. Last 2 months, he sold one of his property and he had excess money. He approached his bank to access all his what they call it, mortgage and his credit card. The banker called him separately. His banker called him, said, "Don't pay your debt. Put your money in another business. If you are paying your debt, you are giving the tax office like that you are okay." Just to buttress what you said, you have to have a debt if you are progressing in life. You said, put that money in businesses that will yield money. But if you pay off your debt, you expose yourself somewhat to just to buttress what you said. So your state is not number 3 or number 4 or is the best state in the country. As you said, you left money. This money that you left, incoming government, they will just embezzle all the money. And you have infrastructure to use this money on, and you are keeping the money. Keeping it for what?
Okay. It's all right. Thank you, Thomas.
Government business is a matter of continuity. All right.
We understand. Please let me land my. Let me interject a little bit.
I'm interjecting too. I just want to respond.
Thomas, this your example is too infantile to be compared to public administration.
No, the way government business is run is different from private business.
Come on, man. I'm just giving a small logic illustration.
Hold on. Even the Okoye Iweala in a book commended Obi as the only governor in all of the federation that have savings accounts that keep money in the savings. You see, any government that does not have any backup saving, that government can go down the drain. I mean, that country can go down the drain anytime when it run into economic emergency. It's not all the time that you have to be borrowing. Sometimes emergency. Look at all the when we run into pandemic in all the Western world and they close down for several months. Did they go to anywhere to borrow money? The saving they have, they took money from and put it and splashed it on everybody to keep everybody afloat for months before everything get back to normal.
America borrowed $3 trillion
from their sinking fund.
Forget about America borrow
from their what?
From where? From where did America borrow from during the pandemic?
Hold on. From which funds did you say?
America just printed money. They just printed money.
They just printed money now. We all know that. What is this guy doing? You don't know anything. Look at this guy. You don't know anything.
The money for federal reserve, they
fund.
printed money for federal reserve to pay a very high premium for that money they printed. Now, please let me speak. Is on the problem we are having with Obi is how people are presenting it. Not Peter Obi himself is the problem. It's how people are presenting it. Like people like Tiobala and some people here, they are presenting it wrongly. When you present him if you present Obi like this, then he's subject to scrutiny. And when you scrutinize him, he's not even far from the rest of them. That is the problem. When you're saying Peter Obi is a saint, or is this, then people start questioning. Hold on. People start questioning his character. You understand? Peter, I think as much as one man just said, there's nobody that is free amongst them. Even the incoming one that have not hold office is still somehow questionable. Like Showore, you campaign against Jonathan, but that is campaigning for Buhari. You know, they're all corrupt. We know. And put it like this, okay, Peter Obi might be the at least less better, not that he's super perfect or he's a saint. If you put it like that, then you reduce the scrutiny. But trying to tell we people that we are seeing what he has done, then you're trying to tell us he's a saint, is this and that man. Come on, man.
If you listen very well, when I was making my point, one man is here, he can attest to that. I said Peter Obi is not a saint.
Okay, I agree. Let me come to. I agree with you. Let me come to.
One piece. Scrutinize what Aizon presented.
See, listen. Okay, Aizon. Thank you. First point. Before Peter Obi took. Before the military, one man. Thomas, you know, I like saying something from the fact your computer is with you there. One man, your computer is with you there. Can you quickly check how much Anambra was owing? Not international debt, local debt. Can anybody quickly check before 1999?
Just carry on because nobody will check. But carry on, yeah.
Then before the big came in, can you check again how much Anambra was owing? And check now and compare.
Tell us now. Tell us now.
Not tell us now. No, now listen now. Because if I start going to that route, we will not live here. Now that's the things you will check before you start praising this man. How much he met, how much the state was owing, and how much the state is owing now. It's just really different.
Nobody's praising him.
Hold on.
You saw how Aizon presented it.
Wait. The second part. At least I went to school in the days of 80s. I'm not as old as one man or Ajaliko. My primary school, nursery school, primary school, was 70s to 80s. In the 80s, I think about 5 states. At that time, we were in 19 states then. I think about 5 states hold the highest scores of, then it was called WASC. Lagos, Bende, East Anambra, I think about 5. We were always in the top 5. From the 70s, 80s, go and check it, to the 90s. So I don't know when people are saying that I've been out to education from 0 to first again. Right from day one, East has always
these are verifiable.
Hold on, I know it's verifiable.
These are verifiable.
I know it's verifiable. I know. Hold on now. I know they are verifiable.
Hold on, everybody.
Well, let me finish, please.
Come on.
Kitty, we all know in Nigeria about Yoruba people. They'll tell you, Kitty, people are most intelligent people, and the record is there. But tomorrow, the one Kitty governor now come like they took education level from 0 to number 1. People like, but. I don't understand what you really did. If you maintain it like you develop it, is okay. But making like you're the one that came back to bring all these people like they were daft human being, now you made them educated. It's funny.
Nobody is saying that.
But we're part of that. We're part of that Yoruba space. You know that hold on, Western region. You know that we are the same standard with Yoruba. There's no difference between us and Yoruba. So we are Yoruba.
Equality. Like he did something so much in education, like Igbos were like the Fulani that we are.
No, Imo State was good. Imo State was very good. Imo State, my friend.
Igbo has always present who scores the jam. Who scores in jam? Go and check it. In the 80s, in the 70s.
Oh God, no, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, let me interject a little. I'm not. You have to understand that. From those 80s you are talking about to today, everything in Nigeria has been bastardized. If you ask a general people whom
Yes, I agree. And Igbo was top 10. Go and check.
no,
Top 10.
Listen, Oga. I am from there. These are things I saw with my eyes. I'm not saying I pay. I know how many people I pay school fees there. So I'm not telling you go and check. I'm telling you the score in JAM at the time he came in, and with the reforms, he made reforms. There are schools that were government schools taken away from private hands during the military regime. He took all of them back, gave it back to the missions, rebuilt the schools. Physically.
That one happened. It happened all over Nigeria. Look, it took schools back from the government and give it to missionaries back. So it's not only did that, it happened all over Nigeria.
Let's hear from his own, yeah.
Wapis, so you are saying to research something. So I'll give you a breakdown of some of Peter Obi's investments when he was governor. So Anambra invested funds in various business enterprises, including 9 million naira in the Nigeria Independent Power Project, 4 billion in the Orient Petroleum Resources PLC, 1 billion in Onisha Hotel, 1 billion in Agulu Lake Hotel, and 350 billion in quoted investment portfolios. And at this point, they created a fiscal buffer that totaled 75 billion, which was a clear departure from the norm when compared to its peers. So,
explain that properly. That quoted investment portfolio. Please explain that, because some people don't really understand the meaning of that. Please break it down to the layman's perspective.
So,
I'm not asking you, and you're the one who was speaking. Please.
So in essence, he took the state.
Sorry, Aizon. How much did he invest in Biochamp Investment Limited?
Biochamp is not listed. They listed these. They listed these companies and then said that they totaled 75 billion.
That's his money laundering business in the Bahamas.
Yeah, and one man, they said that the state's internally generated revenue climbed almost 70% to approximately 10.5 billion.
What about Next International UK Limited? How much did they invest in that?
No, they didn't list all that one.
That's another one of his money laundering bubusinesses in
one man they said
no only now what if
what I just said now. This what I just said. When you start praising him now,
one man they said he increased the state's internally generated revenue by 70% by 2014 to 10.5 billion. So
I beg, please, before you move forward.
No, my brother, listen. I don't.
But joking about those are impressive data.
I know, but it's done that part.
One man, I'll post the website on the chat here so people can go and look this up.
No, I'm not antagonizing you.
Hold on, Wapis, settle down. Is that from that your budget?
Budget. Yeah. So I went back. What I did was I went back a few years back to pull up a report that showed that will reflect when he was in office or his final year in office, which was 2014. And it shows that he had these numbers. So I don't have a stake in the game. Listen, as far like you said, I think they're all criminals. But if the man was able to do this at a smaller level, at least, and that's his selling point is the economy, right? He's always talking about the economy and talking about if he has shown he can do this at a smaller level, then he seriously has to be considered in terms of trying to improve the economy. You know, you can make that argument clearly. I don't care whether he's a criminal. All of them change parties. So as far as I'm concerned, they have no loyalty. But he has shown a pedigree. He has shown a history of success with financial management and bringing up a state from where it was before. That's all I'm saying, Wapi. So
it's a prudent manager of resources. If we have had, you know, continuity like him all over the federation, if every state manages their resources and their state the way Obi managed that state, and we have continuity like that, that country would be a very buoyant country today. We won't have problem of insecurity. We will have job opportunity everywhere, and there will be, you know, the criminality and rate of crime will be at the lowest ebb in that country today. But
Yeah,
you see,
when
people don't manage the resources well, they don't invest the resources well, and then they looted everything, and that is what put us in the problem we have today.
Ajalegogo, just one caveat. One caveat there. One caveat is that it states that it bears mentioning. Let me just read verbatim. It says it bears mentioning that the state's financial records are not publicly available, and transparency is very low across the administrative chain. So they gather this information from very. So that's the only caveat I'll put in there.
So essentially, according to him,
they
were able to get some of these numbers, but they said that they weren't fully transparent. That's what they're saying.
What I wanted to ask
hold on. I'm going to post where Ahizon is getting those data from. So Ahizon, with your permission, I'll share this with the platform so that they can have a good read. So this is where Ahizon is getting those statistics from. So you can read it at your leisure. It's about 66 pages long. So that's homework for you. But
okay. Ahizon, hold on now. I want to put a question you will put in your own table. I'm sorry. Ahizon, I ask you to please expatiate and break that portfolio analogy down to the layman perspective so that we could understand it better.
It's not okay.
Not asking you a question, Tiobala.
No, you can't do that now.
No. I know why I said it, because that word is very bogus and people don't understand the meaning of portfolio investment. He put 330 billion in portfolio investment like
my audience do. I can tell you that for
so that portfolio investment is minus.
Thank you, one man. Thank you.
Maybe
Thank you.
Hold on. That portfolio investment.
He can't speak. He can't put it in Japanese.
I know. It's minus in that investment. That portfolio investment is minus. Now, what I said and what I'm still going to say again, if you are judging if the money he left is from the investment, is okay, but not the money they gave to him to invest, to build the state, and he say he left that, then he did a good job. That is my say. And that's
where my question is coming. That's where my question is going.
Okay.
Is there 75 billion, it is something billion, right? That you left in Anambra Kofa as at 2014, isn't it?
No, the state total 75 billion from the investment. Yes.
Okay. I think we are talking about investment, Abi.
Yes, from the investments he made.
2014, measure the worth of 75 billion and 75 billion as of today.
I don't get your point. What you're trying to drive at.
If you keep, remember that money, he did not just put it inside bank, like in service. It's like buying a bond or something. But the question I'm asking here in essence is that the worth of 75 billion dollar as of 2014. What is the worth today?
$75 billion.
You know.
No, bros,
No, it's in dollars. 75.
It was not in dollars. Nigeria does not have $75 billion in international.
It's not billion. I've corrected myself with that, but I don't know the actual figure. But I know
it's not dollars. Don't put dollars. It's naira. Any money left is naira. It's not dollars.
Don't worry. Let me find it for you.
It's just storytelling.
It's naira.
It's just storytelling.
Anyway, it's like this, Tiobala. I understand your passion for Nigeria. I'm not against your Peter Obi. But when it comes to scrutiny, if you know you live in a glass room, if you live in a glass house, don't throw the first stone. I'm not saying Peter Obi is that bad. At the same time, he's not he's not a good person like that. They're all thieves. He was good to hide. He was very good. Hold on. He was very good to hide his money. I'll give him that. Hold on, he was very good.
Okay, let me ask you what piece
before you
between big thief and small thief, which one would you prefer?
All are still thieves, but what are you not saying? Now, and again, quickly, before I forget, don't forget, Anambra is the second largest internal revenue generated revenue state in Nigeria. Before we just be saying all this, Anambra has money like Lagos. Then you are telling me that one man
are
came
you
to
saying it's richer than River State?
That's a lie. That's a lie.
It's not richer than Rivers now. What are you talking about?
Internal generated.
Yes.
Okay,
Rivers is more richer than Anambra.
Anambra should be like between 1 to 4. Anambra is in there, so that people that have billions in their coffer that can manage themselves.
What piece? Why are you?
Hold on now. Just like why are we calling Tinubu a big thief? Why are we calling Tinubu a big thief? Why are we making a big thief and PK? Because even this guy in Calabar, why Akpabio, why we call them a big thief? Because they manage big resources and they misuse it. They looted that space more than what Kebbi State governor would loot. These people have big resources. Let's say things the way it is.
World peace. How would you rate Obi? Do you want to rate him as a failure or as a success?
As far as Nigeria is concerned, every Nigerian politician that heard office.
No, just answer the question. Is he a failure or a success? How do you want to rate his performance?
In what? In the economics or
in the economy, the way he managed the state?
Is a failure to me.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay. That shows you are not sincere. You are not sincere at all.
Anambra is not Dubai.
You are not sincere.
Anambra Dubai.
We have to be sincere.
Let me ask you a question.
Every record shows that.
What piece? Sorry. What piece? There's an art to the conversation sometimes. So if he wants to push you a little bit, allow him to push, and then you come back.
Okay.
Don't cascade over each other. But yeah.
Every record.
Let me ask you one question before you, please. When Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, when Anambra State was now rated one of the best states, how many companies and how many people were relocating to Anambra for jobs?
Innocent.
Okay, number one, this guy just
was already there. He was already there. What are you talking about?
He created an enabling environment for innocent to grow. He was the only governor that was courageous enough to patronize innocent business.
Thank you.
It doesn't buy any vehicle from foreign vehicle. It patronized Nigerian made vehicle. Why don't your governor from Edo State buy from innocent? Why is they buying made in Japanese vehicle? Right? So that's to tell you that guy invested in the economy of that state. By buying that vehicle, is investing in that state and is investing in that company to expand and create more jobs. This is how hold on now. You are rating him a failure. And I'm telling you that this guy.
What's the record? How many people that moved to East when Obi was having that good, robust plan?
But you wouldn't know that now. But
I wouldn't know. How do you want me to know? I just told you one story to tell you that this guy, the way he invested, he made in Nigerian good. Do you know how many jobs? Do you know?
I don't think we could stop wasting your time. The guy will not. Let's just move on to something else.
Let's move on.
Just one question.
Hold on.
Which state are you from?
It doesn't matter.
It's from Edo State now.
Yo, Bala, me answer. You be curious to know where I'm from. We're joking. We're the Paktaki. We used to say.
From Edo State.
Wait, hold on. Sakomba Road. I'm close to the palace.
Thank you, sir.
I'm from
They have explained everything to you. How he built, how he improved on the health facility of the state. He built what do you call it? Heart surgery facility. How he improved the educational sector. how he improve, build many roads and this.
Actually, Coco, his discordance is not based on those things you're saying. It's based on something else. Let's just move on.
Okay.
Yeah, waiting your time. Let's just move on.
All right. Let me post this link in the comment section. This is for your benefit, Teobala. So
those states where War Peace is from.
Can you hold on? I did say hold on. Let's just abandon Edo State, because if you say he will come back and then we'll just loop around it for another 20 minutes.
I wanted to let you know Oshomole loot our money.
Yes, that's fine. Everybody's they're all looters.
We are looters. So that is the make it
all right. Just hold on, please. Just for your benefit, Teobala, I'm going to post this link and I'll encourage you to read it, so that the next time that you want to be going around saying that Obi is not corrupt, maybe you might pause for caution when you read this article.
I don't know why you are attributing this to me.
No, because you're his defender now. So go and read. Go and read his report, and then you see he's as corrupt as the rest of them. So go and read this report.
You have been looking for his downfall. It's okay.
But what do you mean I've been looking for his downfall? Don't you see this? Oh God.
Can I come here a little bit?
Yeah, go on, Tony. Yeah.
Bala on work peace. Bala, hold on. Bala on work peace. You know that Obi is is one of the political gladiators, which means they are all corrupt, but at least it's better than any governor that Edo has produced in the past 22 years. Because only Oromo local government, Ikoba Hill, they have 200 oil wells, but they have no bank in that place. People just come and take the money and give to the governor. He will take it to Dubai or to USA. So Obi is still better, because Edo State has so much oil and gas deposit, and then 200 oil wells in one local government. Oromo have no single road. Oromo have no single bank, no post office, no nothing. And if you go to Benin City, it looks like a public toilet today. Bye-bye.
Thank you, God, Tony. See, what my point in this platform. My point in this platform is, let's say we want to move forward and we are looking for solution. If it's not broken, then there's no need to be fixed.
No with Obaseki, no with
I know.
One man, why you want to let these Edo people take over the platform?
I don't know, man. It's almost impossible to keep rain when if we say that will never just yes. So
if you say that is not broken,
all right.
Do you have success story to talk about Edo?
No, yes, no. That's
okay.
Only education.
Please, let's just abandon it, though. Please, guys.
Education. That's all.
I don't not in the league. We don't have.
All right. I'm going to say good night to World Peace and Tony, just for the rest of today, just to calm the space down. Otherwise, nothing will happen. So good night for the rest of today. Just you see how quiet it is now. And Teobala, you're on the watch list. So let's just keep it steady and keep it calm. People are getting a headache. It's too much. So let me take you to just one last talking point at Dan Lekoko, and then we seek to round off from there. Where should I take you? So we're talking about the military space has dominated the affairs. But let's talk about Peter Obi some more. So Labour Party crisis. Actually, let me put this Ajan Lekoko to Meadowman. So Labour Party crisis. Court orders substituted service against Peter Obi faction. So it looks as though Meadowman, Peter Obi might not well be the candidate for Labour Party as we suspected. He has joined an illegal faction, which the courts are now just going to cast aside. So Peter Obi might well not even be on the ballot, Meadowman.
Yeah, I heard about. That is one problem with all these smaller parties. I don't know any small party in Nigeria that doesn't have factions and fight, and even APGA. So I expected that. I have been hearing about that for some days now. I expected that. So let's just see how it goes, how the court goes. But it's a real threat. to his political ambition.
Is
And
this the is this the
it will be
Leonard? Sorry, is this the Leonard Zinwa
exactly,
APC?
exactly,
Is this Chowore repeated somewhat?
exactly. And I suspect if you go see the person spearheading that thing, it is an Igbo person. I
Yes,
suspect that.
yes. We have his name here. Yes.
They will always put somebody from your enclave to, so that they don't so that nobody says, oh, they don't come again or things like that. But it will be a shame. It will be a shame. Not that I think that Obi would that his chances of becoming president is 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 big. But I would have wanted him to test his popularity because that is what I suspect he decided to do when he left PDP. Um, it would be a shame, but it might be the end, really.
No, but if Peter Obi does end up on the ballot, would that be somewhat of a spoiler for the agitation for a southern president? Because he's going to take a good complement of the eastern votes with him.
No, I think it will be helpful to Tinubu because I don't believe anybody else will emerge in the APC other than Tinubu. I don't see that highly. That will be that is not. I don't see that happening. But I think that will be because he's going to eat into Atiku's base. And the APC it will be easier for the APC depending on what happens in the north, in the northwest especially. And something that could happen for the first time is a rerun, because if Peter Obi, depending on the number of votes he gets, we could have a rerun, and that would open up a whole new territory we have never explored since the return of democracy to Nigeria. It will be interesting.
Do you think there's a possibility of a hung parliament to then lead to a coalition government? So a government of parties coming together to have a majority. And
if there's something like a rerun, then Peter Obi will be the most beautiful bride among politicians. I mean, where he goes, if he can take some of his supporters, the winner will need those supporters. So it will be interesting. It will be interesting, but I still suspect a lot of things will happen from now till the candidates are defined. Atiku, I don't know who his deputy will be, his running mate will be. It would have been a master stroke for Atiku if NNAMDI had not. I think he went back to APGA.
Speculate to that space. Who do you think is likely to be? So, which region do you think it should come from? And if you have an individual in mind as well, Atiku's deputy.
Really, right now, I don't have an individual in mind, but I suspect he will still put it to the southeast. I think politically it will not be interesting for him to put it anywhere else. Although Wike would have been, but Wike is not likable. He's not going to bring so much, not even from the south. I don't think Wike will pull a lot of votes from the south. From Rivers, yes, but from the whole south, I don't think so. Now, if NNAMDI had not left PDP, it would have been a master stroke because there's a unanimity in that region against Peter. Yeah.
What about the narrative of the Southeast insisting that nobody from there must take a deputy post?
That is what he said. What he said, so many things that are said and not done is if they're uncountable in the political arena all around the world, So if he had picked a guy like that, it will shake the ground. It will shake the ground because he has a kind of following almost as big as comparable to that of Peter Obi himself right now. He was the #1 politician in the region. Now I suspect Peter Obi has taken the lead. But Peter Obi took this lead now, because the Southeasterners were seeing reaction of other people from other parts of the country. And then you know what my people like when you defy something, when like, because when he left PDP, it was like they interpreted it as some kind of affront to the status quo. That is what has attracted them to Peter Obi.
All right. All right, brilliant. Well put. I wonder if we still have Black League there. Black League, do we still have you? No. All right. Let's go to Aizon. So, Aizon, do you want to speak a little bit on that space that Medoman was speaking on just now? A court judgment procured to delegitimize the faction of the Labour Party that has endorsed Peter Obi as their presidential candidate. So essentially, the faction, I didn't even know Labour Party was factionalized, but the internal squabble now is leading to something that could lead to Peter Obi not even being on that ballot. So have you heard that story, and what are you making of it, Aizon?
Yeah, I've heard the story. It's surprising and unfortunate because you would think someone with Peter Obi's experience in politics, when he made that decision to leave PDP, he would have been able to pivot into another party that would give him the best case scenario and a party that won't have baggage. The fact that he didn't know is troubling because you have to ask yourself, his team, what were they doing? When they selected this party, did he make the decision because of Utomi? Did he make the decision because he felt this party would be the best platform to take him to give him that presidential candidacy? I mean, but to not know that there's a major squabble in the party, is troubling. So the question is, what does he do from this point on? He has to find a way to unite the party. And this could be a test of his leadership qualities. If Obi can successfully bring all factions together under one umbrella, force them to put their differences aside, he definitely does not want a court battle on the eve of a presidential election. That would be the worst thing that can happen to him. So if he can somehow bring them under the same umbrella, force them to put their differences aside, come together, and then make him the candidate and run, that will say something very positive about Obi. That not only is he fiscally responsible in terms of governance, but he can also bring people that have been fighting for some years now, bring them together and force them to come together. That would say a lot. If he fails, his entire presidential candidacy is on the line. Because if he fails, there's nowhere else to go. He's done. He's finished. So I think we should watch this space and kind of see how he handles it. It will be a defining moment for him. But the fact that he didn't know about this, or maybe he knew, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he knew, but he felt, okay, if he goes in, there's a way he can resolve this. So let's see what happens. But he has found himself in a very dicey situation that can cost him.
Well, what are you making of the whole Peter Obi phenomenon? What are you making of it? Some people somewhat derisory, some people in just fanatical celebration. But what are you just making of? Because it is a phenomenon, but how are you digesting it, Aizon?
Yeah, I was when Peter Obi, when he was still under PDP and he started doing his press tour and going around, if you listen to him, everything he talked about was about the economy. He was comparing us to economies that are kind of developing / second world. So he talked about places like Indonesia, Malaysia, some South American countries. He would talk about all those areas and talk about how they were able to come out, talk about Singapore. So he had done his homework in researching all these countries, and he was talking about how Nigeria can learn from those economies and build up our own system. So he focuses a lot on the economy, right? So which is why I started looking at, okay, what did he do when he was in office between 2007 and 2014 for Anambra? Because that's his resume right there. That is the reference that you use to see whether or not he's qualified based on what he's been talking about. And from what I've seen, including my close friends I've talked to that are from Anambra, the man did well. You know, he was able to take the state in the right direction. So for that particular metric right there, in terms of the economy, he has done well, and he has the pedigree to be able to try and take Nigeria in the right direction. That is the one thing that we can judge him on. Everything else, whether or not he's a saint, of course, he's not a saint. Whether or not
the economy is just one subsect of running the state, of course. But does it strike you as a man that can make big decisions, handle the ethnic diversity of Nigeria, and especially take on what the Northerners will no doubt throw at him?
I think Peter Obi is one of those guys that I think is he's quiet, but he carries a big stick. So he's always, if you listen to him, he's always politically correct. He doesn't try to offend anyone. He's almost the opposite of a Wike. So Wike speaks his mind. Peter Obi will say the right thing. So he's one of those kind of people where he's not going to try to offend anyone. And the economy thing, he seems to use it as a panacea for anything. So if there's insecurity, he has said economy will solve it. Security, economy. If we build the economy, all these things will stop. If we do this, if we provide jobs, if we create industry, this will stop. So his whole premise behind solving Nigeria's problem is centered on the fact that we're not productive, and if we can become more productive, we can alleviate a lot of these issues. Now, to your point about the difficult decisions, you know, saying no to some power brokers in Nigeria, one man, I don't know. Because
yes.
if you listen to him, he tries not to offend anyone when he talks. If you listen to him very carefully, he tries to always straddle that line of, oh, I'm for everybody. Nigerians need to come together. So I don't think, on the surface, at least in front of you, I don't think he's going to try to rattle anyone's boat. But behind the scenes,
do you remember, sorry, Aizan, do you remember when Buhari famously said an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North?
Yes.
So how will he handle that? An attack against the insurgents, the bandits, the whatevers. How is he going to clean the... How is he going to handle that? Because the North will come at him with their AK-47. Of course, we know that. But how will he going to handle the insecurity that is wrapped around ethnic tensions?
I think Peter Obi is going to use diplomacy a lot. He's going to say one thing in public. Oh, you know, Nigeria is for everybody. Our northern brothers, we need to support them. Or, you know, these are criminals. It's not a Fulani thing. It's not a Hausa thing. He's going to take that line. But I think behind the scenes, he's going to authorize strong force to deal with a lot of these things. Because if his whole argument is the economy can't function if you have mass insecurity. So he has to do something to curb the insecurity, whether it's in the southeast or the northwest. He has to solve that problem, and he has to solve it aggressively. But I think on the surface, Peter Obi is one of those people. I kind of seem like an Obama that will say all the right things on TV, but then behind the scenes, you'll find out he's doing all kinds of crazy things. You know, like the example Black League gave. He promised Ojukwu on the surface that he's going to do it, but when the time came, he made the decision that he was going to PDP. So he's the kind of guy that will say the right thing, but I think at the back end, he will authorize people to take steps to solve the problem. But I see your point in that he's going to try to appease everyone, and in doing so, he might not be able to get as much accomplished. I see that threat standing, because Anambra is exclusively Igbo. Nigeria is not. So there are going to be challenges there that, you know, ethnic challenges that he has to overcome. And to be honest with you, I don't know how he's going to resolve those issues, because he tries to please everyone. It's not like a Wike would.
How are the Yorubas going to fare under Peter Obi presidency, given the well-documented arm's length relationship between the two ethnicities? How will the Yorubas fare under an Igbo presidency?
How will the Yorubas fare? It depends on the Igbo president. I think Peter Obi is one of those guys that he understands that he has to reach out to the Southwest. He doesn't have a choice. He has to, and this is one of his benefits because he tries to please everyone. He's going to appeal to the Southwest. He's going to appeal to them. He's going to appeal to Yorubas. He's going to try to make sure that their needs are addressed. He understands that importance. He knows the importance of places like Lagos. He knows that there's a youth population there that a lot of people support him. So he's going to try to use that to build up a base in the Southwest. So he has to reach out to them. And because he has to reach out to them, he has to address their needs. He knows he cannot run in Nigeria without building a strong base in southern Nigeria. Southeast, South, and Southwest. He has to make that his base. And if he can successfully do that, which is key. But the thing about Peter Obi, one man, is that if you compare him to some of these other Igbo leaders, he's not as pro-Igbo as some of these other guys. Like, because he has investments elsewhere, he deals with a lot of these people. He's more flexible. So you will see him try to really build a strong relationship with the Southwest. That's my opinion based on what I've seen about him. Some other guys might try to appeal more to the North than Southwest, but I think he'll do the opposite.
Do you think his popularity is as expansive as people insist it is, or is it just some online guy, some Instagram babe? Is Peter Obi just an Instagram babe?
Well, man, it's difficult to say because the online thing about him is a lot. The online followership, but you and I know that doesn't transfer to the ground.
Yeah, we saw that with Showore now that we thought he was just sweeping the way we were talking about him online.
Yeah. The ground is very different. Like I think it's Ajana or is it DOG that says it, that the people on the ground, the market women, all these people, can be appealed to them. I think he has to, in places like the Southwest, he has to find someone in the Southwest that has that leverage and that relationship, that clout, to be able to really build up his name amongst the people on the ground. Online, and the youth and the people that spend time online, they're really pushing him. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to go online, one man, to see. A lot of people are pushing him. A lot of people are trying to volunteer to support him. A lot of people are coming out saying they want him to be their guy. Now, he has to turn that into a groundswell.
Do you pay attention to the handles and the names of those people?
Yes, I do. What
and is it Amaka and her brother?
No, I think what you see is, yes, there are a lot of Igbo people, but at the same time, you see a lot of Tunde and Bolahon and the rest in there. I think they might be younger people. So I think he has some kind of leverage he's building amongst young people, but again, one man, you and I know, Nigeria is a place that doesn't have, first of all, the Wi-Fi is not as strong. People have to pay for their data. So you have to understand the people going online to really make noise about him, they don't form the mass of the population, and that's where he has to be able to really build that mass of the population, which is why he can't afford any kind of court battle right now. There's not time. He does, he's going into a new party. He has to really push a lot of ground swell with these people and grassroots marketing and push a lot of those areas, especially in the Southwest. Because I think if he can convince the people in the Southwest to really back him, I think he really stands a chance. Southeast and South, he can convince people like Jonathan and Paike Clark in South, and he can get a lot of support there. In Southeast, those are his people.
Can Southwest jettison Tinubu for Peter Obi?
You know what, my brother? 2 days ago, I was talking to one of my friends. He was born and raised in Ibadan, true and true Ibadan guy. And I was talking to him, and he told me, he said, listen, he's in politics. He said, Southwest is divided with Tinubu. He said the thing about Tinubu is Southwest is divided. That whole thing that happened in the Gongo and that thing, it really ate into his support. Some people really support him, but then again, you can tell me what you think, but the support for Tinubu is not as overwhelming as one would think in the Southwest. So I think if you look at it, like Oyo State, for instance, that's a PDP state, so we know what's going to happen there, as is a kitty. But I think Peter Obi can go in if he can partner with the right people in the Southwest. I don't know who's in the Labour Party in the Southwest that can give him some leverage.
Are you following those ones online? You know those ones don't vote.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I know, my brother. I know. That's why I'm saying that, you know, the online thing, you can't really use it as a means to judge whether or not he has huge support, because, like, you know, Nigeria, you and I know this, Thomas. Most of the people in Nigeria don't use their time online. The masses, you know, I'm not talking about the sophisticated people. I'm talking about the masses of people. He has to find a way to tap into that. Tinubu already has a system to tap into those people. He has acolytes on the ground that can reach out to those people and bring them in. Peter Obi needs to do the same. I think Southwest is key for him in the South. You know, South and Southeast, I think he has relationships that he can build off of. But Southwest is very important for Peter Obi. And he has Doyin Okupe on his side. I don't know if Doyin Okupe has a lot of leverage in the Southwest, but he has to build that relationship. Nigerians like him. I won't lie to you.
It's a real coup for him to get Doyin Okupe. He's a sharp operator. I don't like him. I don't especially like his son, who has turned into, you know, one of those sort of people. But you know, but he's a sharp operator.
No, he's one of those guys. He's a hype man. You know, when you listen to him speak, he can get you excited about a candidate. You know, he's a talker. He goes on TV. He makes the noise. He's going to try and build a relationship. I think Peter Obi needs like 9 other Doyin Okupes in Southwest. Because one man, here's something that I've realized in Nigerian politics. Part of Jonathan's failure was he didn't build that strong foundation or relationship with the Southwest. If he had, believe me, one man, he would have been president for 8 years. Because Southwest makes a lot of noise. You understand what I mean? Like,
a lot of the media is based there, and that drives the narrative. I think he made a real mistake. I think he took it for granted that because he's from the South, the South would naturally have his back, and he thought he only needed to politic to the North, and then he would get everything. But then he made a lot of mistakes. I like Jonathan, though. For me, he and Obasanjo, the best presidents we've ever had. In terms of infrastructure, he did a lot. Nobody will argue that with me ever, you know.
Yeah, what man, to your point, most of the media is there, and keep in mind, perception is reality. So if the media in the Southwest starts to push a narrative, the Southwest takes that narrative, all of a sudden it starts to spread across Nigeria. So people don't realize this, but when you look at what's going on, if you can push a narrative in the Southwest and you can get a groundswell in the Southwest, it starts to spread. Jonathan, a lot of the things they were saying about Jonathan weren't true, but they pushed it so much, they drove the narrative so much. Before you knew what was happening, it became the norm. All of a sudden, he was a terrible president. Then that phrase came up, anyone but Jonathan. And that was it. They got him out of office. So Peter Obi right now is in that same position. Okay, Southeast, he can talk to his Igbo people. South, he has relationships. Southwest, he has to build that base. Because if he can win those 3 areas, then North Central, the North is not just is not homogeneous. You know, it's not just Northwest. I think he can make a lot of inroads in Plateau, in Benue, in Taraba. He can make a lot of inroads in Southern Kaduna. He can make a lot of inroads. So it's a good fight, but my brother, he can't be doing that while he's fighting a court battle. So he needs to figure out what he's going to do with that situation. That thing needs to go away very quickly. Because the longer it stays, the more damaging it is for him. The longer that becomes a media narrative that there's a court battle in Labour Party, it's damaging for the party.
It started as a joke with Shored, didn't it? And then suddenly they just, before he got out of bed and they're taking the party from him.
Yeah. Shower is done, in my opinion. I think it's done.
No, it's done. Yeah.
I think it's, unfortunately, I think it's done. And then this is
Nigeria. Should he have, sorry to deviate you to, should he have gone just on the Peter Obi space to round it off? If you had the vote, would you cast it for him?
Right now, depending on who APC picks, yes. If Buhari comes out another, if he picks Ahmed Lawan, my brother, we don't have a choice, because I really do believe we're facing an existential threat. I think we are Woman,
if he picks another now, then I will start to consider seriously a Peter Obi presidency, because Atiku and the person, they will fight whatever northern vote there is, but the protest vote and the power must come to the south vote, all of them will just go to Peter Obi. If he picks another now, then Peter Obi can call his tailors to start measuring him for his suit.
Woman, one crazy theory. What if this whole court battle in Labour Party is being pushed by some of the people in the major parties?
It's usually the case, isn't it? It's usually the case, almost certainly the case.
You know, to destable him, so that way, if Buhari picks another candidate, you know, Peter Obi is fighting a court battle, then now we have two Fulanis running for office again, and we're back to square one. We don't have a future anymore. They come in, they continue Buhari's plan, they keep all their people in office. We're finished. And it's 8 years, they'll rig the system. I hate to paint a dark picture, but this is our reality right now in Nigeria.
We're just all over the place. We're just grasping, aren't we, at something to hinge hope on within because we are just scrambling, really. We are being played like a flute. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Aizon, did you say that you are waiting for a candidate that will be picked by APC? That you're going to vote for APC if they pick somebody?
I'm waiting because I've been researching Obi, right? I like a lot of things about him, but I haven't come to that final decision. So I'm looking to see. I definitely know that if I was to vote, I'm not voting for PDP. I can't vote for another Fulani.
Okay,
no
if
offense
they
to
pick
Fulani.
Tinubu or this thing or Shibajo, you will vote for one of them.
For APC, if they pick Tinubu or Osibanjo, Osibanjo will be interesting because I know what you're going to say about APC, but I like Osibanjo. I don't think he will continue Buhari's plan or Buhari's government. I think that's just politics. I think Osibanjo understands the threat facing Nigeria. I think he will come in and try to do something. And Ajane Koko, Tinubu, Osibanjo, or Peter Obi, to me, are better than having another Fulani president.
My issue with APC, you are saying, what do you think that Osibanjo or Tinubu in the APC as the flag bearer, what are they going to change in Nigerian political landscape? How do you think they're going to better that country politically?
Yeah, let me put it like this to you. We are at the bottom.
Because if you don't get our politics right, you can't get any other thing right in that country.
Correct.
And they can never get it right. Because this vehicle that drives their politics is a corrupt vehicle. And that is their power base. If they loses that vehicle, if that vehicle crumble, they are crumble politically. And they will never allow that vehicle to crumble. And that vehicle is driven with absolute corruption, illegality, and all these things that have brought us to where we are today.
No, I see your point, and it's a valid point, you know. But you know, a lot of times with Peter Obi, you're looking at him, but you want the smoke to clear. When the smoke clears and you understand these are the candidates I'm understanding, you pick one. I'm looking at him right now, and I'm saying, okay, I'm watching this guy. I like what he has done in Anambra. Let's see who this person is. I'm not going to just throw my whatever behind him, especially since he has a court case as well that might be pending. Let's see what happens. You know, like
forget about whether Peter Obi. What I'm saying is that we should not be thinking either
APC.
one of these two,
I understand what you mean. Yeah.
PDP, because these.
What if you say, okay, Peter Obi is my guy, third party, Peter Obi all the way, and then all of a sudden
that's okay with me.
Wait, but check this out. Check this out.
We need to disrupt the system.
Yeah, but I understand and I agree with you, my brother. I really do. But what if, as we are doing this right now, this court case continues to linger? Then what happens?
If what? What did you say now?
This court case that is threatening him, it doesn't go away. What happens then?
You look, we have another party that we can vote for.
Who is that?
You have you have PIP. Look, let me tell you, if we are not courageous to disrupt this system, we'll be doomed as people. No, these two parties will be doomed. These two parties have shown clearly to us that they are not for us. The process that they normally take, the process that usher in the nomination of their candidate is a corrupt process. It's a process that you are not involved at all, and all they do, they play their corrupt and manipulation process, and they just present to you one of their corrupt men, and only for you to just pick one of them, and then they continue to perpetrate their corruption in the government. We must stop these people. We should not think about voting for any one of these two parties. Forget about
I agree with you. I agree with you. But here's the thing, right? Here's the challenging part, right? For sure, we don't even know what's going on with him right now. This is part of the problem with the third parties, right?
It's going to be clear. It's going to be clear. Forget about if Showore does not have party, we're going to have some other party that we can look up their candidate, and we just need to disrupt this system. We just need to stop
that disruption. That disruption is what Peter Obi is trying to orchestrate now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And that's a more viable vehicle than Showore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that this court case, if this court case does not go well with Peter Obi, and Peter Obi couldn't be a nominee of any party, who else are we going to look up to?
Well,
we're going to see. No, we are not back into square one. We're going to see some other people.
Kokanso.
like Abiola boy, Kola Abiola is going to PRP, and some other party, lesser party. We just have to disrupt the system. Just break it down for them. This
is my question for you. Okay, let's talk third party right now. Okay, we know about Peter Obi. We know what he's facing. What are our other options? Showore, he's also fighting an internal battle. Kola Abiola, we don't even know what Kola Abiola stands for. I can't tell you.
We can't just. Sorry, gentlemen. We can't just for the purposes of wanting, then want to a space that doesn't really offer anything. So Peter Obi offers a real alternative. You've just detailed Aizon excellently his achievements. Just to remind us of the quality of this person. It's not some fly-by-night guy. It's a guy that comes with a very strong and impressive CV. That CV, even he can vaunt it internationally. So that is an alternative. But outside of Peter Obi, I don't see anybody that constitutes an alternative. You just go and vote just for the sake of voting against. It's a useless exercise now to go and vote for Mogalu or Showore or some random.
Are you saying they are not capable? Are you saying they are not capable of managing resources? Hold on, one man. Is this Buhari educated that they what experience of government or better thing that Buhari have than those people that you mentioned?
All right. It's only because we've circled around this conversation so many times. So I'm only going to repeat everything I've already previously said. But for me personally, the only alternative that presents is Peter Obi.
What I'm saying, if we don't have Peter Obi in play, if Peter Obi,
then we're back to square one.
We are not back to square one.
Let me ask.
We mustn't follow these two political parties.
If there is no Peter Obi, there is Osibajo. At least that one is manageable.
But Osibajo might not get things.
Yeah, it's one of the two evils now.
Let me
manage what is not manageable. You have managed these people for 22 years. They have wrecked you people. What do you want to continue to manage?
I will certainly hand over to one of those parties than somebody like Showore. But let's hear from Meadowman. Meadowman, you wanted to say?
I wanted to. You people were somewhat permutating towards somebody from APC other than Tinubu. Like I said, and I have maintained this for over a year now. It's going to be between Tinubu and Atiku, APC and PDP. Now, what I was thinking while you guys were talking was that if by any chance, which I think is very, very slim, a northerner emerges in APC as a candidate, since we are talking about conspiracy, would that not look like they are playing towards, because APC will implode? I think everybody will agree with that. If that happens, the party will die, and the party dying, it will not be able to win the presidency. Now, will that not be something like playing to guaranteeing it towards Atiku somehow, the presidency towards Atiku somehow? Because if they choose a northerner, there is no way that the APC will win the presidential ticket. But I think Atiku will still maintain somewhat what he has right now going for him, the chances he has now. What do you guys think?
I think I was trying to I touched a little bit on that space. If they present a northerner in the APC, so that counterweights Atiku, but then does that open a window for Peter Obi is the question, because all the disenfranchised, all the disgruntled, and all the aggrieved, so they was because like I was just suggesting, Peter Obi only presents the only real alternative, to the paradigm. So if they presented northerner, and then that will end up. And by the way, as Ayuson just reminded us, a northerner does not necessarily sweep up all the northern non-southern votes, because within that north we have the middle belt, and then you have
the middle belt.
So there's still a lot.
You have a lot of Igbos in the middle belt, especially in the places and somewhere like the Kaduna. A lot. I think you brought somebody on one of these days that told you that you had more Igbos in Jos than even the natives.
Yeah, that was Magnus. Yeah,
so that counts. That and those people, they vote more than the Igbos in the southeast. So that could be a factor. But if APC presents a northerner, APC automatically loses the southwest, right? So how are they going to win the election?
Oh, okay. So if they lose the southwest, if APC presents a northern candidate, and we already have a northern candidate in PDP
and they
now,
kill Peter B in court,
and if they lose the southwest, who do they lose it to?
Atiku. No, they don't lose it to any. No, not to Atiku anyway. They just lose it because Southwesterners. If Peter B is killed in court with all this.
No. If it's not, if Peter B is still in play.
Yeah, it will be a protest.
You see, I'm suggesting that the Southwest necessarily will go with Peter Obi. If they present, if they have two northerners to pick from and Peter Obi, the Southwest will go to Peter Obi.
Because it will be a protest vote.
But one man, it will not guarantee win, isn't it? Even though we go with
we don't know. We don't know.
No, it will not guarantee, because
in a fair election,
Peter will still need the North. The North will not vote for Peter Obi over Atiku. Never.
The North will pick between two northerners, which dilutes both of their votes.
Yes, you are right.
Yes.
And
Peter Obi has a good chance of holding the whole South, who wants the power to come to them.
Southwest,
they give it to the North. If ABC give it to the North. But the Northerner will not vote for Peter Obi in the expense of...
Did you hear what I said? If they present Atiku and another Mukhtar, Atiku and Mukhtar, they will split the northern votes because they will fight hard for the northern votes. But the Yorubas who thought they should be on the tickets, they will vote for neither of them. They will vote for Peter Obi. The Southeasterners, of course, will vote for Peter Obi. And then the South, a very good chance, especially what happened to Wike, they will vote for Peter Obi as well. So there's a good chance of Peter Obi holding pretty much the whole South.
One man,
and the North splitting themselves.
Do you now know some Southwesterner will vote for Atiku?
No, forget all that. We're talking in the
Yeah,
main, not just
the bulk of the vote.
Oh, yeah.
The bulk of the vote. That is the
But
bulk
the bulk of vote can go to Peter Obi. The bulk of the vote can go to Peter Obi. You are right. But some Southerner will still vote for Atiku.
No, we know
Yeah, but that will
we're
not.
talking
That
in
will,
the main,
yeah,
not every
that
single
will not be
voter will
enough.
vote.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you are right. You are right. But so that
It's just speculation, by the way, of course. Yeah.
yes, it's a speculation.
long
You are
shot.
right. But I'm telling you this. If APC bring another northerner, as you rightly said, it will divide the vote in between both of them because they are both northerner. But in the southeast, Peter Obi will have the edge, but it doesn't still guarantee the vote. You still need the northerner vote.
Yeah, but it will still get the northerner votes now because there are northerners who are fed up with this style of politics that is in play. There's I did a story.
Thomas, you know they have Yorubas in the north too, a lot.
Even actual northerners that are just fed up of it, there are, and they're in sizable numbers.
Yeah,
but they are my notes. They are my notes.
No, they're not.
You can't
they're
say
not.
that. You don't know that.
They're not.
Yeah, let's see how I go. Fingers crossed.
Thomas,
yes,
the thing is that one of our faults in the South is we don't truly try to understand the northern space. And when I learned about this, it really opened my eyes. The amount of Christians in the north, the amount of non-Muslims in the north, the amount of different ethnicities in the north. And someone like Peter Obi will campaign to those people. Peter Obi can win Benue. He can win Plateau. He can even win Kaduna.
Taraba.
I'm telling you, he can win Taraba. He can win part of Adamawa. Adamawa has a huge Christian population. Gombe.
Gombe.
You have to realize that if Peter Obi one of the main things he has to do is he has to find a way to appeal to the Southwest so he can secure that South. And then the middle belt, North Central, and a little bit of part of Northeast will be the determining factor. He's not going to win Northwest.
That would be a paradigm shift. If he wins, if he becomes the president without the vote from the north, without the bulk of his vote from the far north, that will demystify a lot of things.
And he can do it. He can do it.
Yes, what about Kwakwaso?
He cannot win outside the South too. He can't win in Taraba, all these places. You see, where we have these two parties. You see these two parties that have structure, they have people contesting as well. In governorship, in other elections, they will mobilize people out strongly to vote for their party. What is going to make us vote for, what do you call it, Peter Obi in the South, if we don't have any Southerner as the head of ticket, is sentiment, tribalism, our tribal sentiment that will make us vote for him. But in reality, Labour Party does not have anything on the ground that will drive people out to go and vote for them. And that is the true practicality of
Ajani Koko. Here's where I disagree with you. I think this is why Southwest becomes so important. And this is what one man was saying about the media enterprises being in the Southwest. If Peter Obi can build that leverage in Southwest and convince people in Southwest, his narrative and perception will grow. And those states I mentioned, it will surprise you. He will end up winning a lot of those states. Because you have to understand, perception is a very powerful thing. And once people start to see that this guy is the man and people are following him in the Southwest and Southeast won't convince anyone. I think if Yorubas come out to support Peter Obi, he can win parts of Kogi, he can win Benue, he can win parts of Taraba, he can win Plateau. Southern Kaduna will vote for him. If he can do those things. Because you have to realize that perception will spread around the country. But if he fails to convince the Southwesterners that they should vote for him, then he's in trouble. Forget it.
All right, and that's a good spot to leave it. So thank you for that, Izon. You should come on more often because you just have such a presentation. Most of the time you talk nonsense, but you say it with so much elegance, you know, so elegant nonsense. So this is what you come here for. So the listeners, if you want to ever hear elegant nonsense, this is where to come to. But no, a lot of sense in what you said. You know, of course, I'm just pulling your but thank you, gentlemen. A real conversation at the end. You know, got somewhat a bit rowdy. So apologies to World Peace and Tony, but it was just getting just too much. So I just had to do that. But tomorrow in the afternoon, I'm actually considering pitting Shore up against Peter Obi as that alternative voice and who should champion that space. So that might all be the topic of the afternoon session. If I'm able to gather enough material to make it a cohesive something, because that's, I feel, a space that has not yet been explored, because they are all coming from left of center, but who really occupies left of center? Left of center, pro people, pro business. So who has the language, who has the pedigree, and who should command that space? Because we can only rally after one vision, you know. So whose vision are we following? So we may well do a session around that, Showore versus Peter Obi, because that has to be explored. But thank you, gentlemen. You know the routine. I want, for the purposes of, you know, because we're now coming up to, we've been avoiding 6 hours for so long. Now we are getting towards it again. So I want to wrap it through the closing remarks, if with your cooperation, gentlemen. So just short and succinct. We start off with Teobala to land on Ajale Kokwaseva. So Teobala, you know the routine, closing remarks.
Yeah, it's a very, very good program this evening. And the way
every day it is, you know that.
I know at least the way the whole scenario ended, you know, at least with people coming up with different facts, you know, different analysis and all that, you know. And the way you were even asking the question is something really commendable. You're not just attacking my own candidate. Thank you so much for giving us this great platform. I just want everyone to know that Nigeria first before any other thing. We should do everything possible to make that country great again. And we should reach out to people, even in Nigeria and everywhere, for them to go and get their PVC so that they can vote their choice. As far as I'm concerned, Peter Obi is my candidate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Teobala. So that's Teobala, fast establishing as a voice on the platform. So more from you, Teobala, we will always want to hear. So from Teobala, we go on to DOG, who I think may well have left also, because it's not like DOG to be quiet for so long. DOG, are you there? Yes, you see, I know now. You say, but wait now. You people don't even let me talk.
Character of everybody.
You people don't even let me talk. Oh yeah, carry on. Just say it. If you won't let me talk, just say it. I was look at this guy. Oh my mommy. But from DOG, let's go on to Meadowman, who is at all a man of his own. Meadowman. So Meadowman, your remarks.
Thank you, one man. A nice one this evening. Very productive and educative conversation. Well, it is our country, and we are keeping our fingers crossed. Let's see what this coming few days will bring. And my brother Teobala, you see, if you come here and say and tell one man that sugar is sweet, he will push you. So it's not like he's attacking you. He likes to do that. He likes to push you till you shoot yourself in the foot. That's what he does. And that is the engine of the conversation until maybe somebody comes to, save you from him. So my people, let's keep liking and thumbing up and sharing the platform. This is how we grow. This is how we move. One month. This is how we move. So good night, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight. This is one of those characters, Meadowman, who he likes to ration himself. but anytime he comes, he leaves you wanting for more. So thank you, Meadowman. Always a delight. Don't make it so long to join us again. So from Meadowman, we go on to Thomas. Thomas, you know the routine.
Thank you, one man. One man, you are doing a great job. I commend you in whole ramification, and the style you used today is spot on. The first topic, you took everybody around, so nobody can say they don't have any opinion. I think almost everybody on the chat today had something to say, and it's very important and educative and informative. Oh, thank you, woman. I can't thank you enough. May God bless you, bless your family. Nigeria will be great again. Thank you, woman.
Thank you, Thomas. So no promises. The next time it may well go differently. It's just however the mood takes. But from Thomas, we go
But
on
it
to
was good, woman. It went very well.
Well,
Yes,
this
went
is
very
it.
well.
This is why I always say it goes organically. So that's how
Organic.
we went today. But maybe
You
tomorrow
are
will go
right.
differently. Who knows?
You are right.
But thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, let's go on to Ahizon. Ahizon, you know the routine.
Yes, one man. Thanks for having me on. I think like I mentioned before, just to keep it very brief, Nigeria were facing a significant threat. I don't want to stereotype any ethnicity, so I don't want to say it's a Fulani threat, but the truth about it is, if you look at our space, if you look at our legislature, the ability to pass laws, to get policies implemented that are progressive, that will bring us into the 21st century, that will improve our education, improve our economy, improve our security. These things have to go through a legislative process. For God's sakes, we can't even get state police. So we're facing a very significant threat here to be able to move the country forward. And that threat is being faced because a certain group of people want to just keep the power structure dominated by themselves in a country where we have a significant amount of talent and human resources doing amazing things around the world. We have to be able to find a way to fight this virus spreading around Nigeria. And the last thing that we need right now is for two candidates again to come that will be Fulani candidates that will come in and continue from where Buhari left off. So please let us recognize the threat we're facing. It's a serious threat that we have to fight so we can move our country forward and we can get the right people. I agree with Ajane Koko's point about voting third party. The only problem is outside of a Peter Obi and formerly Showore, because Showore has issues now with his party, is most of these other people, we don't know what they stand for. We don't know enough about them. And I'm one that researches the space and I don't know. So if I don't know, how would the average person on the street even know enough to vote for these people? This is the problem with some of these third parties. They're very poorly organized and they don't try to spread their message properly. Thank you, one man, for having me, and I'll try to come on again.
Brilliant. So that was Aizon. Get your dictionaries out. It's the man from the creeks. So thank you, Aizon. Always a delight, as you know. So of course, as ever, with the final word, the mighty one, Ajanle Koko, to you.
Thank you, one man. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform tonight. Your contribution are quite meaningful, and I hope that we are preparing well to change the political direction of that country. And as far as I'm concerned, I think the only choice we have is to vote out of these two parties. Forget about my brother is on. Forget about you don't know who is in the third party or the rest of the party. You can start making research about the personality or when the coast is clear and we can see all the candidates. We can look at their profile. What runs the government is not a man, but the institution. We have all the institutions in place in Nigeria. We just need an honest person that can manage resources prudently to lead us. And the rest, the rest of the problem will be solved. Once you have a good leader, everything will flow well in the right direction. That is what we need in Nigeria today. But those people we have there, they are not leaders, but they are looters. So we have to distinguish between leader and looters. So we don't want to go for looters again, but we need a real leader. What are we going to lose if we don't vote for all these people, these two parties? If we vote outside them, what are we going to lose? What have we gained from them? That is the question we should ask ourselves. So what are we going to lose? Trying something new. We are not going to lose anything. We have lost so much from these people. We invested our trust on them for 22 years. So, but what have they given back in return? Zero. They failed. So we have to change. So other than that, let me thank our brothers behind the scene that have been chatting since the beginning to this end of the session. They are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. Come back to do what you know to do best. We appreciate you. Let me thank my brother, Alessandra Gomez, the chairman, one board of trustee, one man went to more. Let me thank Kakashi. Let me thank Flash Mankind, Jaja, Asgogo, Ortiz, my sister Bunksma, my sister Ren, and others over there. I thank you all. So come back tomorrow. Let's do it together. And for those of you at home that have not clicked on the like button, please, you still have some few minutes to do that. Do it hurriedly so that we can help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. Share and hit on the subscription button if you have not subscribed. And to our one man, the driver of the platform, and thank you for bringing us together. Bringing us together today. So tomorrow we'll be expecting you to bring something new. And when you land tomorrow, the eagle shall join you and we shall trash it out together. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that's Ajan Lekoko. So you see now why he gets the final word. No one else does it better. So that's Ajan Lekoko. No one else does it better. So that has been the session. It ebbed and flowed and it has landed here. So with your permission, I'll fall out now to reconvene for tomorrow. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation within the comment section. But here I say peace.